Yeah. Yeah. Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Fleeks on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion, and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ, and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
You're looking at a C-H-A-M-P. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, R.I.P. Ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you don't wanna
You
be.
looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ, and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2020. This is the remote broadcast, and for the first time, I am here. I'm Atlas. I'm joined, I think, by LS somewhere in Korea. Not entirely sure. I've never been to his house. Hey, dude, how you doing?
I am doing fantastic, Atlas. I'm hoping that today you do not curse me in the post-draft prediction rate.
Well, look, to be honest, if you screw up a post-draft prediction, then that's on you, my dude. That's not my fault.
All right.
I'm not even taking a little bit of that responsibility. I am very excited for today's matches, though, because you'd think on paper the KT versus Hanwha was going to be a boring game, but after them both winning their most recent series, which was very unexpected, it's become a hype matchup. I'm super psyched.
It really has, and we'll see what they have in store for us here today, as we're near. Everything is going to happen really fast in the next 2.5 weeks, because the season is really being rushed through, because obviously we went on the 19-day hiatus, and things are just really going to speed up, which means that there's probably not going to be a lot of meta shifting happening in these weeks, because they're going to be so tried, true, and tested to what they've been practicing.
Well, we'll see whether things do change. We saw a few changes already in the first couple of days here, with Blade of the Ruined King being so incredibly popular, things like that. There has been slight adjustments, one could say, but the standings remain pretty constant, with a Genji sitting at 10-1, as you can see right now on your screen. DragonX, unfortunately, dropping that match to Hanwha for them means that they're unable to chase after T1 for that second spot, but they can even things out with a victory in our final game of the day. That one's going to be super hype. I'm real excited. Who are you looking forward to seeing? As far as the rest of these standings, who do you think's moving on up?
Well, Atlas,
yeah, man.
It's not just about who's moving up.
Oh, yeah.
It's who's moving down and who's going to the ship.
Oh, God, okay. Is
now,
the ship a bad thing now? I always wanted to tick to the ship.
You do want to go to the ship, especially because the ship has TFT Mobile.
Ah, and the ship only leaves from the western dock? Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Exactly. Well, we're going to need to get there. Hanwha Life barely just out of reach, as is the Hanwha way. You know, forever sixth seems to be the thing for that team, and they are continuing to do so. But KT are getting a little bit exciting, and I'm looking forward to seeing, well, I mean, not exciting. Didn't say exciting. Please keep your Monka W's to yourselves. Let's calm down. But this is a really cool matchup, and we're going to go through the points of the match here. Great start for the second round. Will it be KT's 6th win in a row, or Hanwha Life's first win streak of the split? And look, Hanwha, once they brought Lava in, looked real good. So I think this is going to be a tough one for KT, even though Aiming is playing much better than he has been.
Yeah, I think KT has really looked fantastic in their win streak. I think a lot of it is also the mental fortitude. They started off the season 5-game loss streak, and now they've brought it all the way back, and they're really making a run for the top 4 in the league. Dragon X, or Hanwha Life got their confidence boosted against the Dragon X 2-1 win. They will find their spot in the West. They managed to get a 2-0 win, so this is a very big win for Hanwha Life that they're looking for. So on from the Team House was on another level. Will he carry another series today? And obviously referencing probably that phenomenal Aatrox performance that he had. Best support in Korea, Lahens versus Tushin. And honestly, I thought the real match was Lahens versus Keria, but Lahens managing to get back-to-back player of the game as a support. It can't be understated how hard that is in the LCK, but he really is just on another level.
And it's really cool because both of these supports are our sort of center supports that like to play the carries. We all remember Tushin's volley bear, but also, like you're talking about, Lahens has been playing that Tahm Kench in that lane on the bottom side and just abyssal voyaging down there and killing everyone. So really excited to see what Lahens is going to be able to bring here, or whether that is going to be so hotly contested we see it just banned away. Because I think center lanes are going to be really important for both of these teams. Having a look at the stats, though, it looks like KT are certainly pulling ahead. And if we look back to round 1, it was a pretty comfortable 2-0 for KT against Hanwha in that instance. So our favorite for this matchup probably should be KT. But after Hanwha dispatched Dragon X in those back 2 games, it's really hard to call it right here.
It really is. And that's why I'm looking forward to the draft, Atlas. Because that's where we're going to get some help in knowing who's going to win. As Hanwha Life taking a look at some of their team stats here. Obviously, not the best stats across the board, but KT, though, that bottom stat.
Yeah, exactly.
11-1.
Just shows that they are able to close out games that they're able to get ahead in, and with the fact that they are 5-5 means that the early game is oh so important for KT Rolster. But it also means that they're not the same KT that we're used to seeing, right? Because normally they could get a lead and who knows what's going to happen, right? They can throw at any point. That has been the MO for KT for years and years and years. But now it seems like they are more consistent with being able to move leads into victories in each game. It's just whether or not they can actually get to those leads, which I think has a lot to do with the jungle. Starting off though, with Hanwha Life, Cuvée Haru Tempt Lava is starting this time around, and of course Lahens down there towards the bottom side. And on the other side of the rift, Soan, Bono, Kuro, Aiming, and Tushin, the very standard lineup that we've been seeing for KT throughout their most recent games, which have been their victories.
Yeah, and so Soan, we'll see what he can do here today. Aiming, obviously, another person that we're going to have to keep our eyes on. KT are starting off on the red side today.
Yeah.
And that means that, in theory, they should be able to get a leg up over Hanwha Life, who a lot of their victories throughout the split have actually come from draft edges. And if you're having to blind all of your matchups, it does get a little bit more difficult. But the red side is a little bit more pinched with the bans, with the addition of Kalista coming into the meta. Although, Hanwha Life, not sure how much priority they'll actually put on Kalista.
I think they'll probably put on the priority in the ban phase when it comes to the Kalista. Of course, Aiming has certainly been very happy to pick her up, but Lava has not been that kind of player, and I'm really glad that we're highlighting the jungle here, because Bono is still that loose cannon, right? Sometimes he pops off, sometimes he just pops. And that doesn't necessarily work out if their jungler has exploded at the start of the game. And that was the story of their first 5 matches. But the last 5 have been more about Bono being able to actually control the early game in a much better way. Against Haru, though, it could be a little bit more difficult. This guy has also been known to be explosive as the game starts. So I'm really glad that this was highlighted.
So what Bono can manage to do for his team in the early phases of the game, as well as what jungler he's actually going to end up being on.
Whether it's Olaf or Jarvan.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's gigantic
we saw some pretty good Jarvan performances yesterday in the final series.
It turns out Clid's pretty good at Jarvan, guys.
He's all right.
Yeah,
Alice.
I don't know.
He does have 2 losses on him.
Does he? Of all time or this season? Because I'm pretty sure he hasn't this season.
Yeah, yes, not this season.
Yeah. When you talk about all-time losses being at 2, you know things are going relatively well. But speaking of going relatively well, here we are into the draft for game number 1. Hanwha on our blue side. KT, like you were saying, is going to be on the red, and Ornn and Olaf already banned away on blue side. The Ornn on blue side bans have been coming through a lot recently, and it's weird. as
And
the set of Felios are the answers.
It strikes me so bizarre because Ornn is still totally beat-oneable. It would make... Okay, well, if that doesn't make you worried for Hanwha Life, I don't know what else can. You're banning both Kalista and Ornn on blue side.
Well, we knew that they were going to ban Kalista because Lava isn't the Kalista player, and we saw aiming just destroy on it. So there was no chance that was going to be given up.
Cuvée is not the type of player that would really look to pilot Kalista, or at least not actively seek out
That's a good
to
point.
do it.
That's a good point. We
like
have
a
to
B1,
remember the
so.
Kalista flex, which is why she's moved up in that priority, as Varus looks to be the option, and that could go to either Tempt or Lava. Tempt has historically been one of our Varus mid players, and I do like taking that one away from Kuro as well, because he was probably one of our better Varus players. I think of all time, he's got like a ridiculous win rate on the Varus mid. So taking that one away as KT look to see whether they want to steal away a Misfortune or something like that at this point.
KT have to decide.
Well,
what
Jarvan
they
has to
want
come
do
in,
here.
right?
Jarvan.
Yeah.
Yep. Jarvan's being picked up. Maybe they'll just actually immediately pair this with a Rumble, like some of the LCK teams have been doing. There might not be that much of a desire to get the AD carry yet, although if they are, I would imagine it would be Ezreal.
Oh, that's true. Ezreal's still available as well. Well,
So
10 seconds to go. We'll see what Bono is going to pick up for his squad, as Ezreal is priority picked here, and it looks like KT are respecting the fact that the flexibility of the Varus could be an issue that they do not want to deal with, and just grab that aiming Ezreal priority. Has certainly skyrocketed as far as aiming's proficiency on the Ezreal. He used to be the guy that Arcane shifted into death multiple times, but recently he's been really getting that damage. So impressive stuff here as Hanwha Life look to miss Piggy. And I think I got a feeling it's going to be Sejuani Azir. That's what I'm feeling. LS.
is that where you're going
that's
here?
that's where my body's going. I don't know whether it's a good thing, but that's what I'm feeling.
Let's see if you are correct. They might just actually pick up the support here before going into the second ban phase.
Oh, and
As
Lehenza's Yumi
Yumi.
is available, so that does make a lot of sense.
And now KT, will they want to respond to this? They could just pick up the Karma here with the Ezreal and try to take matters into their own hands like that. Although, again, Tushen is a Volibear player.
Yeah, I was thinking
Though
about
Ezreal
the Volibear, man.
Not super popular.
Looks like Tucson just wants to go for some more engage options, and pairing that with the Jarvan does mean that KT can start fights whenever they want, and that is going to be what they decide to do. Now KT thinking about what they want to ban away. Remember, the Nautilus is still a flex pick as well, so it might be that we get some shenanigans with that Volibear being picked up a little bit later. Possibility right here. But taking their time, 5 seconds to go, and it's going to be Sivir taken away, of all champions.
Well, let's take a look.
I believe she was
what
buffed
else is-
recently, right? A little bit?
She... Alice, you're really putting me on the spot here.
No, I apologize.
I believe
I apologize.
that. Yeah, I'm only the guy that does the patch.
I actually think that it might have been like a couple of patches ago. We just haven't seen her, right? And maybe Lava has been putting some time in. I can do a bit of research here to figure that one out. But the cannon taken away from Soan. He does like to play that one. Played it in the first 2 games of their last game, as we saw earlier on. And so taking that one out of his wheelhouse. Aatrox could be banned as well, because of course Soan does like to default to that pick if given the option. Now KT, what do they take away? It's going to be Misfortune. So they are assuming Tempt is playing the Varus.
10.5 is the Sivir buff.
Hey, look!
Boomerang
I
damage.
nailed it. There we go.
It's very subtle, but I really like that they are respecting that the Varus can be flexed. As Tempt is historically one of the Varus mid players, even from yesteryears.
Yeah, no, exactly.
As KT now just really trying to pinch and narrow down that AD carry champion pool, as Hanwha Life ban away the Kennen, ban away the Quinn. And I wonder if this is really signaling that they desire a Renekton.
That's what it's feeling like to me, my friend. Because there's the Rumble being hovered. I love this, actually, because Rumble can triple flex at the same time. So you are still keeping things way up in the air on KT's side. Rumble could be played by Tucson. We know that he's great at that champion. Kuro and so on could also flex that one between them, and synergizes very well with the Jarvan. I like the draft so far. The KT is that's the Renekton being locked in exactly as we were expecting after the Quinn ban.
So the thing about the Renekton and now the Sylas is actually coming in as well. So probably, well, Sylas and Renekton can either go mid or top lane, but the thing that worries me about Hanwha Life is they're very heavy engage. And Rumble defensive equalizers are oftentimes a lot more scary than offensive.
And also
Rumble
they pair
equalizers.
much better with a Cataclysm as well, if you're going to play defensively like that. Because you can use the Cataclysm afterwards instead.
Right. And now the Gnar comes in as a response to the Renekton, and there is just so much defensive mid-range disengage on the side of KT. This is really set up for Ezreal to just be able to really do his thing. It's very difficult also for Hanwha Life to itemize against the Rumble, which means that assuming he gets the Oblivion Orb, gets the Sork Pen boots, he's going to be dealing near true damage to a lot of the targets on Hanwha Life. A lot of them also build HP, so when the Liandry's comes in, it's going to be really fantastic. Atlas, I'm gonna give the draft win here to KT.
All right,
and
here we go.
LS
getting excited very early on in the day. Oh my gosh. If you tilt after this one, dude, remember, there's a possible 8 games to go.
Don't do this to me. I gotta get the 15 for 15.
Oh god. All right, well, I agree with you. I think the KT's draft is actually super clean, and we often talk about Gnar picks as being questionable in a lot of instances, but right here, I think it's fantastic. Works well into the Renekton and also team fights well on a couple of items alongside Ezreal and Rumble that'll also get to those 2 items. And the cherry on top with this game is the fact that if Kuro builds a Morellonomicon, we're going to be totally okay with it. Because there's a Yuumi and there's a Renekton, and it's totally fine to prioritize. Yeah. And the Kingslayer can also be interrupted by that one. So look, it's just free passes all round here for KT. Love it. Absolutely love it. And Bono is on one of the 2 champions he can play. Just incredible stuff. I can't believe it. This is what happens when I come back. It feels like the LCK players have figured everything out, as we have also figured out our way towards Summoner's Rift here for game number 1 of my personal remote broadcast. Never done it before. This is bringing me back, man. It's bringing me so far back. It was like 5 years ago, 6 years ago that I was commentating from, you know, my computer at home. And there's just something heartwarming about it, you know? Just like a 5-man stack invade from KT.
It really is heartwarming,
it's
isn't it?
so heartwarming.
Now, they don't have a sweeper lens, which is very actually surprising. Normally, when you're going to do a 5-stack like this, typically you always take the sweeper lens so you can know not just just so you can know if you are on a ward or not, because then it lets you know, like, okay, we probably shouldn't risk anything. They're clearly fully aware of what we could be doing. So, a little bit suspicious. Taking a look at the runes as Varus and Yuumi on different pages here. Gathering Storm on the Yuumi to go late. And the Scorch on the Varus. And it leaves you thinking that it should have actually been inverted, because Yumi's the one that does all the poke.
I don't know, man. I feel like, Lethality Varus also does a fair bit of poke, which is exactly what Lava is doing here. He's channeling his mid laner roots. I like that. We've now just got a mid laner in the bottom lane and a mid laner mid as well. So, sort of how Lava is expected to play this one out. But Aiming and Tucson will have a fair bit of agency here in this lane if things are more extended as far as the trades. Let's just see how this one is going to play out. We're not expecting too much action, as of course the Zoomies will keep Lava well and truly alive throughout this laning phase. We'll see whether Tucson can actually convince good old Bono to come down here and give them a hand. Having a look elsewhere as far as the lanes are concerned, are we seeing any real mismatches here? As apart from the Gnar versus Renekton being Renekton favored, how about mid lane? Do we reckon the Rumble's going to be all right?
The Rumble's going to be completely fine in mid. It's not really a lane where either player can really look for a solo kill by any means, and depending on how Kuro plays it, I mean, he even has the heal for added measure. He's just able to constantly play for push inside of waves and then look for recalls, and he has really good recalls. He's able to just recall into Sork penetration boots for 1100 gold. Alternatively, if he stays in the lane long enough, he could even get Haunting Guys first, although I wouldn't suspect a Haunting Guys into Liandry's rush here, just because Oblivion Orb, Sork Pen as the first 2 items just has such insane value,
Yeah.
given that he's sort of the only AP. I mean, Ezreal deals a bit of magic damage, Nautilus too, but all things considered, here comes Bono.
Yeah, we're going to miss the Harpoon, unfortunately, though, as Bono's still waiting in the wings. He just wants Tempt to throw a Kingslayer at Kuro. But it's not going to happen. He's going to hold on to his guns here as the Jarvan moves down towards the bottom side. This Krug camp should be his option here. As we check out the pick statistics here for Harmwell Life. The first time that Tempt has played Sylas so far this season. And Lava also, first time on the Varus as far as this season is concerned as well. And the first time that he's played it as an AD carry instead of as a mid laner. As KT, certainly a lot more comfort as far as their pick statistics on these champions are. As Tempt goes down to about 250 health. This is not going super well for Tempt in the mid lane, and it's great to see Kuro playing back to his former self, who was certainly finding his form again when he was over in the LPL. As Haru just gonna find it here as he throws out the W, but Solan's gonna get out. Flash for flash as far as the top laners, so still absolutely fine here for Solan.
Yeah, this is actually much more beneficial for Solan. Renekton being down his flash is a lot more problematic than the Gnar. And the other thing about this is Cuvée is sharing some XP with the Sejuani. And so at the end of the day, the lane states for all of the players on the side of KT are just going really well as it currently stands. Infernal Dragon, first one of the game. Really important for KT to pick that up. They have, obviously, a lot of value if they do end up getting it.
Oh, yeah.
Likewise, I mean, Hanwha Life, they have 4 champions that can use it as well. Sylas deals a bit of hybrid damage because he auto-attacks quite a lot, so combined with his AP, Yuumi, Varus, this is a very nice first Infernal.
Yeah, for both teams. So look to see whether it's going to be Bono or Haru that prioritizes it. You have to have your money on Jarvan as far as the champion that has a little bit more early game power, and that's why you see KT starting up the Drake as soon as it spawns. Lehen's going to move on over. We'll probably get the bad news via a ward over the wall, but there's no way that Haru's going to get there. So really good from KT to put the pressure on early as far as these neutral objectives, and there it goes. Next one going to be that Mountain Drake, as we are looking at an Earth, Wind, and Fire potentially. As Soan taking a lot of damage here from Cuvée, but we'll have Mega Gnar available very soon. And gets a bit of that health back. Yeah.
CS, and now it looks like he's going to look for a recall. And the first item for the Gnar, probably going to be Phage. I'm not sure if Soan would want to do anything like Blade of the Ruined King, even though there is some HP stackers on the side of Hanwha Life. You can see actually Soan is almost refusing to recall right now at 38 CS, so definitely wanting a bit more gold.
I reckon Bilgewater Colors. I reckon he's going to do it. I think our LCK top laners are just on the Blade of the Ruined King hype train. That is just, that's what it's been feeling like. We saw Blade of the Ruined King Camille. As soon as that comes in, that's when you know. Any champion, just build it.
Well, aiming and Tushin down here in bot lane. Just farming it out. No one really doing anything relative to their jungler, and so while this is beneficial to Sejuani sort of in a vacuum, not much really going on. And when you're the team with better late game scaling, like what KT is, you are going to be feeling pretty good about this. And there is the recall coming in, so it's the Phage and the tier 1 boots.
All right, not going to go towards the Blade of the Ruined King. I'm disappointed, so
it's all right.
We have seen some Phage into Blade type builds just to have that extra rage passive for the movement speed. But possibly not going to be the thing. The thing I really love about KT's draft and composition is that it's going to spike mid-game and late game. The 2 item spikes for the Rumble and the Ezreal are going to be really important for KT to play around, and it means that getting towards a 4 stack of Drakes is going to be much more comfortable than you may otherwise expect from a team like this. So I'm just really happy with what KT have put together for themselves, because not only are they conceding... well, we've got a bit of a fight here in the mid lane as Kuro's going to heal and flash away.
Yeah, really just not a lot of synergy, actually, by Hanwha Life. Both their top and mid lane going a little bit too early. Haru not able to follow up. Kuro did use his flash and his heal, but like you're talking about the dragons, if KT gets the next Mountain Dragon, it's really big. You can see actually Rumble, I think he's building Merc Treads as his first item, which is really surprising. We saw BDD do this yesterday in a spot where Sork Pen Boots just looked so much better. But Jarvan builds resistances, Gnar builds resistances, Nautilus, Ezreal even, if he goes for the Iceborne Gauntlet. Not sure if he's going to. There is a lot of melee champions that want to stick, and Varus is lethality. So you don't have to go Trinity Force in a game like this.
I personally think that Merc Treads are really good for the Rumble this game, purely because of the CC reduction, right? We talk about early magic resist a lot, but I think having Tenacity versus Sejuani, Renekton, and the Sylas is going to be really important for Kuro, who wants to be pushing up the lane and is, of course, very melee as this Rumble. The Hanwha are going to be able to take Shelly down here. And, 9 minutes is where we're ticking towards. Kuro's just going to burn down all of these minions. It looks like KT aren't interested in contesting for the Rift Herald, as the Wallop is going to land there. But there's the Abscond, and we've got the last chapter. That is a very dead Kuro. Not enough Merc Treads, I don't think, for that Rumble in the mid lane, as KT will be able to take this advantage and move towards the bottom lane. Out of turret, but Hanwha Life aren't finished in mid.
The thing about this is they also have the Rift Herald, so they could have summoned it right there to get a few more plates, but it looks like they want to make sure that the first 2 plates are missing. There's not any sense of urgency, really, to cast it right now. There's a 1 minute until Mountain Dragon, which I do suppose that is an argument. If you do summon it and get a lot of gold before that Mountain Drake, perhaps it alters your recall, but we can't currently see the
You can
exact
also
gold
use
in
it to
their
add
inventory.
pressure so that you can take the Mountain Drake for yourself as well, as we see the flash in from Lava, just grabs Chains of Corruption,
야,
and
이거 안에
yeah.
그냥 깔던 거 이거.
All too easy.
천천히 때리다가. 때리다가 깨져.
They end up getting that kill right there, 30 seconds until the mountain, and you can see that everything is lining up actually quite well for KT. They have the priority in bot lane if they want it. You can see the recall actually coming in from Varus and Yuumi, so I think they're just giving it up. There's not teleport available. Ezreal stopping the recall, 10 seconds until mountain. Sejuani pathing to the right-hand side. Sylas is, I think, unable to get priority, actually, at this current state. He has Kindle Gem plus the Revolver, but Rumble, very durable. Mountain is started up. Yuumi is there as well, but this
Haru
should be
gets on
going
over. Control Ward
to
now,
KT.
cleared
They
out.
might TP the Renekton.
Well, we'll see whether Cube is going to be able to get it, but he's very close to the Gnar that can interrupt when he hits Mega Gnar form. 1,000 health on the Drake here as Tempt is going to move on in. Gets a death charge as the Drake is taken by KT. Equalizer now down as Tempt in a whole lot of trouble. But they're not going to follow this one through. It is going to be that Cloud Drake for the Earth, Wind, and Fire fame, but it's not going to be any kills, just the Dragon taken for KT.
And now they're going to summon the Herald immediately. And so this is leaving you questioning, why didn't they do this sooner? Because it seemed like Varus had to go back down to bot lane to get a better recall in terms of gold. So maybe had they had the gold sooner, Varus could have recalled, path towards the Dragon immediately, and maybe it would be a different result. However, Hanwha Life do get bailed out a bit. Cloud Dragon is going to be the soul of the game, and the movement speed is really nice, but this means that the third Dragon itself doesn't really pressure them, and it doesn't really change any dynamics. It's only 10% ultimate CDR on champions that aren't immediately casting their ult off cooldown, so it's not like it probably has a lot of practicality.
I mean, True Shot Barrage is probably an argument, but I see your point. You're not exactly going to be equalizing as soon as it comes off cooldown. As Hanwha Life just going to continue pushing things out. Kuro not going to find that Harpoon onto Tempt, but seems like the Rumble still has control of this lane despite that death earlier on. And so on. He's in a good lane, technically. But right now, not exactly having the greatest time against Cube's Renekton. As you can see in the CS, down by 25 is not the expectation that we had, but more attention was put on by Haru rather than Bono. And KT now towards the bottom side. This is where Bono's attention is going to be. We see no pings onto the Jarvan, who's hanging out in the alcoves, and it might be a dive the KT are looking for.
Yeah. Bono waiting, being really patient. Haru is in close proximity. This could be disastrous, although, do they see
Yeah, I think they did.
the Sejuani? Oh!
That's a big
That's
True
going to be
Shot
built
Barrage.
up there.
Gonna need some zoomies there as Lehens does press that button. And we're looking at a potential dive. Bono looks like he's apprehensive. Doesn't really want it. Thinks that there's not enough minions. And to be perfectly honest, I agree with him as Kuro makes his way down, but a little bit late. Was unable to get the lane priority when he wanted to. So KT just going to back away as we've got a bit of a fight here towards the top side. Soan in trouble. That's a big Q from Cuvee. Now Soan trying to answer back. Not going to find the Hyper onto the Renekton. And Soan's dangerously close to just being in kill territory, but will have the Mega Gnar now available. Life looking to put on more pressure. Yeah, this is real scary. Tempt is going to move all the way in. The hijack of the Gnar ultimate is going to be there. The flash forward from Tempt as he locks it down, but the answer is going to be there from Soan. The flash forward, the wallop is going to land, but it's not enough as the Winter's Wrath is going to secure the kill. Bottom side of the map, KT answer with an outer turret, but the outer should be falling on top side as well, right as these plates are getting ready to fall.
And we'll see how many plates Cuvee can actually get. He should at least get 2 more. I don't think he'll get the last one. But nonetheless, it still is a victory for them. The Gnar does get put further behind. And again, because of that Cloud Dragon coming up, it's not like it's an Ocean. An Ocean would really be scary. It would be threatening a 22-minute, roughly, Ocean Soul by KT if they could end up getting it. But the way that the game currently stands right now, it is still pretty even. Take a look at the replay. Sejuani ultimate comes out. Silas tries to follow Gnar. Nice attempt at a throwaway by Soan. Gets the stun, but Little Miss Piggy a little bit too tanky.
Yep. Did manage to get 2 flashes out, though, just by having his ultimate used so perfectly in that last section. So shout out to Soan playing a basically impossible situation as well as he possibly could. But it is still going to mean that that lead for Cuvee is going to only continue. We have to remember that as you would say, my friend LS, Renekton is a decaying champion. So this is about KT sort of holding on while Cuvee does have all of this extra power. But if he continues to have a lead like this, it will keep the Renekton relevant for so much longer. We'll see what KT's answer to that is going to be, as Black Cleaver now completed for Soan. We'll see where he goes with his build afterwards, but that's not going to be yet, as Trinity Force is what Aiming has decided to head towards. Lethal Tempo, Ezreal is what he's decided to go with. Seen a lot of Conquerors recently, but Lethal Tempo has also been... Is it considered mathematically the best rune? I think there's been a lot of talk about as far as damage potential, which Ezreal rune is now the thing after Kleptomancy bit the dust.
A lot of Ezreal still take Conqueror, and then others do still take Lethal Tempo. It seems like he's going Lethal Tempo. He's building into the Trinity Force, trying to just maximize value out of his attack speed.
Yep.
But I know that there is some disagreement. I haven't looked into it as much as I have some other things, so I can't really
some
comment.
Other itemization, perhaps? I'm not entirely sure what you're talking about. As Bono standing on a ward here, not a lot of information for KT right now, as Hanwha do eventually reveal themselves. Cuvee going to get burnt there. Great knock-up does come in as Cuvee getting chunked out. Does get a fair bit of AoE, but there's the Gnar into the wall, just smacks down the Crocodile. Equalizer onto 3 members.
Whoa!
As now Lava gets almost burnt to death from 1 ability. Kuro, what an incredible ultimate as KT claim control of the river.
Yeah, and they're going to get themselves the Cloud Dragon. This is going to bring the game to Soul Point very early on, and the movement speed, it's something that we often scoff at here in the LCK, but for the repositioning that it's going to grant to the Gnar, the Jarvan, the Ezreal, and everything is just really nice against Hanwha Life's team composition. So definitely going to make things a lot harder. Also, we're getting to the point of the game where the Comet on Varus won't really land because the movement speed for everyone just gets high with the tier 2 boosts and things. Take a look at the replay and pay attention to the equalizer in a second here. As Renekton trying to do something for the gymnastics, I'm not really sure. As
look at Lava,
that
just...
one equalizer, it actually was Lava.
Just insane. We're going to check out the crush over the wall here.
나 못 받아, 버려.
Good old
버리면서.
Soan. Locking down a lot of kills, but I think I'm just watching, Kuro's incredible red carpet that he put down that just destroyed Varus with 1 ability. Silly stuff.
Yeah, definitely is. And as the gold score, still very even.
Yeah. KT not with an advantage just yet, but there's the Cataclysm. Equalizer comes down, but as it turns out, there is a flash available from the Varus, so that is an ultimate just thrown into the bin by Kuro, but trading an R button for an F button is certainly worth it.
Yeah. That's going to mean that the next time that those ultimates are both up, if Lava is too overextended, it's a really easy death sentence inside of the Coliseum. As KT, they're fine to just wait now for 3 minutes. You see their items coming in. Leandre's Torment was picked up on Kuro. Lots of HP stack on the side of Hanwha Life.
And this is what we were talking about, right? This is the 2-item spike situation for the Ezreal, where Aiming can park himself mid and take control. And KT should be able to win fights for the next 5 minutes, and that means that they should be able to claim this Cloud Drake. The Dragon Soul will be there, and they will be able to snowball their lead further forward. And we say snowball their lead. It's 300 gold. Like, their lead right now on paper is just not there, but as far as their composition, they are in exactly the point that they want to be at this state of the game. So it will take some heroics here from Hanwha Life in order to get themselves back in this one. And I just don't know how they're going to be able to do it with the composition that they have available to them.
Well, things are definitely going to be a little bit dicey. We always talk about here that the gold score does not really paint the full picture. It is so hard for Renekton, Sejuani, and Sylas to engage onto KT if they're playing from a defensive standpoint. No one can get onto Ezreal. And the Varus, he only has 1.5 items right now. So maybe he'll complete his second item. I don't even think so, as he picks up Stopwatch and a Longsword. So not even going to get to Duskblade of Drakthar or Umbral Glaive prior to the Cloud Soul fight. And that's just really bad news. Everyone on KT is so far ahead when you consider the team composition. It's going to be really difficult. Sylas doesn't even have Stopwatch for this next fight, even though he's building into Zanya's Hourglass.
I'm upset about that one. I think that Amp Tome should certainly be a stopwatch if they want to be able to team fight at any point soon in this game. Maybe expecting to find a cheeky recall and grab that Zhonya's within the 1.5 minutes that they have before that Cloud Soul fight is available, but I'm not sure whether that's the thinking that he had, as Shirley is going to be able to take down this outer turret in the mid lane, and Hanwha Life do get themselves some extra global gold. That is going to even out the gold entirely. We are square between these two teams. But as far as Power Spike's concerned, Aiming still has his pretty comfortably. Kuro looks to be building towards either Morello's or the Void Stone. And Lava is just clinging to relevance. This is his time to shine, honestly. He's going to be able to land the pivotal piercing arrows, then he should be able to keep KT low enough to a point where they're not going to be able to teamfight as effectively. But that's going to be a tall order. I feel like Varus is like a less safe version of Zoe in this stage of the game as lethality.
Yeah, and the Jarvan just able to get onto him with relative ease. As Bono is actually just going full tank, which is a little bit surprising because I think that there is a lot of value to just having a Black Cleaver inside of your build.
Oh, no. Okay, so it looks like he's going full tank, but that's going to be GA Black Cleaver, 100%.
Oh, okay.
It's got to be. It's got to be, right?
I love the glass basically full.
Yeah, my glass is most certainly half full. I really hope that he doesn't go back to buy before they win the game or something like that, so in my mind I can be right. But Kuro is going to find a whole Hanwha Life team. There's the ultimate to come through. The Glacial Prison is going to land. Bono gets the knock up, and the Cataclysm destroys the Varus before he can do anything. And the Sylas isn't able to make it out. It's a team fight win before it even really started on KT's side, as Aiming tries to Mystic Shot a turret. He's not going to be able to do that, but he should be able to take a Baron.
This is so bizarre, though. They're going to the Baron over the Cloud Soul. And I would think that just getting the Cloud Soul and then using the Baron as a forced neutral objective to fork Hanwha Life would be a much better decision. And now you can see Tushin and so on. They're trying to go over to it, but they're way too late. Honestly, a bit of a lopsided decision. Yeah. I mean, they get the Baron. They're going to get a lot of advantages off this. It is just a little questionable. And you're absolutely... I know what you're thinking.
Yep.
The Cloud Dragon doesn't mean anything for Hanwha Life, and that is true.
And it also means that they're not going to be forcing an earlier Elder Drake, which is going to be a more problematic thing to play around when Baron is available as well. And so I can understand that KT probably completely okay with just opting in for a trade, getting themselves an earlier Baron to grab more global gold, extend their lead further, and try and just get a stranglehold on this game. But it looked like Kuro was caught out of position here as we check out the replay. Oh god, oh no, that was just amazing.
As Tempt even blowing his flash for no reason, he's not going to have that available. And this is what we were talking about. From the champion select all throughout the game, how does Hanwha Life's team composition do anything? Not only were they beat in every single lane and also the jungle, when all 5 champions come together with one another, defensive Rumble ultimates, they ruin your day. All of a sudden, Silas actually has to run away. It's like parting the Red Sea. Rumble suddenly becomes Moses in the middle of the team fight, and with Cataclysm plus Equalizer, you have the reach to Varus. And so if he doesn't have Flash, he has to run for the hills. He can't stand still, which means that he can't be Legolas at Helm's Deep. And Ezreal is just raining down fire, unable to be touched.
Yeah, and he has Arcane Shift, so that if anyone tries to jump on him, he's just able to get out of there instantly. Yeah, it feels like Hanwha Life's composition has run its course, honestly, this game, as the gold lead balloons to about 3,000. It looks like Blade of the Ruin King should be the next option here for aiming. Pretty understandable, as now Cuvee and Haru looking for Soan. He flashes very early, gets the hop, but doesn't get the double bounce. And now looking to try and speed himself up with the Hyper, but he shouldn't be able to. And that is going to be a very dead Nah. But the rest of KT here towards the top side, just putting the pressure on this inner turret. Is aiming, Arcane shifting forward, as he loves to do, but he should be okay to do it this game.
They'll look at to raise this top tier 2 turret. They should be able to get it. There's really no way for Hanwha Life to defend it. This will increase the gold score to about 3,000.
Yep.
And now you take a look at the items across the board. You have the Warmogs on the Sejuani. She's not going to be getting any economy anymore, really, in this game as the camera pans to her farming mid lane. But most of her jungle camps are probably going to start going over to her carries, which means that her gold stunted. She's probably done for the foreseeable future. We take a look at the replay. So he tries to run away. He shouldn't actually flash here because his death timer changes nothing on the map. So even if he could flash and live, it's just not worth it. It's much better to have flash for the Mega Gnar engage at a later team fight than to live there and prevent 450 gold from going over to the opponent.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether Soan is going to be able to find his flash before that next fight. I have a feeling the answer is going to be no, as Kuro is winning on the XP. Tempt very close to him there, though. As you can see, our top laners, no real differences there either. As Hanwha have moved out of their base just a little bit. This is a position that Lava should be able to get a bit of damage and does have his flash now available once again. But can't quite find the piercing arrows that he's looking for, and you know there's a target on his back. Tucson actually is going to find it as the True Shot Barrage does a lot of damage. The Equalizer, all of Hanwha are fighting on it right here as Bono throws through the Cataclysm, and everyone is melting on the side of Hanwha Life, even with the bottom side going in favor of Tempt. The rest of the team are dead, and Tempt is going to have to try and find a way back to his base now as KT has a stranglehold on this map. Aiming should be able to find Tempt. It's just one cheeky Q, and he is going to be able to lock that one down with the help of Bono and friends. With a minute left on the Drake, it should be a broken base, a Dragon Soul, and then a game win for KT.
Well, that is going to be, at the very least, the inhibitor going down. Death timer not too far away, though, for the Renekton and the Sejuani. So they'll turn around after this. They are going to strut their stuff over to the Cloud Soul. As we take a look at the replay, pay attention to this. Bono flag and drag, and I don't know what he was looking for.
Interrupt Haru or something?
I have no idea. A little bit of a detour. Equalizer really on point and just doing so much value. And honestly, Atlas, I wish that there was a way to get 2 MVPs this game.
Yeah, me too. As Bono's going to find another target. Lehens dies as an afterthought, and Cuvee tries to run towards the bottom side. KT, they're interested in the Cloud Drake, so it looks like the Crocodile will escape this time, but he's not going to escape this map with a win. This is all KT right now, just dotting their I's and crossing their T's. An Equalizer on the Drake. That's what I'm talking about. He knows he's going to have that back available very, very soon, considering his couple of Cloud Drakes that they have in their back pocket. Nice work there. Oh, Kuro.
So this is really looking like all she wrote We're just going to wait for the inevitable endgame push. Will Aiming get a Flame Horizon?
He might.
We're going to have to find out. He's really close to it. 3 waves away.
The thing that's difficult here, right, is you'll be looking at this game and you'll be like, oh, Lava's so bad. Why did he play like this? Blah, 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 blah. But honestly, it was down to the draft. KT drafted a composition that's able to stop Varus from playing the game unless he has a threat or something that can heal effectively for him. We would talk about this replay, but it's just 2 players on Hanwha dying. And there's not really much more to talk about. But Lava just can't get into fights to do damage.
Yeah, he absolutely can't. And so this is a little bit of a rough game. We'll see if Hanwha Life can bounce back in game number 2. That'll be the one where they are on red side.
Yep. As another knockup comes in from Chrono, throws down his Gargoyle Stone Plate. Not going to be taking too much damage here as Lava gets 1 auto attack, but honestly, he can't approach the KT team members as Tucson takes a fair bit, but Bono's back in again. Gets himself a heal as Cube down very low. Haru's going to die first. The front line gets eviscerated. It's a triple kill so far for Aiming. Make that one a quadra, as now he finds the pentakill 2 in a row. One day, then the next. Aiming going to grab the first for the LCK for Spring.
And that is a fantastic feeling to get it as well in this game. The Ezreal is really the prince of this team composition, and I think with the pentakill Atlas, just so that we're not the oddballs out, I feel like the MVP has to go to Aiming.
Oh, you reckon? Not going to go to Bono for just winning every team fight
or
consistently?
Kuro with the equalizers. See, this is where it gets tricky.
I know, right? It's a toughie.
Really,
it is certainly a toughie. Oh, man, that's hard. That's hard. I mean, do you just follow the Penta rule? If Penta MVP, you know?
This is where
I'm pretty sure that's a statement in the code when we calculate MVPs.
It's either between Bono, Kuro, and Aiming. It is so hard.
I'm giving mine to Bono. I'm not doing it. I'm ignoring the script. That if statement is cancelled. Just cancelled it. As my picture, by the way, on the stream is
I'm gonna go
terrifying.
with.
Have you seen it?
What?
My profile picture on the stream.
Oh no! Let me tune in.
Oh god, dude. I think we're gonna have to adjust that for tomorrow. I'm just.
You have
know,
definitely
man.
seen some stuff.
I know. Oh man, it's like I looked at the script and it didn't say anything good, you know?
The script says that we're in for 14 games today.
No.
Couple of remakes. Maybe some more pauses.
Yep, yeah. Because we're going to have a look at some replays here from Aiming's perspective when he picked up his pentakill, the 4th of the LCK for Spring, but his first so far this season. Is what we were talking about. They were calling Penta after the second kill. My god. That was a real clean one though.
They end up getting the win there. And things are looking good for them in this opening series.
Yeah.
So we'll see what they can do in game number 2. Remember, Atlas, we need not look any further than the drafts here in round number 2. Any churs?
Yep. I'm with you. I'm with you.
All right.
Absolutely. 100%. So, so far, LS isn't tilted and everything is going to be intact, but we still have the next game. And KT have been known to throw in weird situations and Hanwha Life have been known to come back. So if any of these games today are going to go to 3 games, I think this one's probably the one with the most money on it. And I'm ready to watch more of Bono performing well, of Kuro having sort of just great team fights. He was always known for good team fights, but man, after this first death, he didn't die too many times after that and was able to lay down some of the best equalizers that we've seen. Just a really clean performance from KT. Even though they didn't have huge leads, it just felt like it didn't matter whatsoever. And it just came down to the draft, much like our friend LS very much enjoys. This is key. This is pivotal League of Legends. This is exactly the League of Legends that we want here in the LCK.
Well, let's see what happens in game number 2. And like you were saying, Hanwha Life also in this game, remember, the mid and top definitely seemed very off synergy with their jungler this game. I failed to speak right there, as it was a little bit surprising. And they had a very tall ask on them, weren't able to really do anything.
Yeah.
Right here, this was Soan's needless flash.
But he bought a bit
As
more
he just ended
time
up
with
going
it.
down.
You know, maybe that's the argument that we have here. But yeah, no, it just wasn't necessary. But then this team fight happened, and Tucson engaging really well, Bono creating space in the back line. The Cataclysm here is actually great for multiple reasons, because A, it locks down Lava, of course, but also it's using the Cataclysm to sort of peel for the rest of KT at the same time. Felt like KT's comp had all the peel that they wanted, and Humble Life's had absolutely zero, so they just got mown down.
Right. And this is a pretty consistent trend here in the LCK. So we shall see. As a lot of highlights actually playing. What I'm most excited for, as well as the collective, and probably you included,
Oh, yeah.
is the TFT mobile app.
Oh my
that
god,
is probably
the
coming
Pengu
up in
Man,
the break.
it's so good. I'm just gonna
It's the only
buy
reason
some
to
Pengu
actually tune
merch,
into
like
this
all
cast.
of the Pengu merch. Where can I buy it? I think I can buy it at Lol Park, can't I? I can buy it at Lol Park, right? Right? Yeah? Pengu merch?
I'm sorry.
Any truths? No. Oh god. Yeah, apparently not.
Absolutely false.
That's a yikes.
Pepe
Well,
hands.
do you know what's also a yikes? Is Varus doing 9,000 less damage than an Ezreal when he's lethality Varus. That number should be the highest in the game, win or lose, for lethality Varus. It's so easy to just to keep pumping out these piercing arrows, but it just shows how put down Lava was this game. And I want to see him on a champion with more agency, either through the draft or through his own champion pick in game number 2. Because we know this guy likes playing the Varus as well. So, sorry, this guy likes playing the Ezreal as well. So I just want to see Lava able to perform in game 2.
Well, we'll see what happens there. Aiming is definitely, I think, the person to pay attention to. But also, can Haru get a better jungle matchup? Because in this one, it was really hard for him, especially with the lane dynamics. And I felt like this game was really just all eyes on the first, like, 12, 13 minutes. And then it became really easy to see how the mid-game and late game would probably transition, assuming expected level of play. But
well, we'll
we're
see
gonna go to a
what
break,
happens
TFT
as we
Mobile.
move to game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to have a short break, but when we come back, we'll see whether Harmwell Life can find themselves a victory or whether KT are once again going to get the 2-0. Stay tuned.
Look at me in the chat.
Boy, you all wanna looking at a champ. You looking at a champ.
Look at me in the chat. Yeah, look at me in the chat. 오늘 왜 떨리지? 오늘 왜 이렇게 떨려?
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to the LCK Spring 2020. I'm Atlas, joined by LS once again, as Hanwha Life look to try and strike back against KT, who just demolished them in game number 1. There was never a moment that we doubted it. After the draft, that was when it was all over. As my good friend LS has already notified all of you, there will be spoilers based on the start of the game as to which team that is going to win. He is just too good at predicting post-draft.
Thank you, Atlas. I did just check before coming back into this game. I'm currently at 37 out of 40 correct in the last 40 games. Okay, so we need to make it 38 out of 41 here.
All right, well, I believe in you. I believe in you. And I think that possibly believing in KT is going to be a good move, as Aiming's going to pick up the player of the game because he got a pentakill. That's why.
That is exactly what's going on here, as he did deal a lot of damage as well. I mean, he dealt an okay amount there, Atlas. 45.8.
Come on.
I think if he just did a little bit better, he could have been 46%, and that's why I'm not quite impressed.
Yeah.
But leaves much to be desired, you know. So hopefully he can play a little better here in game number 2.
I think Bono deserved it that game. I really do. He was playing very well.
Yeah, he was my second vote.
Yep.
But, you know.
Sometimes you have to give it to the pentakill. I understand that. I certainly understand that.
The ship said that only people who vote for Aiming get admission, so.
Well, I mean, I don't really want to go on the ship. If you saw my recent tweet about how Ejim is going to get to Korea, it's not the ship that you want to be on, okay? It's broken. Real broken. As this is the pentakill. This is player of the game right here, as you can see. Aiming, arcane shifting all over people. Grabbing those mystic shots. 7 out of 9. Thankfully Jonas Strong right there with me. Right there with me. So I don't feel too alone.
Is that his
prediction.
slot?
That is his slot. He is the main observer. So you guys know that Jonas Strong is that guy, and we can blame him accordingly, because he's the one that always has the weird votes, along with me.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Well, let's take a look at what the draft is going to have in store for us in game number 2, and what type of things Hanwha Life maybe have up their sleeve.
And see what kind of substitutions they're going to have up their sleeve as well. Will it be Vista making his way back in? Will Zenit have a game? Who knows what's going to happen? We know that Hanwha does like to mix up their roster quite often, and it might just be that that's not what they're going to want to do. So we'll see. We'll see whether this is going to be the same Hanwha Life or whether the blue side is going to be a different one. And it is confirmation that Lava will be subbing out and Vista is coming in for their blue side match. And I don't know whether that's necessarily fair. Yes, Lava had a bad game, but he was set up to have a bad game. I don't think it was all on him. He was just playing a champion that couldn't function in that particular game of League of Legends. And that's not super fair, you know?
No, it's definitely not. So let's see if he can get on a better champion this time inside of the draft. But now KT going to be on blue side. Let's take a look at what this can possibly mean.
Is it going to be blue side Ornn ban once again? I think that answer is going to be no. But Hanwha Life working out what they want to be taking away as well. Because the more they leave up, the more KT actually has to ban on the blue side. Because otherwise, they're not going to be able to get any of the... They're not going to be able to get enough of the priority picks with just the one first pick that they have. As Jarvan taken away. Here we are. Bono has been banned out entirely. It's over. Bono's champion pool. Gone.
It's completely doomed at this point. As you just have to wonder. I mean, it might be it. We might already... I might have to call it here, Atlas.
Oh, God. So now because your success rate is so high, now you have to add more difficulty. Is that how it is? Like, you need to predict a victory after the ban phase now. As Ornn's left up, Aphelios is left up. There are so many champion picks that are still available. KT could also go towards the Kalista. I would suggest Ornn here instead of Aphelios, because Kalista and Aphelios are both very strong. However, they're just going to go towards the Aphelios and say, hang it all.
The thing is that Soan is a player that can definitely play Kalista, and between Aiming and Vista, they're two of the Aphelios players in Korea.
That is true.
I know that a lot of people argued between which one was maybe a better Aphelios. I personally on the side of Aiming. A lot of people did like Vista as well, but Aiming definitely had a lot more oomph inside of his play style with it. So, Hanwha Life, they pick up Ornn, they pick up Varus, but this leaves Kalista open, and Aphelios is nothing to scoff at. Trundle is now going to get locked in.
Yeah, Trundle to be taken away here. Just trying to subjugate the Ornn, potentially. That is going to be Bono's third rung, as far as his jungle picks are concerned. We'll see how it goes. There's now Kuro with 13 seconds to go. We'll see whether he locks away a support here. It's sort of what you'd expect, and it is going to be the Taric that is going to take place third. KT saving their solo lanes for after the second ban phase.
You know, like the deep mind, like meter, it like goes up and down to decide who's winning. I feel like KT is winning right now. I feel like if there was a robot saying that someone had an edge inside of the draft, it would definitely be KT. As Kindred comes in.
Okay, we thought maybe it'd be Pyoshik that had picked this up first, but on this patch, she has been buffed. Gets a little bit more AD per level, I believe, has a bit more mana as well. Just some good stuff being thrown in there for the Kindred, so let's see how this one is going to go. They do have a tank already on this roster. So double AD carry gives Vista the ability to go towards the poke Varus a little bit more comfortably this time as well, if it is Vista that's going to be playing it. So a lot more flexibility here in the draft for Hanwha. I think the Deepmind may have moved back a bit. What do you reckon?
Well, the Kindred is a little bit interesting because Kindred actually ruins ruins Ornn as his straight up engage. The thing that strikes me a little bit peculiar is the Taric is already present. So now if a real team fight breaks out, Taric might not cast his ultimate until Lamb's Respite comes out, and then he casts the ult nearing the end of it, and then his team has invulnerability with the heal coming out of it. And it's a very bizarre setup in my mind, and I'm trying to think how they can wrap it together, because Hanwha Life as they stand right now, Ornn very heavy engage, but they're all short range, and now Taric has an alternate mode granted by the enemy's Kindred, which makes me a little uncomfortable, Atlas.
Yeah, I hadn't actually thought about that particular interaction, and that is really bad news for the Kindred. It feels like Haru has picked this champion purely based on his jungle matchup, and hasn't really looked at the rest of the map just yet. That's a little bit dangerous, but that's a brand. All right, guys. So if you guys have been playing solo queue ever before, Varus brand is disgusting. Dealing with that lane is just so much poke damage. And if you can land your abilities, it is very, very scary. So
are they gonna pivot the Taric top?
Oh God,
that would be. There is a high MMR Taric top player in Korea, so it's not out of the realm. Yeah, it's not unheard of by any means. The Jace getting picked up strikes me as a little bit strange, but everyone on the side of Hanwha Life, except for the Ornn, very susceptible to lethality Jason. We talked about how he might be coming back into the meta. The Zoe strikes me as very peculiar, given that there is already an Ornn and what we assume to be lethality Varus.
I actually don't mind it, because KT do have a really strong poke composition, and it works well against the low range of Hanwha right here. Could potentially get some work done, as Maokai is being hovered. Sword, are you here? What's happening? But no, most likely will be Cuvée. Of course, has been playing a lot of Maokai as far as his career is concerned. Of course, not recently. But that will be Tempt playing either the Tree or the Forge God in that mid lane. And we do have Varus brand confirmed. A very rough lane if you are a melee support or anyone, to be honest.
Okay, it's going to be Maokai. All right, we're just waiting to see where everything is possibly going.
We'll have to wait until that 20 seconds does tick down. We're expecting the brand support, but both Maokai and Ornn have been played in the support role, so who knows? Okay, confirmation that brand will be in the support position. Tempt on the Ornn in the mid lane, and the Maokai heading towards top.
Unless they do some sort of a lane swap that is going on. So the thing is that they have double Abyssal Mask or double Sunfire Cape on the Maokai and the Ornn. So the late game scaling cannot be understated here in this game. I do want to see if Varus is Comet or if he is on hit. That dramatically changes what the draft does end up looking like. But Aphelios, Taric, Zoe, Trundle, and Jace, Zoe does have a lot of clear targets with her bubble trouble. It very scary. Maokai, though, and Ornn really ruin her life, and they create a lot of problems, but Aphelios has a lot of power as well. This is one of the more close drafts that we've had here in the LCK because they both have clear identities in what they're trying to do, and it matters how they play it out.
Well, you're still going to have to make a prediction, LS, because we need to spoil the result of this match as soon as possible. And here we are onto Summoner's Rift. You have the confirmation that it is Comet Varus, so a little bit of extra information for you there, LS. Who's going to win?
Give me a sec. I'm trying to run through some. I did this with Valdez yesterday. You're gonna need to give me like a minute, okay?
All right.
A lot of these champions I haven't actually seen in a while. I gotta dig through my my memory.
Well,
hold on.
So Brand is like, you know, you like Zyra, right? You're a Zyra fan. Brand is basically Zyra that doesn't have plans. Just does a bajillion damage from the support position.
This is true. This is very true.
I think that KT's bottom lane probably won't be able to lane very much this game. That is what my assumption is. But, you know, you take your time. You take your time. Let us know.
I don't know where G-Sun is. I'm getting a little nervous that I don't have the script.
You haven't sent in your request yet. It's actually difficult because we don't have like all of our sheets that we normally have. You know, we have to do all of our own prep this time. It's so strange.
My brain's breaking, Atlas. It actually is. It really is so close. I feel like I'm flipping a coin right now.
Well, you're gonna have to.
Who I say, I'm going to.
Okay, do you want me to?
I'm gonna go with KT.
Yeah, good. So it turns out that you did get the email, the script email. Because I got that email too, and it said KT.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
It's so good to be home, right? Because it means we have access to our PCs and we can just open up our inbox and have a look at that script instead of having to, you know, rifle through our phones in the middle of a broadcast. This is much better. And yeah, it is going to be KT that takes this game, and I think it's because they're going to be able to coordinate their poke a little bit more effectively throughout the mid game and continue to bunker down. However, I think Haru does have a lot of agency in the early stage of the game, and we'll see whether he can lock down all of the marks, because of course we are being facetious when it comes to the script and things like that, and Hanwha Life do have a lot more keys to victory than they had in game number 1.
Oh, they definitely do. And I want to point out that I think that I think if you flip the coin over and over and over, I think actually it turns up Hanwha Life more often than not. But sometimes I do this stuff in prediction. I'll actually post from the rules doc on Twitter later on, where sometimes I don't think that the draft edge is big enough relative to the team.
Yeah.
And so while I still think KT is going to win, I acknowledge that Hanwha Life does have a lot going for them. And it is really scary, depending on a series of events that can unfold. If Hanwha Life gets ahead, there's no coming back for KT.
Well, Lehens trades flashes here on the bottom side. Mark is coming up, and so Haru's going to move on over and collect that one. Has the bottom lane with priority, and we'll be able to lock that one down free of charge, of course. Little do they know that the Trundle is towards the top side of the map, so not going to be able to challenge for that one anyway, but really good heads-up play here from Hanwha, showing that they know how to play around this Kalista pick. What the heck? Kindred pick. It's too many K-sounding 80 carry style champions now that Kais is in the meta. It's just, which K do we have? Ugh, ridiculous. Anyway, Haru is going to be going back home.
Every kiss begins with K?
Beg your pardon?
What?
AFK?
You've never heard that commercial?
No, which one?
Every kiss begins with K.
Is that a Special K commercial?
Yes, I think so.
Oh, cool. I thought that Special K was an American cereal. We got that in Australia too, so I understood. Getting there.
That's fine.
No, but I actually have no idea. But at least I didn't think that Donald Glover's character name in Community was Childish Gambino. I at least get a pass on that one.
It's alright, yesterday I completely messed up. I said Donald Glover.
I know. It was not great. That being said, you got saved by Valdez having no idea about pop culture at all. So you're fine.
He really is very sheltered, isn't he?
He certainly is. He knows a lot about video games. He just hasn't ever watched a TV show in his life because he's too busy grinding that MMR, you know?
Yeah.
Which we've got to respect. We've got to respect. There's people in this industry, but it is still hilarious. And if you're watching, Valdez, I'm very sorry for calling you out. There's a slight gold lead here for KT as far as their farming is concerned, but this is a slow burn composition out of Hanwha. So not worried if you are a Hanwha fan at this stage. They are going to be starting off this Cloud Drake. Yeah, some low health bars on Hanwha's side. Bono, yeah, runs his way forward. Oh my god, the stun was huge, and that is going to be the first blood. Going over to Kuro, a disaster for Hanwha, because also, they just leashed the Drake for KT, who will be able to spike earlier in this game, and if they have a Dragon Soul, it's only going to help more.
And interestingly enough, actually, the Cloud, oh man.
Yep. We're in trouble here in the mid lane as Tempt is going to get chased down by Bono and Kuro, but the Paddle Star misses. He is going to survive for the moment. Didn't even have to flash, so I think I got a little bit overexcited.
Still a little, I mean, well, I don't want to say a little big victory. That is a Rhode Island thing, I believe. But
a little big.
As it is a nice little victory there in mid. You do chunk the orange quite a lot. He is on the Ignite right now with the Spellbook. Kindred really struggling to get anything. You can see the markup on the left-hand side. I think Haru is actually gunning for it. Bono already into the level 5. Kindred's only 4.5.
Oh, God.
Right now.
And now moving on over to this mark. They can see Bono. Oh, God. Yeah, that's a free mark.
Yeah, that's going to be the second mark of the game. Haru actually smiting early.
That is a high roll. That is a huge high roll for Haru.
Yes.
Because he was on exactly the right side of the map for that to be spawning as he's now looking for Sohan.
I think they're trying to make this work, but Sohan not letting the minion wave come in to allow anything to happen. Right now, it's a 1,500 gold lead.
That's
this
crazy.
Early on. Aiming, doing a fantastic job down in bottom. Take a look at this replay one more time. Kuro doesn't have level 6, doesn't need it. Ends up getting in there with just the heal being utilized to close the distance for the Paddle Star.
And the Bastion with the Dazzle was so clean as well. Out of Tucson, just really good stuff from these guys. And it feels like Trundle just has more in his kit than he otherwise would. Because you throw down the pillar, you slow everyone, and then you get basically a free stun if you have a Taric there with you. Works very similar to that of an Olaf in the earlier stages, if there is a Taric behind him as well. So good to see KT utilizing the kits of their champions very well. And so far here on the bottom side, after what felt like an early game that was going in Hanwha Life's favor, because they were playing around Haru so much, they sacrificed their laning phase. And now they're getting bodied.
Well, aiming down here in bot lane is up 18 CS with lane control right now on the Aphelios. And the Aphelios is such an important champion in the later stages of the game for dishing out that consistent damage when Ornn and Maokai really do try to hard engage. And Kindred on the opposite side of the map right now. Vista doesn't have flash, doesn't have his heal, so even when he dings level 6, it's going to be hard to set up a kill. And so Haru not finding anything. This is going to be Rift Herald going over to KT. And I will say that the gold score at the top, it's not lights out for Hanwha Life. Remember, they get the Ornament Sunfire Cape. I don't know why I'm blanking on its name right now. They get the Abyssal Mask, Forge Fire Cape on both Maokai and on Ornn, which has insane value against KT. And then you're also going to have the Abyssal Mask. There's a lot of magic damage on the side of Hanwha Life, so amplifying it for each other going to be another really big thing. But the Lethality Varus probably going to be, yet again, hard-pressed to really do anything in this game because so much of it is close quarter combat.
Yeah, there is a bit more peel available for Vista this time around because there's a Maokai, there's an Ornn, there's things that can create space, not to mention the Lamb's Respite being able to be set up if Vista is dove on. So it's not going to be the same situation that Lava had to deal with in the first game. But you're right, I think it is going to be one of those games that could be more difficult than not. And of course, Aiming will have far more agency in this game because the cool thing about Aphelios with all of his different guns that he has, if he has Calibrum, then he can join in with all of the poke that's going to be going down. Moonlight Vigil is always going to be one of those skills that can be thrown out at range. And then Paddle Stars and Shock Blasts can allow this team to siege very effectively. And then you can utilize the Taric and the Trundle very well for disengage. So this composition does have multiple modes out of KT, despite the fact that Hanwha does have one of these double tank, large amounts of damage composition.
You know, the other thing, I really like what's going on here in terms of itemization. Tushin, he comes back to lane, he has Ionian moves with the Cloud Dragon super early on. And this creates a lot of pressure because he has so much CDR on his ultimate. And Tarik's ultimate at rank 1 is really long, and typically Tarik doesn't get CDR until later stages of the game. So ends up being very good, but he can trade. Okay.
Yep, Bono looking forward to get the flash out of Temp. Really good pillar is going to come in, but Temp breaks it immediately. That Searing Charge was already queued up as the pillar was coming down. Really clean stuff from Temp to get out, but it still should mean KT have control. Flash Moonlight Vigil lands. Lehens has to flash to get out of the way as this Brand is just stopping there, watching the Varus get obliterated. And Lehens is going to escape, but the AD carry not going to be so lucky as So-On also has push priority on the top side, and KT say, well, we'll wait on this Drake. We're going to take some plates first.
They have Rift Herald, and the thing about this is Varus is missing CS, he's missing XP, and while the Brand is getting to get all the solo XP, for some unholy reason, unbeknownst to me, he does have Swiftness Boots, first item, so Atlas, I don't want to talk about it. Rift Herald being summoned down here in bot lane, gonna get all of the gold on aiming on that Affilio.
So big.
And they're gonna have a 4,000 gold lead here. They're gonna pick up Ocean Dragon as well. And if they roll Infernal, it doesn't matter how tanky the ornaments is gonna be for Hanwha Life. This game is just gonna end at 25 minutes.
Well, I mean, to be perfectly honest, if they roll a Mountain Drake as well, it's also bad news for Hanwha because they were lacking in damage anyway with their double tank solo lanes. And it's going to be the Infernal regardless. So, oh God, if Hanwha Life can't find themselves some sort of stability within the next 5 minutes, it could just be all she wrote already in this game. And LS is only going to be even more correct on his draft predictions. Oh God, Haru, he's taking half of his health bar from a Jace with only one serrated Dirk worth of lethality.
I just want to give a shout out to Ji-sun for all the scripts that she does.
I know, and thank you so much for sending them so quickly to our email addresses.
Yeah, exactly. Take a look at this. Heal was even used right there for absolutely no reason.
Oh, for fun. Celebration here. Although they were dying, so I guess not really much for celebration.
Brand's build is absolutely Build-A-Bear Workshop, and the other thing about this is that Hanwha Life is super far behind, and yet Vista elected into Umbral Glaive first item. Yeah. I'll tell you what, Atlas, Umbral Glaive first item typically doesn't matter when you're behind because you can't push forward looking for vision to clear out, nor does the vision really matter because the opponents are always coming to you.
Yeah. Doesn't feel like a great one, as we've got Hanwha Life moving on over to try and grab another mark for Haru. You can see Bertha is here, but there's the on-horn. Oh, great stun. Going to come down, and Temp's going to be denied. The Rams return as Lehens just gets bopped in the front line, and now KT are converging. There's the ultimate out of Tucson, keeps himself alive, and now they just move on to the Lamb's Respite, and Haru, this is not an ultimate that's used for himself. It was used for KT as Cuvee trying to get out. He flashes, but he's not going to survive because aiming's there with his gigantic range. I believe he had Calirum. He did, and that was what was able to get him that kill onto the tree. And Vista watches as the rest of his team just melts.
And this game is all but over at this point. They're going to get more turret plates, actually, up here. Look at Affilios.
Oh, my God.
Does quite a lot of damage to the turret. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get two of those. Kuro says, thank you for the leash. Beautiful pillar by Bono.
Somehow he managed to interrupt the Ornhorn with a pillar, which is really hard. That CC is just not very long.
Right here, Vista not able to join in the fight. Lamb's Respite had to be cast early. You see Cuvee tries to walk back in. Nice flash attempt there by to try to get the double stun. Wasn't quite able to get it. Didn't matter. Maokai went down in the end anyway.
Yeah, I believe aiming had him marked with his Calibrum as, oh God, Lehens just gets absolutely chunked. And Brand does not deal with poke very well, nor does he deal with a game where he's behind very well. So it's just all bad news for the first brand pick that we've had in like, what, 1.5 years or something like that. We saw the stat up on the screen before. It was Max in 2018 that played this to a loss. I don't know when the last brand win was. Might have been a long, long time ago.
Well, Brand, it was really nice to see him come out, but again, you saw me struggling in the early stages of the game to try to like wrap my head around what would end up happening, and
you're not struggling anymore?
That if Hanwha Life fall behind, it's really hard to come back.
Okay, sorry.
They need to be really on point, and the oppressiveness right now for KT is just it's so obnoxious, and the fact that they're ahead with the Taric in a really good position, it really just spells lights out. 1 minute until Infernal.
3 levels behind Tucson, by the way. Let that one sink in.
You matter what?
No matter at all. As the outer turret is going to get chunked. Shirley's in there. Cosmic Radiance very early, as we've got the Brambles coming through as well, but the Ornhorn did basically nothing. You can see they're holding onto the trigger for a very long time. Subjugate keeps Quano alive, but basically as long as he wants to, and the AoE is going to be available now. Aiming, trying to get some autos. The Calibrum is loaded, but they didn't want this fight. They wanted to take down the turret and move on, and that's exactly what they're able to do.
They're actually trying to get a reset off before this Infernal Dragon, 37 seconds. It doesn't actually matter if they don't have vision of the river, because they're just going to walk right in. They will just waltz right in with J-Shock Blasts lighting up the vision, the Zoe just basically making use of her R as well as the bubbles, and then they'll be able to just walk straight into Hanwha Life and take the Infernal right under their noses. But if Hanwha Life try to defend, it's probably going to be their last stand, because if they lose that fight and the Infernal, gold lead is just going to be way too ginormous, and the amplification to all the stats.
Yep.
It's going to be like a 15,000 gold lead equivalency.
Gigantic and enormous, ladies and gentlemen. That is a very, very large thing. That's what we're saying.
Right here.
The thing that we witnessed in that last team fight is actually one of the reasons why this composition, why I was talking about it being so good out of KT. It's the fact that they used what was primarily engage in the earlier fights as disengage, which is why the Ram didn't work, why the Brambles didn't work, and why KT were able to get out without losing anyone. Teleport in from QV here towards the bottom side. They do not want to give up this first Infernal Drake of the game, but KT are in position as well. Soan wants to get the Shock Blast over as Trouble Bubble does go wide, but Haru, look at that. The chunking from this guy is just ridiculous. Soan on the bottom side, unanswered. As this is Haru that locks down the Infernal Drake. Ram comes in. They want to try and turn onto Soan, and they will be able to take him down as Moonlight Visual just pops Haru before he can even press his R button. And now, 4 versus 4, KT wants to get it. Hanwha Life are behind enemy lines right now as the Brambles are coming in. But there's a dead Brand. He's an afterthought right now. He does basically nothing. They'd prefer a cannon minion as Tucson throws down the ultimate. QV's going to be taken. Temp's going to be the next one, and Vista just going to try and walk out without being spotted by these wards that KT has. Tucson wanted to chase him as Kuro is going to bounce over that wall, but they're not going to be able to find the Varus at this point, but it doesn't really matter if you're a KT fan.
Yeah, the gold lead extends to almost 9,000 gold currently, as KT, you can see that they were posturing for it. Bono, I think he was actually expecting Kindred to try to use the Lamp Fight to keep the Dragon alive. Ended up getting out-sniped, which it is a nice little victory for Hanwha Life. The problem is they have like 3 champions that don't really utilize it all that well, given how they itemize. So, while it is a victory, it's more so just a denial, and that is a key point. However, they lose the ensuing team fight. They lose out on all the minion waves that are also happening here, so the XP and the gold just keeps going in KT's favor.
The unfortunate thing is that KT give up their perfect game potential after losing Soan there, so just really disappointing stuff from Soan, to be perfectly honest. But gigantic damage out from Kuro and Aiming. Really great performance from these two so far, and I think Aiming's heading towards double player of the game for today, which is really, really good to see, as QV is most likely dead. That's he's just going to be stuck in the puppy pit and taken down. 1 auto is going to be there from Aiming, and he locks down that kill. Now 5-0-3. Yeah, he went 10-0-5 in game number 1. So far, he is 15-0-8 over the series. And aiming, we know that he's had his ups and downs so far in the LCK, but when he's on, he is really on. He's certainly one of those confidence players. If this continues for the rest of the split, it's very scary if you're up against KT.
And things are just looking scarier and scarier here for Hanwha Life. Kuro pushing in the mid lane.
What's
They lock up Temp. You can see how tanky he is, though.
Just insane. His Tempt is going to go golden, but that's a half health bar on the on. He gets knocked back.
Now,
and the
here it
Lance
is. Here's
Fight
that
is
sequence.
Very early, exactly like you were talking about. They're going to be immortal and healed on that Lamb's Respite as the Ornhorn comes in. Double knock up, but who really cares? Aiming down very, very low. Is taken down there. But Cube is also going to fall. The inhibitor's going to follow suit, and KT still win the fight.
They end up raising the bottom inhibitor as well. They're going to actually hightail it out of the base, though. Now, the one thing, though, is that it is a bottom inhibitor, but it's very, very early on into the game. However, we just saw them push a inhibitor turret and just waltz into the base, so probably doesn't mean anything. They do get a shutdown at the end of it. You can see Temp is really far forward. Haru trying to cover Kuro from being able to enter from the left-hand side. Lamb's Respite came out, but then Taric ultimate, granting everyone.
From Tucson as well was just perfect.
So, lots of stuff going on inside of this game. Aiming did go down, which is a big victory. But again, this isn't just deaths and kills. It's a lot of lost minions, a lot of XP going the way of KT. They're up over 10,000 gold right now inside of this game at 21 minutes.
It's probably our
10
biggest
Dark
early
Seal.
lead that we've ever, biggest lead at 20 minutes that we've seen so far in the LCK for 2020, right? It's got to be. Got to be up there.
Yeah, I think this actually might be the biggest, but for sure. As Kuro coming off of a recall, I'm actually really surprised. I think he elected to finish Morello instead of upgrading the 10-stack Dark Seal, which would then grant him the Magi Soul Sealer passive and also a boatload of AP. So, a little surprising.
An odd choice.
Is that one?
Well, we'll see whether he's going to be able to utilize this Morellonomicon effectively. Remember, Lamb's Respite is a big deal this game as far as healing is concerned. So I'm going to boot back Tempt there somehow. That was very, very strange. The Ornhorn not going to connect for the first time. Will find someone afterwards, but now aiming, just going to walk up to the Orn and collect himself another kill. That gives him 8. He would have been legendary, but he died earlier on, so not going to be happening here. As KT push out this bottom minion wave with the super creeps, and we'll be able to open the door to a Baron whenever they would like one. But it's going to be Infernal Drake first.
So they're going to get Infernal, and in a different universe, this would be Infernal Soul going over to KT, but as it stands right now, it's going to be the first Infernal. Trundle does get himself, I believe, he just got 8 AD? Or he got 5? I think he got 8 AD.
Yeah, but it's not too bad when he has no damage items whatsoever. Cube is possibly
no, I think it's 5. Fine, though.
Yeah, Onslaught comes down.
Cube
Few autos there as Amy's going to try to take down Cube. He's pretty tanky, but with an acceleration gate and a pillar, good night, sweet tree. That's a twisted advance to his demise.
And Kuro escorting the mid-minion wave, and they're just way too far ahead.
Yeah, it looks like Baron's not even on the menu because they don't have time for dessert. They just want to go home or stay home, which is weird.
The thing that's so surprising about this is just how far ahead and how much they blew Hanwha Life.
Yeah, they
basically
just
out of the water.
exactly.
Forest.
Just gigantic damage
Never
from
any
Kuro
problem.
here. He is too far ahead, and as a Zoe that's too far ahead, that is very scary stuff. As Bono gets himself the ultimate out of the Cosmic Radiance, and will just never be going down. Aiming, he's got himself a shield from the Severin, and they're getting to work on the next Nexus turret. Haru is in his Lamb's Respite, so he's going to survive for a little while, but he's still very, very low. There's the Brambles that come forward. The front line here from Bono, though, is very strong and has himself the heal from the Taric as Temp has to flash to get himself out of the way. There's the stun, and Kuro locks down that kill. Low health bars here for Hanwha. They at least have a fountain to try and fight back, but the Nexus is at half health. Tempt should be just going down here as Bono goes in for a little bit of a bite, but is unable to actually secure the kill as Haru just gets obliterated by Kuro. And this is all she wrote. KT with the pretty swift 2-0 over Hanwha Life.
And that is gonna be it. So KT with a very this was the fastest series I think we've ever had in LCK.
Well,
I
for
believe.
2020, I think that you might be right, my friend, especially with the fact that we
2020.
have shorter breaks and things like that as well. With no analyst desk and things like that. We got a vote for an MVP, though, and I think that Bono finished this game with 100% kill contribution on his Trundle and didn't die. Is it time to vote Bono again?
I'm giving it to Tushin.
Ooh, okay, yeah, I'm with you.
For the Taric stuns, set up a lot of stuff.
And the
Taric
ultimates.
ultimate set up a lot of stuff, and the ult, yeah. So I'm gonna give it over to Tushin. If I could give an MVP to someone else, though, I'd give it to G-Sun for the script.
Yeah.
This is exactly what I would do.
And we do get an MVP interview, don't we? So it might be the bottom lane that we get to have a chat with, which is pretty cool. If it is Tucson and Aiming that pick these ones up. We'll see where it is going to go, though, because Aiming had, yet again, another very good game. A definable KDA in the end, but a very, very large one. And it felt like no matter which AD carry that was fielded by Hanwha Life, they just weren't good enough to take down Aiming this game. But it's a story about bottom lanes in their entirety. So I think that Tucson and Aiming both played very, very well this series so far.
Well, I think it was overall a very impressive performance by KT as they continue to make a legitimate run.
They're 6-5.
To becoming
They are 6-5. They started 0-5 LS.
It's a Cinderella story, Atlas.
It's
You ready
just
for them
beautiful.
to end first?
Yeah, I'm ready. This is KT winning spring, just 100%. It's got to be, right?
See, this was it. You have to get excited.
Yeah.
If you do get excited, they do win.
But you have to
if
remember,
you try to not get excited, it's like a spirit bomb.
There is no KT on this team anymore. This is like an amalgamation of older Freaka and Hanwha. You know, like, I don't think the same rules can apply when you have literally zero of the factors that were there in 2019, 2018, and earlier.
I think what really started to happen for KT is that Monty started making LoL content again.
Oh, no.
So drawing off of that energy from the North American continent, they've been reinvigorated.
Yep. I see it. I see it. Well, hopefully in quarantine, it's going to stop any of the negative energy getting there and they can just thrive off all the positivity that is heading towards KT's way, because after a performance like that against a team that was able to take down Dragon X, remember, Dragon X are a good team and Hanwha Life dispatched them in that 3-game series. Not entirely sure how they did it, but they did it. And we're going to have a look at some of the highlights here. Look at the Dazzle. Just really great stuff.
And that was off of the heel, so Kuro really knowing his distance. Bono had some really nice pillars.
Oh, yeah.
This game. As pay attention to Tushin inside of this fight as well. Lots of good bastions, lots of good stuns all around, as well as his ultimate. Setting up so many things, dancing at the edge so many times. A bit of a failure right there on a mechanical aspect. Didn't really matter, though. Cube did end up going down. Vista, yet again, not able to do anything on this Varus. You know, if we're thinking about an AD carry that would have been a lot better in this team composition, it's 100% like Jinx.
Yeah.
Or some other hyper that has ways to basically be protected by the Ornn, by the Maokai, but also has ways to poke and set things up. Even Twitch,
you can play
as bizarre as that
You can play a
sounds.
Juggernaut comp with the Ornn and the Maokai, right? Like, that's exactly the style of composition that you could do with having double tanks in the lanes. But with the lethality Varus, it doesn't really work, even if you do have the Kindred there for more consistent DPS. No, I completely agree with you. I don't know whether the Varus really was worth picking twice in a row for Hanwha, so maybe some draft thoughts need to be had after today's match. They still do have time to try and make their way over to the west to try and get onto the ship. It's the starboard side, I believe, that you're able to get onto the ship via. So that's what they're trying to aim for, but not quite able to, because KT just say no. The ticket is certainly in their back pocket right now.
This was just the end of the game here where KT had way too big of an advantage, just prancing forward all over Hanwha Life inside of this game. And Hanwha Life, you gotta really respect it. They are still being a bit different than some of the other LCK teams, but some of their creativity is coming at very awkward spots inside of the draft phase. They've also managed to lose some of the games where they did find really big draft edges, but this one, obviously a lot closer. I had to think about it a lot at the very start of the game.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the sequence of events that would have needed to play out for Hanwha to be really favored in the mid to late game didn't happen. And when that doesn't occur, KT's team composition is just going to run all over.
Yep. And as you can see, the Aphelios with a lot more damage than the lethality Varus, aiming having another fantastic game. But I think this was about the support staff. This was about the Trundle and the Tarek this game, really making sure that all of the carries could land free poke on their opposition without any threat of dying whatsoever. And everyone did their job, but I think that Bono and Tucson were exceptional this game, despite, you know, aiming being very, very good. Kuro also having a great performance on the Zoe. His Zoe has always been fantastic, but continues to be
And
so.
it is Tucson.
Yeah, we're going to do it. We did it. And kill participation of a 94% is pretty good, but 1-0-16 on the Tarek, just looking radiant right there on your screen, as you saw. Tucson flashing out of the way of the stun, so Haru denied his first kill. And it's this Dazzle. This is some POG material. That's what gets you the POG, guys. Great stuff.
Well, they're probably feeling really good about this. We have to wonder how the remote online play is actually affecting KT. We should
true.
hopefully hear about that from them inside of the winner's interview, as it's time to get excited again, guys.
Yep. Get excited, and let's see whether it affects them like it did the previous KT roster. Because I think it's worth the science experiment, right? I feel like we should all get excited and just see, you know? As we've got a bit of a mixed bag when it comes to the votes. We were both Tucson, but Korean casters, only one of them voting for Tucson. And of course, Jonah Strong being weird, he threw his vote out once again for Bono. But the other observers, they're all about Tucson as well. So it's very close to a tiebreaker, but 5 out of 9 do go to the man in the bottom lane. And it means that our POG interview is going to be with both Aiming and Tucson. I don't know whether we have confirmation of whether we do get the POG interview. I think it's determined on which team it is and whether they have the setup to do it. I know Gen G did it yesterday, but who knows what's going to happen now. I'm just excited.
KT does have it.
They do? They have it as well?
I believe.
All right,
Yeah.
there we go.
Yeah. Aiming has currently Super Saiyan hair,
Ooh.
not Super Saiyan God hair.
All right, all right.
So you'll see that soon.
So
Atlas.
we've brought it back.
We have brought it back. He's powering up again.
Okay. Well, we'll see whether he can defeat Frieza and whether that is Tucson. As
Defeat Freeze.
I think we're
Defeat the Freeze.
defeating Frieza
He's my arch
is
nemesis.
by actually doing a freeze in the LCK. That's how you defeat Frieza. We've got to get through that saga first before we can even get up to Cell or any of those the more fun ones. I personally think Cell Saga was the best. But
Cell Saga is the best.
all right, good.
Yeah,
I'm glad that we're in agreement there.
we are.
But yeah, you have to get through Frieza first, which has a lot of filler episodes, more filler episodes, I think, than a lot of the other sagas. But then once you get there, I mean, it's pretty pog for the whole way. I even thought the World Tournament was really cool, and Majin Buu was really cool. There are a lot of great parts.
No, I love Dragon Ball Z.
Mm-hmm.
I really love Dragon Ball Z. I haven't totally caught up on Super. I've read some spoilers, and I didn't like what I read.
Oh, that's always dangerous because then you don't
감사합니다.
really
Yeah.
want to do it. Anyway, we do have the interview here with Aiming and Tucson, so we'll throw it over to Ji-sun for some translation.
Picking up a win. How are you guys feeling? Now you guys marked 6 serious winning streak after having such a long losing streak. You guys bounced back so hard. How are you feeling? First of all, I'm really happy that we got this win, and we started with a 5-match losing streak. So we were just going down all the way down to the ladder in LCK. Now we're climbing back up 4th, 3rd. It's our time to climb up to the top. Just like T1, the 13-match win streak. Are you guys also thinking of something like that? Are you guys getting that feeling?
이제 저희도 가능하지 않을까 싶은데.
Yeah, I mean, It's possible. Especially we used to be rivals, so if we kind of work harder, we will be able to make it happen, but we still have to kind of perform better to become their rival. Then what about you, Tuzin? How are you feeling?
일단 오늘 좀 이어서 기분 좋고
I'm happy that we got the
저희가
win,
POG를 받을 정도로 잘 했는지 모르겠는데
but I'm not really
일단
sure I
POG 받아서
performed
기분
good enough to get this POG. 에이밍, 펜타킬. So, when you are trying to get the penta, what scares you more? Your teammates or the 5 opponents or the 4 teammates?
하나도 안 들렸는데.
So let me break it down for you. So
네.
picking up 5 kills in a
네.
row is harder, or your 4 teammates that trying to steal the penta away from you. Which
네.
one scares you more? Well,
아무래도
I
동료가
have
더
to say my
무섭지 않나.
teammates bothers me more.
일단 쿠로 형이 확실히 먹으려고
Especially Kuro, always trying to get that penta.
형이 좀 무섭단
So
말이야.
Kuro kind of scares me. Did Kuro give you that kind of impression?
네네. 그래서
Yeah.
진짜 빨리 먹으려고.
So I really tried hard
그래서
to
했던 것 같아요.
get that penta.
그 쌍둥이 타워 앞에서 더블킬을 먹었을 때
And you also
오늘 하루에 이거 두번 펜타가 나 솔직히
got a double kill near the Nexus turrets in the end. So were you kind of looking for the back-to-back pentakill?
거기서는 못 느꼈는데
Not really.
좀만 더 잘했으면은
But
이제
if I
할만했던
pulled
것
off
같아요.
a better play, maybe I could have get another penta.
저는 개인적으로 브랜드 픽이 나왔잖아요.
Well, Lyra also has a question because
네.
Hanalife Esports, they actually played support brand today.
솔직히
Well, to be honest,
대로 하면은 저희가
if we
이길 것 같기
just
때문에
play
전수 픽을 준비했다
well
생각했는데
standard play, it
그게 브랜드여서 깜짝
could have been just easy, but they
게임 시작했을
came up
때는
with a
별로
very
아무 느낌 없었던
unexpected pocket pick. So we were a little bit flustered, but it really didn't affect in game.
변수만 아니면 된다.
그렇습니다.
멋있는 것 같아요.
자 이제 5연승에서
KT
6연승까지 갔고
on a 6-match win streak. Now it's time to climb up to the top in the West.
자 그럼 KT 앞으로 두 선수들
KT,
각오 한 말씀 팬들께
what is your goal for the split and any last message for the fans
남은 경기도
in
최선을
the
다해서
remaining
잘
series?
준비해서
I will do our best and prepare as hard as I can and showcase better and improved performance. And Tuzin, anything to add on?
이제 소윤이 형이 인터뷰에서 뭐 13연승을
So-
하고 싶다라고 인터뷰를 했는데
So the player
모르지
also
않았거든요.
mentioned that we are looking for the 13-match win streak, and we are not really that far away from it.
열심히 하겠으니까
So we will do our best to make it happen in reality.
거의 반도 안거든요 벌써.
I mean, KT Roster, they are already on the halfway through the 13-game or match win streak. So wishing the best of luck to the KT players, and this will be the end of the interview with Aiming Tusin from KT Roster, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, G-Sun, for the interview translation. And welcome back to the I was going to say caster desk and got confused because there is no caster desk. But welcome back to Atlas and LS, I guess, for staring into your soul while we do our best to commentate at the same time. My picture is terrifying, LS. I'm just not a fan. I'm going to do my best to try and change it towards the next one. This was from a photo shoot, I believe, like last year or something like that we did at LOL Park, and I don't know what happened, but things weren't good. But we are going to check out the standings here, as you can see. 4-7 for Hanwha Life. They are falling back down again, but 6-5 for KT. And if they keep winning like this, I mean, Afrika are only on 6-4 with one game still to play.
So, Hanwha Life, they fall down into really dangerous territory. I don't even know if they're actually the favorites against some of the bottom standing teams right now, and that is a very scary thing to consider, especially Damwon. They're tied with them right now. Damwon really struggling so far here in the LCK. Afrika is one loss away from actually potentially swapping with KT if they're even.
And also,
I believe things are just getting scary.
Yeah, they are. And also with Sandbox playing next, they will be able to even up the scoreline with Hanwha if they get a win over Griffin, who are currently occupying the last place in the LCK so far. And Sandbox did look better in their more recent performance.
And the other thing is that Sandbox will have better points. So they'll actually be ahead of Hanwha Life.
Yeah, they will, because they're only on -4. They'll be able to actually get up to decent points at that point. It's weird to see that they're on such a low point score, but it's because they've been 2-0'd so many times. And that is a big problem. But ladies and gentlemen, Sandbox versus Griffin will be up after the break. Will Griffin be able to turn things around? Will Sandbox be able to continue their success in the second round robin? Only time will tell as we move towards our second but not final match for today. The 3 best of 3s. See whether my voice can handle it. But now I'm going to take a break and make a cup of tea or something like that. You got a plan for the break, LS?
No.
All right, well, we'll see you back after whatever LS does for the next match, Sandbox versus Griffin.
Yeah. Yeah. Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Cleats on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is
You're
win.
looking at a CHAMP. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, RIP, ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you don't wanna
You
be.
looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2020 Spring. I'm Atlas, joined by LS, and it is time for Sandbox versus Griffin. What an incredible matchup. To my left, a long way away, is LS. LS, are you looking forward to this hype match?
I am very much looking forward to this absolutely hype match, Darth Atlas. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I just
For
wanted
that-
to play with my my new mixer thingy. It's very exciting.
I can tell.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can tell.
Yeah.
That you did seemingly want to do that.
Thanks for bearing with me, guys. We're going to go through some points of the match, though, here for a Sandbox Gaming that was able to grab a 2-0 over a Freak of Freaks recently. Griffin fell to Gen G, but that's to be expected against the best team in the LCK at the moment. But their lineup change is crazy. What do you think of Lonely up there towards the top side?
So the whole thing with Lonely, which is so surprising, is the fact that he's playing over Summit, who many pros considered to be the best top laner in the LCK. And so it really raises a lot of eyebrows as to what is causing that, what's going on. Now, Sandbox did manage to look clean at some points.
Yeah.
You know, playing with this new roster that they are utilizing here in the LCK. And I don't really have anything bad to say, Atlas. Okay?
Now, speaking, this might draw out some of the bad to say, but what's your
Okay.
opinion on Hoya versus Sword as far as the Griffin lineup is concerned?
So, I do believe that Hoya is better than Sword, but I don't know really to what extent or by how much. I know that Hoya is very high on the ladder, but he spends a lot of his time duoing with the substitute jungler on Griffin. So I'm curious to see what's going to end up happening there today. Also, he does seem to have an affinity for more control-y kind of top laners. So, still sort of in the same boat as Sword, at least in that regard. Not like hyper carry tops or anything with insane mechanical finesse. But taking a look at the team stats here,
Yeah,
not
anything
really
standing out as far as this, what is that? First death with win rate? What does that mean? FB with win.
Win rate with first dragon.
First dragon. Yeah, that's another word that starts with D. All right. And it looks pretty good for Sandbox.
Well, Punch, Lonely, Dove, Root, and Gorilla.
Root
Gonna be
coming
the lineup
in, though,
here.
for Leo is cool. Good to see him back after really being the priority in round 2 was Leo more often than not. So we'll see whether the former Jin Air carry is able to put on the carry pants once again here today.
And we'll see what the lineup is going to be on the flip side, as Griffin, they are still struggling to find their groove. They look very lost, and it doesn't seem like there's any sort of a comfort change with this new online format coming out here today.
And it might be a move back to Sword, who knows? But it is going to be Hoya, as you can see on your screen right here. Tarzan will be in the jungle, Yukal back in the mid lane, of course, and then Viper and Irove. So no changes other than Hoya being moved in over Sword. So let's see whether he's going to be able to find some footing. So far, he's played Sylas and Lucian up towards the top side. Maybe some more standard picks need to be seen to really judge this guy up against our other top laners, you know? Got to see some of that Aatrox to really get those judgments out, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and so let's take a look at what they're going to end up drafting here today and what kind of synergy they're going to manage to have, because again, lots of eyes on Hoya coming into today's match. In fact, it's even the key player matchup.
I think this is really cool, actually, because Lonely is stepping into some very big shoes. Hoya, a different story. He's stepping in to try and save a struggling Griffin. And as far as the stats are concerned, often when you've got a smaller sample size and you've been winning games, of course, you're going to have a better scoreline, but a 6.7 KDA ain't bad. And is currently second as far as the overall LCK is concerned, so not bad for Lonely. As Hoya on the other side, not boasting exactly the stats that we'd prefer, but his CS is certainly good.
Yeah, absolutely. As we'll see what kind of champions they're going to end up picking there today, as obviously Hoya, he played the Sylas and the Lucian. Now remember, Griffin's last loss was against Genji.
Yeah.
So it is a bit acceptable, all things considered. We'll see how they fare here. Okay, fast pick ban is going on right now.
They almost banned at the same time, which is interesting, as the Ornn, of course, going to be that first ban. Sandbox actually prioritizing the Varus, which is interesting, respecting that flex pick. See whether Kalista gets the same treatment as Griffin. Thinking about their second ban, Senna to be taken off the board. We're looking at the bottom side a lot right here, as you can see. LeBlanc being the first, or I guess first and a half mid lane ban to come in here for Sandbox. So now Griffin wondering what the next priority is going to be. I'm expecting something aimed towards On Fleek to come out here, but we'll see where Griffin's mind is at.
And Griffin is going to ban away the Sejuani. That means that Kalista is available and immediately locked in.
I love it. I actually think Kalista
Sandbox.
Kalista is great for Sandbox for multiple reasons, right? It can flex between AD carry and top lane, which is great. But also, if it's played bottom lane, Gorilla utilizes the Kalista so well. Prey was always fantastic at Kalista, so when they were together, and they were for so many years, it was Gorilla that was able to really dictate team fights with an extra button that he was able to press via his AD carry. So very fast is this draft so far, as Set and Jarvan were very much the priorities for Griffin. And then the Pigeon Man and the fabulous gentleman on the bottom lane are going to be picked up. So we've got mid lane and bot lane for Sandbox already locked away. And with the Kai'Sa being picked up, we've got a solo laner or support in the set. And we've got jungle and AD carry.
Well, if there was a deep mine meter in this game, it would be off the charts for Sandbox, I think. This B1 through B3. Compared to Griffin's R1, R3. And it's just because the Azir, the Kalista, the Taric, they are directly answering every single gear or mode that Set, Jarvan, and Kai'Sa would ideally look for. And then, even in isolation, they're just such strong champions. The Kalista has the pivot up to top lane. If she goes up against the Set, we saw that while Set and a Jarvan duo against Nuguri's Kalista yesterday was able to put Kalista really far behind, Nuguri still won by 50 CS despite all the early game problems, and that's the dynamic of that matchup. So Griffin now banning away Rek'Sai and banning away Lee Sin, so physical damage junglers are being taken off of the table, perhaps wanting to try to just pinch that jungle pool. Obviously, Olaf is still on the menu. He's not super good against the champions that Griffin has right now. You're still looking for more mid-rangey kind of champions. Griffin, though, They have to select something blind here.
I think Rumble would
might
make
just
a lot
be the
of sense
support
here.
to get the bot lane out of the way.
Yeah, but Rumble can be flexed multiple ways and makes a lot of sense to be picked up in that position. So Viper going to take that one away. There's now Root and Gorilla thinking about jungler and solo laner here for Sandbox. And Aatrox might be the option here. That would be putting the Kalista towards the bottom lane, which is what we're expecting, given Kalista Tarek's power right now in the meta. 4 seconds to go, as Aatrox would be a very comfortable pick, and something that Sandbox often does, but I find it to be a very strange one into the set that they often decide to go for. So they are going to lock it away, and now Punch thinking about the Elise for Sandbox in the jungle.
And Aatrox is picked up.
And I was talking about On Fleek before, and it's actually Punch that's going to be playing, so I apologize to Punch there for making assumptions of the jungle role. If we remember back to when Sandbox did their most amount of subs possible, that was when On Fleek was the only player not subbed. This time around, he is going to be taken out. Okay, that's a Lucian. Most likely going in Yukal's hands. Potentially. Or Hoya. This could be support set. Top lane Rumble. Sorry, support set. Top lane Lucian, mid lane Rumble. That's what I'm assuming.
Okay, so the thing about this that is really a bit strange to me is they're currently positioning the Rumble up in top lane against the Aatrox, but that's not that bad of a matchup for the Aatrox. The Elise, relative to how everyone can itemize, I think she does have insane value here against Griffin's team composition. And past 2 items, they really just fall off of a cliff. Tarek's ultimate has such insane value in the later stages of the game. The Azir beats literally everyone on Griffin. The Kalista has a field day against everyone as well. So Griffin, they need to get ahead in the first 15 minutes. And if they don't, then everything basically ends up coming down to Kai'Sa.
Yeah, that's the scary thing. I mean, Viper has had a lot on his shoulders in the past, but this is certainly a mid-game composition with a Kai'Sa there to try and at least fake out that they can do something in the late game. It's a scary situation, whereas on Sandbox's side, I completely agree with you. I feel like their lanes are very strong, and also they scale very well, and also they can set up for Elise quite nicely. This could be a very scary game for Griffin fans. So are we giving it to Sandbox? Is that the call here today, LS?
What is your call, Alice?
I'm reckon it's all Sandbox. Dove is actually a fantastic Azir player. Kalista is very strong in the meta right now. Every Jinner 80 carry has always been great at Kalista. That's just a thing. And so as we hop onto Summoner's Rift, my money is on Sandbox for this game.
I have to agree with you on that one, Alice. So
maybe I've debated
Griffin
you, and I'm going to ruin everything.
Going to ruin my week 6 streak. I'm currently at 16 out of 16.
Ooh.
So it'd be a real tragedy if it ended here today.
Once again, we see the Omni Stone support set, which I'm very excited about. I do like the Omni Stone, just in general. And Dove going to go towards the Hail of Blades Azir. I love Azir because he can run so many keystones and no one can really be upset about it. And this is one of the more recent developments of what an Azir can do. So Dove going to have a lot of trading potential in this mid lane and can abuse the Rumble relatively effectively. Kalista Tarek pretty good, by the way. Yeah.
Yeah, 10.5 patch is treating Kalista very favorably. I almost could not speak right there. Like that?
Yeah.
I think Lonely might just actually land a Q as Griffin. They're starting things off with an aggressive play.
Yep, as Hoya moves into the enemy jungle and will find Lonely. Lonely, not so lonely anymore. As we've got a blue side start for Punch.
Apparently ranked 10 right now on the Crane ladder. And there's all the Control-y champions that I was mentioning early on. Rumble, Set, and Ornn. Root and Gorilla actually going to concede the initial first wave. Tarzan doing red into bot lane pressure, but Irove probably not going to have one of those super wonky level 1 plays that he had in his last series against Gen G.
I actually really like that Sandbox conceded the start of the wave because they knew that Tarzan was on the bottom side of the map starting in their jungle. So not wanting to give him any opening for a level 2 gank that Jarvan loves so much. I completely understand that piece of decision making. As Hoyer, of course, is going to be pushing in this top lane, and Lonely's going to pick up as much of the CS afterwards as he can. As Viper and Iroh get themselves to level 2, and will just continue being very frustrating. Dove utilizing his Hail of Blades to great efficiency, but Tarzan's going to help him shove out the lane for some reason. Please.
So they're going to shove out the lane, and now with that ginormous minion wave, you can see Punches here. They are absolutely anticipating this. I'm curious if Punch is actually going to go into the brush. They're going to get the bad news bears in a second.
Oh, he's out of vision.
Man, this
really
is a
good
perfect
positioning.
Counter gank.
Well, in comes Punch now. We'll see whether they can actually find any. The Facebreaker lands onto 2 as the flash out there from Root, but now trying to turn this one around. Iroh has to run, but is going to survive. It's a 1-for-1 so far as Viper doesn't want to pick up turret aggro yet again. You can see Tarzan back in for another one, but the Cocoon point-blank range as Root is going to get killed. The flash out and able to survive with the Triumph. The flash out there, but not able to get it done. And Viper makes his way into the brush. A successful dive in the end.
And it was really nice intention by Sandbox down there in bot lane, but the execution by Griffin worked out so clean. Now, one of the things about this, though, is that Azir in mid lane didn't have to move. So Dove is well into level 4, and he got a lot of chip damage onto the turret, a lot of solo XP. But remember, one of the ways he crashed in, you take a look at this. We are breaking the fourth wall right now.
Oh,
the entire
God.
chat's freaking out.
Please welcome us back. Hello. Is anyone doing anything? Hello.
Saved.
Saved? Are we saved? Are we back?
They said saved.
Ah, hey guys. Welcome back. We didn't say anything important. Don't you worry. There's Punches here towards the bottom side of the map.
We
He's
were
looking to
saved.
clear out this control ward. And he does so. And I'm glad you guys are here. I was getting so lonely. It's a great dodge.
Lonely, lonely, lonely.
From Dove? Yeah, it's hard saying lonely.
You ever heard
in
that
this game.
song?
What?
Okay, whatever.
Are you talking about the one from
Not a big deal.
never mind. Lonely's gonna get
Totally
cold. It feels bad.
Lonely does end up getting called. I mean, he's down 11 CS right now, but we'll see how much he gets from this wave underneath the turret, and then we'll know the real CS discrepancy as Dove.
Oh, he's in trouble, but that's a great Empress Divide. Oh, misses the cocoon punch. No, that would have been a kill there, but Irove is in position. Sandbox don't push too far forward, and that's a gimme that they didn't get.
That is absolutely so sad for Sandbox. Dove set that up so well, not even having to use any of his summoner spells. You can see Punch now coming over, Lonely here with him. Knock up onto Jarvan. He doesn't have flash, remember that.
Yep, World Ender is going to be in there, but it's a great equalizer from Yukal. Already the Jarvan has fallen down, though, and they don't step on the red carpet. Lonely trying to get out of there. More damage from Hoya now as Dove has to flash, but Irove gets in position. He doesn't have the ultimate, but it doesn't matter as Lonely's taken down as well, and Punch is behind enemy lines trying to slink his way to safety, but I don't know whether it's going to happen. Tarzan is already back up again. And Hoya searching, but not exactly in the right position. So it will be Punch surviving. Very sneaky little spider indeed, but still great advantages for Griffin.
And Tarzan doesn't even actually bother to look for the Elise. Viper initiating a lane swap right now. And again, their gold lead is still at about 1,500, which is a little bit surprising because that was a nice little victory for them right there. So I'm wondering where this is coming from. I guess there is a turret plate that was captured down in bot lane.
Yeah, a little bit of an advantage in the solo lanes for Sandbox as well, as Dove has been laning well, as Lonely also has been doing some good things. But he's now going to try and steal away a Rip Herald, but instead going to get knocked up. Irove once again is here because this Kai'Sa is just on her own the entire time. Good healing coming through from Lonely, but it's not enough as 4 members turn up. And that is the second death for the top laner of Sandbox.
Yeah, I have no idea what the follow-up commitment to that was. That was, you know what? He's lonely. That's all. He's just really sad. He wanted friends.
I mean, it's in his name. It makes sense.
It is.
Much like Cloud Templar and his obsession with Amumu back in the day.
Well, this does mean that a lot of turret plates are going down to bot lane. Remember, Kalista is a monster for this team composition. So, Root and Gorilla doing a really good job down here in bot. They're even going to actually get the ward right there. So, 3 turret plates have gone their way, but now Hoya going to start finally getting turret plates for himself up in top lane.
Yeah. Oh,
nice combo.
Yeah, third Q there from Lonely, but he's just going to get culled for it. As Hoya a bit frustrated on the positioning there, given the fact that he had to run into the wall and it was avoided. But still, good news for Griffin. Not exactly the CS lead that you'd want as a Lucian top against the Aatrox at this stage of the game, but still not too bad for Griffin. And Blade of the Ruin King well and truly on its way here for Hoya as Tarzan turns up mid. They're looking for Dove once again, who doesn't have flash, remember, nor the heal. Because now he has to move out a little bit further than he'd otherwise like. But not going to take the bait is the Griffin jungler. And Punch now moving back towards his jungle. Has his Runic Echoes now completed, so a fair bit of damage available for the Elise. We'll see whether Griffin can continue with their foot on the pedal. One of these interesting compositions is when you're talking about like power spikes of when these compositions are going to come online, you'd expect Griffin to want to play around the mid game, but Sandbox have a lot of mid game tools as well in their hands.
Yeah, and they absolutely do. So we'll have to see what ends up being the third dragon of the game, as well as what Lonely has DC'd. Elise has DC'd. Wait.
And we're not pausing?
Wait.
Hello? Sandbox is DC'd? Oh, and if all of Sandbox DCs, none of them can actually pause it. Oh dear. Okay. Well. Okay, Sandbox's internet just died in their entire team house. So that's a thing.
So they would have to initiate a chrono break?
I believe so.
And, well, you know what? I mean, probably really difficult to get internet connection to a sandbox, if you know what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
well, I think that's the issue right there. You know, when you've got a sandcastle that you're playing League of Legends out of, it's not really going to get wired very effectively.
I would like to take this opportunity to, well, first off, thank God I got you today, not the uncultured Mr. Bread on Valdez over there.
You mean Bronze 5?
Welcome. Yeah. As we're back now. This is actually the preview show to the LCK Pog State episode number 5.
Yeah, which we are going to be filming pretty soon. Actually,
we are
excited to get into it. Able to talk about what we've been up to in the brief hiatus that we had. Thankfully, it was relatively brief, only a couple of weeks off, and we'll be filming that one pretty soon. And we are, by the way, guys, just to go back to the game just for 1 second, we are going to chrono break back to the point before the Sandbox players did DC. So it might take a little bit of extra time. Apparently, the issue at the Sandbox house was one of their own making. They were trying to fix some audio stuff, and unfortunately, things went a little bit haywire. So it does mean that we just plug stuff back in, and we should be back in action, and things should be okay. But I think because of the chrono break, we are going to take a little bit of extra time. So we're going to be able to continue talking about our Pog State episode that is going to be coming up. So yeah, we're going to be filming that most likely on Sunday or Monday. What suits you better, LS? Do you want to do it before broadcast on Sunday, or do you want to do it on Monday morning?
I probably want to do it on Monday morning.
Yeah, I reckon.
Most likely.
You get in all of the games, and hopefully have it out before our next week starts. And then, it's going to be a little bit more up to date. I like that idea as well. It is going to be a remote podcast as well for the first time. So we're not going to be meeting anywhere. No bathroom this time around. So if you guys have been following the Pog State, once again, we're not going to be filming it in the bathroom. That may happen at some point, just not this point. We're going to get a replay of something. Lonely jumping on over, trying to grab this kill on Tarzan. We know how this one happened, though. Didn't necessarily work out super well for Sandbox. But still able to get one of the kills is good news. But one for two. My math says that's not so good.
No, it's definitely not good at all. As UCal keeps saying, at least no flash, at least no flash.
I'm going. 나 가는데 나 뒤에 있어.
I'm below you, I'm below you.
얘기하면 상대방 또 갈 수 있어. 여기 앨리스.
나이스.
나 혼자 쫓아가 볼게.
오케이, 난
You
집
guys
갈게.
just burned everyone down. It was pretty scary.
Definitely a bit strange. As this was, speaking about things that are strange, this was actually one of them as well.
I mean, why would it ever be a good idea for Lonely to go and try and contest that?
That's what so I can understand trying to get the true damage and steal away the Herald, but it's still just such a coin flip. In the moment, obviously, it is really exciting. So at the time of the current pause, I don't know if this is prior to the chrono break, it's a little bit under a 2,000 gold lead for Griffin.
Yeah. And they're 4 kills in the lead. No turrets have gone down yet. But Sandbox are, I believe, ahead bottom side with the amount of plates that they've been able to pick up for the Callista. So with Irove roaming around, it certainly was successful, but what it's done is put Kai'Sa a little bit further behind. So there is still a chance that Sandbox can make it to a mid-game where their Callista is at a acceptable level of power, right? Being able to get maybe the Blade of the Ruin King and a Zeal or something like that for a fight around second Drake or something. Or third Drake, perhaps.
Absolutely.
It's probably where they're aiming for in this game.
Let's see what they can manage to do after the pause.
Look at us. We're a little bit squished. Little bit squished. What do you think?
Oh, we are actually, and that's probably why your face is like that. You feel like the walls are caving in on you.
Yeah, I'm like Luke Skywalker in the trash compactor right now. I'm just not having a great time. I'm yelling at 3PO a lot, telling him to let me out. It's all right.
Definitely.
R2D2's coming. He's gonna change my picture for me. It'll be a-okay.
Everything's gonna be fine.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But yeah, those are the stats. Griffin's in the lead. We're sweating a little bit because this might be the first loss of LS's drafting prediction.
You
know?
need to not say stuff like that.
I'm just saying, who's in the lead?
That's not the way that you need to think about this.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
All right. By the way, have you noticed that our names, the way they're written, the font is basically the same as the Atlas video game company, the one that makes Persona and stuff? It basically looks the same. It's like I'm sponsored. Isn't it cool?
Okay.
That's my little bit of information there that I've got for you. Now that there's basically nothing else to talk about.
Atlas, did you get Animal Crossing?
I did. I haven't been playing it very much. My girlfriend's been basically hijacking my Switch for the majority of the time. I do have coconuts, though. I got coconut trees outside my little tent. Feeling good. I don't even have a house yet, man. That's how much I haven't been able to play it.
Well, that is a bit sad. Hopefully, I found out about Tom Nook yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
And he is now my spirit animal and my idol. Apparently, everyone is in debt to him. So
yeah, it does sound like something
he probably does collect Twitch Primes.
Oh, my God. Yep. Can you buy Twitch Primes from him, do you reckon? From his little shop?
I mean, that sounds like a good idea.
Yeah.
I think he probably does Prime checks on the hour every hour.
I would assume so. He'd be the real streamer.
Well, see how long it does take, by the way, for the Chrono Break and everything to end up going through here.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen the new Pokemon movie?
No, I haven't. Where is it released? Can I just download it and watch it, or something?
I think it's on North American Netflix. I don't believe that it's in
you
Korean
serious?
Netflix.
Hang on, let me double check. Thankfully, I'm at home, so I can just browse the internet right now while we're in the middle of a broadcast, much like I used to back in the day when it was bedroom broadcasting. But I do get to just look to see whether the next Pokemon movie is available. Sorry, I need to make sure that I can. It's a weird. Oh no! Why does Netflix do that? It auto plays so many different things, and I don't want to listen to them right now. I want to be able to listen to you. But never mind. I just need to go to the search. So let's just put in Pokemon and see what we can find. All right, what's it called?
I think it's just the Pokemon first movie remastered.
Oh, it is. No, it's out.
It's out in Korea.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I know what I'm watching after LEC.
Heck yeah.
Live viewing tonight.
I mean, you've got multiple monitors, don't you? You do both at the same time.
You know what? That sounds like an absolutely fantastic idea.
Mm-hmm. And you could probably do it on stream as well. Just tell people where like both the LEC and Pokemon is up to. And then everyone can experience the double hitter. That's pretty good. You have to admit. There's actually a fair bit of Pokemon available to watch on Netflix. It's kind of cool. You got Sun and Moon, X and Y, and the X, Y, and Z, or Z, depending on where you're from. Yeah, lots of different options. It's actually kind of sweet.
I actually just started. So I collect high-end Magic the Gathering cards.
Yes, I did know that.
So I do have a couple of Black Lotuses that are high graded, but I just started actually getting into getting Pokemon cards that were high graded.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think the art. So I'm getting them. So they're a lot more affordable than Magic the Gathering, and I feel like I don't spend my money on anything, so I just do it for. I think they look so nice, so it's like artwork.
Yeah, I actually love Pokemon cards, man. I've got so many, and I've kept all of them. I'm not one of those people that's like, oh, I've got this Pokemon card collection from when I'm a kid. I'm going to sell it now to try and get some money, which doesn't get you very much money, by the way. Pokemon cards, unless they're like the really special ones, it's not like your collection that you used to have as a kid is now going to be worth money. It's just not, unless they're like a ridiculously good condition. We are back into the game, as you can see, but it's just a Cloud Drake being taken. Next dragon's going to be a mountain. No one really minds about that, because Hoya's going to be stealing away the red buff, but yeah, so like they don't keep their value as well as I think Magic the Gathering cards do necessarily, but I think there's still like a niche for them, right?
Yeah, there absolutely is. I mean, there's actually been some really good sales over even some of the newer released Pokemon cards. I think a BGS 10 Hidden Fates Charizard or something sold for a couple grand.
Oh, that's
in
cool.
the last couple of months. And interestingly enough, I think a lot of people that they hear this and they think, wow, it's just cardboard or something. and it's actually it's been really holding amidst the stock market crash and Bitcoin falling and stuff. There's still been some really good holds and sales for, I guess, graded collectible cards. Not even just like Magic and Pokemon, but also trading cards from physical sports.
Yep.
So, really nice.
I like it. So you reckon my Charizard that I have back at home is going to be worth some money? What do you reckon?
I have no idea what edition it is.
It's not first edition, but it's the original Charizard.
Perfect.
I think I've got 2 of them.
You know, actually, Aatrox looks like Charizard.
A little
when
bit.
he ults. A little bit, yeah. He looks like the black Charizard. I don't know what version that is, but...
Oh, do you mean the Team Rocket Charizard?
Is that what it is? I'm not really so sure.
I mean, Charizard, when he's shiny, is black. So that might be the one you're talking about. But there is certainly a few different ones. His Punch is going to come up, try and defend his turret. But the turret plates are going to go over to Hoya and Tarzan. And not a lot of saving to be done. But Lonely does still have a CS advantage up here topside, despite dying a couple of times. And so that is certainly good news for Sandbox. As I guess we should talk about the game again. I don't know. Do we want to keep talking about
the game? Is in
cards?
a little bit of a weird lull state, though, where the dragon went down, not much really happening.
Yeah.
We're just sort of actually playing ping pong. There's not even actively pursued trades going on right now. And with no neutral objective up, the game is in a lull state. Now, I will point out that the Mountain Dragon is huge for both parties. Obviously, getting those resistances against the Azir, Elise, Aatrox, and the Callista, which they want to take long, extended, sustained fights. It's really valuable. Ends up equating to a lot of effective HP. But likewise, Griffin, they only have the Oblivion Orb on the Rumble, so no Sork Pen boots there. And obviously, Rumble and Kaisa, as well as Tank Jarvan, really get hit by stacked resistances and any sort of amplification. And Sandbox has the potential to get 4 Mountain Drakes.
Yeah, that's really scary, actually. If Sandbox can regain control of this game and then start stacking those mountains, that is terrifying. And if you think about it as well, I mean, resistances, if you're a champion that has either healing or shields, resistances become so much more powerful. And Aatrox is a great example of that, being able to heal himself with his World Ender available. Punch has a bit of healing in his kit as well. Dove has a shield. Root will have a Bloodthirster, and that also means a shield and has healing. And Gorilla can heal himself and his teammates at the same time. I feel like Mountain Drake is very, very good for this Sandbox roster as far as effective health is concerned. So especially if they manage to get the Mountain Soul, that is just ridiculous. And with Griffin having a more early game focused composition with the Lucian, with the Rumble Jarvan type combination, and only Viper really being there for all of their late game damage potential, if Sandbox are able to stabilize earlier, then it certainly will be a good news story. And so far, Sandbox have kept that lead at 1.9k for a very long time.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job. I mean, Callista, I think, is going to get first turret of the game down here, actually. And so this is going to be a really strong Callista coming into this fight. Azir has Snashers. These are major item completions. And so even though Griffin has a gold advantage right now, the on-battlefield stats is going to be pretty even for this Mountain Dragon. And if Hoya doesn't actually recall in time, Aatrox could be the one that gets to be the first to go over to the Dragon, but doesn't have the Phage complete, does just have the Longsword and the Ruby Crystal. This is not a Dragon that Sandbox wants to just give over for free.
Oh, definitely not. They need to start fighting for it right now, because if Griffin can threaten Mountain Soul, that is just gigantic. So Sandbox are almost priced in to try and defend this. I believe teleport available from Lonely. Yes, it is. So he can get into this fight as Griffin are just lying in wait. And they're all grouped up as 5 already. Teleport still being held on to, as Gorilla can face check. He has Fate's Call available. The Sandbox now are going to have the reinforcements called in. And the River Ram is upon us. Hoya throws down his culling. Gorilla taking a lot of damage there, as you can see, but can heal himself. The Sandbox will now just shove out the mid lane.
Lonely going for the frontal teleport is a little bit surprising, given the equalizer on Rumble is going to have a lot more value.
There's a Cataclysm and the equalizer. Dove doing a fair bit of damage, but already the Spider is just evaporated from this fight. Root takes down another kill, but the Azir has fallen, and now Griffin getting burnt down. Oh no, Griffin only lose one and should be able to now take the dragon.
It ends up being a 1-for-2 Dove. Not able to do anything there, and Griffin just going further and further ahead at this point in the game.
Tarzan and Yukal together just looked so good in that fight. That Cataclysm equalizer was at exactly the same time.
Well, now with the Mountain Dragon, they are getting some amp to obviously their stats, and that is very effective at this stage of the game. They're threatening Mountain Soul so early on here inside of this game. And Atlas, I think I'm about to lose my prediction streak.
Oh no.
I'm getting anxious.
Hey, at least we got through the first series. That is definitely good. Sort of halfway through. Not too bad. And of course, we're only 17 minutes and 50 seconds into the first game of this series, so anything can happen. As Punch had to repel very early here, and this is just one of those fights that is really difficult to win if you get corralled like they did. As Iroh in through the back, just special delivery with his superplex, and even though that was a decent ultimate out of Dove, it wasn't enough to save his life.
Well, it's going to be very difficult from this point forward, because the next, they only have 4 minutes until the end of this game is probably just going to be decided over the Mountain Soul. Aatrox is going to try his best to get to the Black Cleaver, and Kai'Sa should be able to get to 2 items, Kalista as well. And it's not like it's impossible for Sandbox to win the next team fight. They definitely still can. It's still only a 2,000 gold deficit.
Yeah.
All things considered. So that was really poor positioning. And remember, they started that fight without Punch. That was actually a 5 versus 4, essentially. Taric ultimate didn't even get its value. And it was a very dream scenario for Griffin, which you gotta give them credit for. And that's why I was mentioning that Lonely's frontal teleport was so bizarre leading up to that team fight, because I would have thought that he wanted to go for some sort of a flank in order to try to fight for better positioning for himself as well as his team.
Well, right now, Shirley has been plonked down in this mid lane, but Minuet's going to get there. Thankfully, she moves a little bit further forward and will be able to get that charge off. It is immediately dispatched. Dove trying to get some poke damage here with the Sand Soldiers down. Remember, this is Mountain Rift, so a few extra boulders in the way, allowing Dove to have a little bit more safety, as our Root should be able to take down this red buff pretty comfortably. Has himself double daggers, so we were talking about, you know, Zeal, Blade of the Ruin King sort of being that ideal scenario for the third Drake fight, but wasn't quite able to get there, which is unfortunate. I thought when he was backing that was going to be a thing that he was able to do, but not able to. And now Griffin going to continue putting on pressure. Top side of the map, Yukal just up there trying to shove this wave forward. Dove going to catch it. And Root and Gorilla are going to do their best to try and hold on to this. Mid out of turret, not able to do so, as there's the Cataclysm landing onto Punch. He's surviving for a long time, held on to the repel for a while as well, but is going to be able to get out onto Yukal, but the Flame Spitter isn't stopped by the Cocoon. And that is a very dead Spider. Lonely over the wall, but no teleport, no opportunity to try and answer, as Griffin are thinking about a Baron at 20 minutes and a half.
Well, Griffin have started it up. There's no Elise to try to go for a steal, so it would require Sandbox to have some sort of a miracle team fight, but instead, actually, Sandbox is just going to dissuade them all from attempting it. 2,500 gold lead right now. Actually, a little bit less than that, as
yeah, the gold lead hasn't changed.
Are shoving in.
It just straight up hasn't changed. It's like 2.3 or something like that. 600 gold is the swing since that.
And they
Drake
might
was
actually
taken.
get this turret, which that'll bring it down to about 1.7, 1.8. We're indefinitely locked here. And again, take a look at Punch. You wonder why he is where he is. Aatrox down in bot lane. Super happy. They had total knowledge of where Griffin was and what they were doing. Yet the Azir up in top. Punch is having a bit of a rough game here.
Yeah, certainly is a roughie. He is able to at least get some farm in. and he's ahead of Tarzan for the moment. But you can see that Ruby Crystal doing some weird stuff, has himself a Seeker's Arm Guard just to try and get the extra stats. He's not going to be building towards Zhonya's just yet. He wants that Oblivion Orb as soon as possible. But there is already Magic Resist being picked up. We've got 3 Merc Treads there. We've got nothing for Hoya, so he's still a target, as is Viper. But the front line is not going to be softened by this Elise too much, and you saw already that he wasn't able to offer damage to Tarzan almost whatsoever. As Irove has Predator, great roll for the Omni Stone as far as this current position, and he's slinking around trying to get behind Sandbox for this fight. Does
and it looks
have
like
flash.
they want to just go for a giant sandwich. What is
all right.
Lonely doing?
Yeah, they're going to dive on top of Lonely. Oh no, fail flashes as well. That is panic right there on the rookie top laner for Sandbox. Not what you want to see.
And what they're trying to do right now is make Griffin believe that they're starting up the Baron so that they can pull them off of the Mountain Drake, but it doesn't even matter. Hoya is gonna be the one that just solos the mountain, and Alice,
yeah,
I don't know how Sandbox is supposed to win at this point. That is 12% amp to all of their resistances. It's the Mountain Soul HP as well. It's just so much to chew through. Makes it really, really hard to envision a world where something could be good. And just take a look at Lonely again. They have absolute knowledge. There's never in a million years a chance that they would bite at the right side river brush leading into mid lane. So I just have no clue what he's doing.
Well, Dove is dying up towards the top side. Does manage to shift some sands, get himself out, heal, utilize, does give Punch some extra movement speed as well, as there's the flash forward from Tarzan. Great Cocoon is going to land. Dove survives for a lot longer than we'd expect, but he goes golden just to watch his demise, and is going to be taken out there by Yukal. Hoya lying in wait, looking for Root and Gorilla. The Fate's Call is going to be available as the ult comes in, but it doesn't arm in time. Root still gets it, wants to try and do some damage here as Lonely teleports in, but it's probably not what he really wanted to do. Great knock up at Haymaker, keeps Irove alive, and a double kill comes in for Hoya as now they follow these minions towards the inner turret, and Griffin decide, nah, we don't want that. We want to go to the Baron.
Well, the Spirit of Summit does live on here. As Lonely is... Atlas, I don't have very nice things to say, so I'm going to try to say some antonyms.
All right, got it.
His gameplay has been superb. Actually fantastic. One of the best that we've seen in the LCK. And I don't know what to say about it. From the Rift Herald, attempted steal.
Do you want me to... I can sum it up for you. Do you want me to sum it up for you?
Yes,
we're hoping
for me.
We're hoping that Lonely isn't actually that lonely, and that in fact he does have another top laner standing behind him on call to try and save Sandbox. That's what we're hoping. Because so far, I mean, Lonely I think maybe should be lonely in game 2. Off the rip. Because it's just not been his day, to be honest. And it's been, like, we were talking about Lava's experience as we had a look at the replay. We were talking about Lava in the last series, how he just wasn't allowed to play League of Legends, and it wasn't necessarily his choice. It was the opposition drafting well and then playing around a pick that was able to be exploited. This was Lonely face checking.
Well, there's no flash, there's no flash. Back off. Yeah. And they say to immediately go over to Baron, so this is all that she wrote. This is a very one-sided game here.
Yeah.
For Griffin.
And now they've got all of those shields. This inner turret is in trouble, as Griffin are poising around this area, just waiting to strike. Void Seeker gonna land. Actually does a fair bit of damage there to Lonely, as you can see. Viper starting to build towards some of those key items for this AP Kai'Sa to really take off. Isn't too far ahead of the Kalista, who's got a decent scoreline right now, but you can see Root is a one-man army on Sandbox, and that's not in the good way. You know, he's just the only guy that's really there. His Punch, you see, he gets chunked out by that Void Seeker as well, and the poke from the Kai'Sa is something that we wouldn't be expecting to talk about, but is actually relevant, given how far ahead Griffin are.
Does look like this could be potentially the end game push. I mean, there is only a minute left on Baron, but then Elder's coming up. Now, if we want to talk about a way that Sandbox could, in theory, get back into the game somehow, it's on the back of a Miracle Elder Dragon steal into some sort of an ace going their way. Outside of that, I find it... Okay, well...
Yeah, well, there's going to be the superplex into the backline, but it's a great ultimate out of Dove. Irove in trouble. Haymaker gets the shield, keeps him alive for quite a long time, and the Mountain Drake is really carrying Griffin throughout this exchange. Flame Spitter into the Zhonyas means that the Pigeon Man is going to be dead, and Griffin are looking to try and continue this one. Viper, Captain Jack cleanse as well as being able to take out the support player. It was almost more, but Sandbox aren't going to be able to defend their base when they're stuck in their fountain.
Well, does seem like Griffin, they might just play it super safe. I mean, although, no, there is 20 seconds on the Azir as well as the Taric. They're going for the end of the game.
Yeah, great double knock up there from Tarzan as well, straight into the back line, underneath these Nexus turrets, and he doesn't mind too much. Punch is trying to do something, but he's unable to do so, as Kaiser's going to go down to the Callista. But that is going to be the ace in the end. The last remaining Nexus turret is going to remain standing, as we've got some disconnects coming through from the Griffin side instead. I don't know whether that means we get another pause. It is literally 404 Lucian not found. But I think he's still moving, so he has come back, so we're fine.
All right, well, he's back in the game right now, as we'll take another look at this replay. Just take a look. I mean, Lonely, he's having to shoot through the Mountain Dragons, and these are, well, they do play a part. It is equating to a lot of effective HP. The Tar's ultimate was really good. The problem is that they're down so much gold right now, and they're having to chew through so much. They just don't have the firepower. And then you factor in also the Baron enhanced stats on the side of Griffin, and everything is just going their way this game. And it started at the very beginning with that dive, picking up the next few dragons, and then Lonely having a lot of very questionable decisions. It actually cost them at many key points. At the Herald, at the Scuttle Crab, where Punch ended up dying. If you recall the Repel, he just went a little bit too far forward. Really just trying to force things way too much. And so Elder is up in 5 seconds. This is the only chance Sandbox has to try to come back, and it's somehow winning a team fight here and getting Elder Dragon, or getting Elder and using it to win a fight.
Yep, and also then winning the subsequent fights after that as well. I mean, there's a lot more work than just one team fight for Sandbox to win here. They're not going to be able to push far enough in order to end off one push. And Griffin, honestly, just getting through Griffin in general is going to be extremely hard, as this Nexus turret is in a lot of trouble. We do have teleport back available very soon for Lonely. The Griffin probably should just start off this Elder Drake, and Viper was certainly listening to me. He's going to do that. He's got an Oblivion Orb, because, guys, that's what you got to do. Sangyun is still here in spirit as Tarzan flags, drags, gets himself in. Oya with the culling, just zoning out. Sandbox, a very early Cosmic Radiance, is going to go completely to the wayside, as there's the Emperor's Divide, but used defensively is not what you want. And the teleport comes through, but Lonely's out of position. World Ender is not ending the world on the right side of the rift, unfortunately for Sandbox. And he's going to be taken down by Viper, who just shoots into the back line. They've got 280 carries, and they're both getting to work here on the Sandbox team composition. And Dove, he shifts some sands, he gets over towards a red buff, but that is all that she wrote, ladies and gentlemen. Griffin will be taking game number 1 in this series against Sandbox. And this has always been Sandbox's Achilles heel. In round 1, they were able to buck the trend, but now not so much as the Nexus goes down.
That is going to be a very strong, decisive game number 1 victory for Griffin, and that is some really good news for them, because they need this at that point, at this point inside of the split. Obviously, the bottom lane play, there's a lot of different worlds where it comes out differently, and so definitely some high variance there. The draft does still make me nervous for game number 2 and potentially 3. Lonely, obviously, having a very off game played a pretty big factor in it as well, but Tarzan was also really on point this game.
Yeah, I think that Lonely was a problem, but I think jungle difference did play a lot of a part in this game. It felt like Tarzan was able to snowball after his initial dive extraordinarily well. and was able to move it into whichever part of the map that he wanted, and then just commanded that the rest of his teammates came round and were with him on all of the plays that he was making. Felt to me like Tarzan wasn't able to step a foot wrong, and I'm just so happy to see Tarzan once again playing at that level, because we knew that he was capable of it, but in 2020, he just hasn't been there. It's been George all the time, and finally, the king is back.
Yeah. And he ended up showing up really big in this game number 1. And it's a very, I mean, an even more reason that it's so important is because both of these teams are on the East bracket right now. And trying to just get legs up over each other as well as the head-to-head is super crucial for both of them when it comes to that point. So relegation is something that people are trying to stay outside of. But if Griffin does still want to make a run for the playoffs, they're going to turn things around. And so they're going to have to look for the clean 2-0 here. This was the initial starting dive. Lots of variants. Iroh barely living on that set. And then take a look at Root. I believe if he kited up, it would have been a little bit different. Right here, Punch ends up landing. And he flashes outside of the range of set, but I think if he stayed and got hit by the Haymaker, I believe Iroh would take 2 turret shots and then die.
Yeah, likely.
So a little bit surprising there, but I guess Elise doesn't want to go for a trade right there. She tried it to greed, and this was another one of the very questionable decisions that Sandbox ended up making. They just really greeded in a lot of situations in fight. This was the teleport in front of Griffin's posturing for the dragon that ended up going completely awry. Really clean shutdown all around by Griffin. Punch yet again out of position. Tarzan able to collapse onto him.
And also the Cataclysm and the Equalizer, we mentioned it during the moment in the cast, but I want to go back to it. I mean, Yukao laid down the Equalizer as the Flash Cataclysm was coming in. Like, it was some real clean team fighting from Griffin, and we haven't seen this from this team. And they were known for this, right? We haven't seen it for so damn long. And it's really good to see that it is back once again. Iroh also really making a name for himself on this set, finding the engagements. I personally gave the MVP to Tarzan. I felt like he really dictated the pace of this game very well, but I think Iroh is in that conversation, and I wouldn't be upset if he picked it up as well. Just good play all around from the team of Griffin, rather than any one real big performer on this squad, which is great to see, because that's exactly how Griffin played before. When they were successful, when they were destroying the regular season time and time again, it was because they were all on the same page. And this is looking like that style of Griffin here.
Yeah. We'll see if they can do this again in game number 2. Sandbox, we'll see if they make any substitutions.
I missed Summit
this
not
time
gonna lie to
around. We haven't seen Summit in a while.
Yeah. It's been lonely for the last 3 matches, I believe, for Sandbox, including this one. So we'll see whether Summit does make his way back in here. Because, yeah, I think they need him. They're looking for a savior. And
I
don't think
good
this
news
Aatrox is the one.
For the viewers.
What's that?
I do believe a TFT mobile ad is going to be playing
in
between game 1 and 2 break.
What is... He says that one thing over and over again, but I don't quite remember what it was. Can you
you will.
Can you tell us? Can you give us a preview?
I cannot. You're going to have to stay tuned.
All right. This is one thing. I think chat was talking about it. I don't know.
Everyone's going to be talking about it soon.
Oh, I just can't wait. I cannot wait.
I know you can.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that we get it.
I'm going to need to go to the... Yeah, I don't even know. I'm so excited.
Me too. Me too. Well, you don't have to wait for very much longer because it is now break time. And afterwards, we'll see whether Griffin can take away the 2-0 over the Sandbox and change their stars moving into round 2 ever further. Or whether it's going to be Sandbox able to actually fight back. Let's find out after the break and the TFT ad. Oh, baby.
Hey, TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 Hey, TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타 여기 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키다 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아 21세기 네 전략 이래 털라 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 인더들 자 이제 누나 막간 따마 회전 초밥 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 let it set 갤럭시 부동동자 라이어가 멋이 부동동자 TFT 모바일 부동동자 온유월 서리 가득 찰롯동자 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동자 하다 현타 부동동자 TFT 갤럭시 부동동자 유체 뉴 시너지 전설등장 멋이 팬츠 우주 부동동자 리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 부동동자 얘들아 승용보 올려라 머리 매너 TFT 모바일 부동동자 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동자 TFT 모바일 부동동자 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동자 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타 여기 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키다 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아 21세기 네 전략 이제 전략 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 인더들 자 이제 누나 망가 담아 회전 초밥 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 레디 셋 TFT 모바일 부동동자 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동자 TFT 모바일 부동동자 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동자 라이어가 멋이 부동동자 TFT 모바일 부동동자 온유월 서리 가득 찰롯동자 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동자 하다 현타 부동동자 TFT 갤럭시 부동동자 유체 뉴 시너지 전설등장 멋이 팬츠 우주 부동동자 리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 부동동자
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2020. Griffin leads Sandbox 1-0 so far, but I know all you guys cared about were the back-to-back TFT ads. We were doo-doo-dungering so hard here on the broadcast. I had a lot of fun learning about this fresh new meme that you guys all have. And I'm just hoping that we get, like, for 30 minutes, that ad just rolling back to back. I reckon we can make it happen. What do you reckon after this match?
I really hope that we could make something like that happen, yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think this is like, isn't this the dream scenario if you're a Twitch streamer, is to have people just want the ads over and over again?
Yes.
So
I think there's nothing else that one could possibly hope for.
So guys, just play the ad. Play the ad. Give the people what they want. We don't need to talk about this next game, do we? It's we could maybe we could play the actual game like in a small box at the bottom of the screen, and otherwise we'll just have the ad, right?
Yeah, I mean, I really, I think that you could just play it on repeat.
Yeah.
And I think it would easily become the most watched stream in the entire world.
I think so. I think that's the dream. That's the dream scenario. Or maybe just throw in some doo-doo-donga happening, just at random intervals so that people stay tuned. As Tarzan is going to pick up the player of the game. Both Ellis and I voted for this guy, so very happy that happened. His navigation of the early dive was fantastic, and then was able just to dictate the pace of the game over and over again. Honorable mention will go to Irove. His set support was very, very strong, and it felt like after this moment, there was never a time that Sandbox felt like they could actually stabilize.
Yeah, it just basically, after the early game and after a lot of the questionable decisions that Lonely ended up making, it was really hard for them to do anything, and also the Mountain Dragon is arguably the best that they could, well, no, I guess Ocean Soul for them would probably be better, it would probably be the best Dragon Soul, but taking a look at this, it looks like we were the swing votes.
We were. And honestly, I wouldn't have minded. I wouldn't have minded. Honestly, if one of us voted for Irove and the other one voted for Tarzan and Irove got it, I would have been okay with that also. So, not bad. Not bad at all. As far as the votes are concerned, I don't believe you guys could actually see them, but it was 5 out of 9 in favor of Tarzan, with the last 4 votes going over to Irove. So, both of them having really good games.
The green cast look, because it's always us and Sunke.
Yeah, that's true.
On the same page.
But now it's Caster John, so nope, not going to happen. Not this time around. It's actually, that's one of the sad things about doing a remote broadcast. It means that we can't have a chat with the Korean casters beforehand. But that's okay, is what it is. And we're just staying safe to make sure that we are isolated and not going to be struck down by any sickness at this point in time. So far, we're doing okay. And as, gamers, being stuck at home ain't bad at all.
Well, it's definitely not bad at all. The remote cast, it seems to be going... Our mics are really good today, apparently.
Oh, yeah.
You weren't here for the trouble.
I mean, I was listening to the trouble.
Okay, you were.
Yeah.
Yes. But this time around, it seems like the audio guys...
I'm not going to lie to you.
Really
I did have a conversation to the audio guys about what they could do to fix the problem, and apparently it worked. So that's good.
All right.
There we go. Nailed it. And now, also, we nailed getting into Champion Select for game number 2. Griffin now over on the blue side, thinking about what they're going to ban away for this particular game. I don't think we're going to be seeing any Sennas or Orns or Aphelioses, but after that, we'll see what's actually going to go down as the Elise taken away. And I believe there were no substitutions either, which is very interesting. Not going to see Summit. It's going to be Lonely back again. We're going to try and run it back and get things done. Is Varus once again going to be banned away? Curious that is going to be the consideration. Is Callista off the board as well on Sandbox's side?
What is Griffin going to be gunning for? They're banning Ornn on blue.
We've seen a lot of Ornn on blue bans, man. It's been a very strange scenario, as Griffin will first pick Set. Right?
And they're willing to, they're locking it in immediately, and they've already shown us that they have a willingness to flex it into multiple positions. And all right, well,
whoa, we're doing it again.
We're already starting things off a little bit rough here.
This is shaky.
Sandbox, as Aatrox and Jarvan.
The Jarvan's good. That's fine. The Aatrox, I don't know why. I don't know why we're doing that one right now. Maybe they just really like Oshag Hennessy. They want to get to his office as quick as possible. And that is the way to do
Sejuani
it.
now coming in, though. Griffin.
This is the Tarzan pickup. This guy plays off-meta Sejuani more than anybody else. Locks that one away. Yukal, what will he take for Griffin? I think an 80 carry makes a lot of sense because that pool has been thinned out. And the Kai'Sa, once again, for Viper is going to be his decision. So we could once again just see the Set and Kai'Sa lane on the bottom side of the map.
Well, Dove gonna have to decide maybe what he wants to lock in right now, as the Kai'Sa does dissuade a backline kind of protection. As currently as it stands, if Sandbox tries to pivot into... Okay, there it is. The Dove locking in Azir, but what I was trying to talk about is how Kai'Sa is really good at answering the frontline mode that Sandbox has right now, paired with the Set and the Sejuani.
Yep.
And if Sandbox tries to pivot into the Azir backline sort of control-y style, Kai'Sa's mode of being able to reach it is really valuable. It's not as easy to just protect Azir against her. So, Griffin coming out swinging B1 through B3 with a massive edge.
We also know that
as
Yukal is very good at playing anti-Azir champions as well. The Aurelia has been banned away. That is certainly one that he's been able to play in the past. And his assassin play, the play that's very anti-Azir, is certainly in Yukal's wheelhouse. So I'm excited to see what he's actually going to bring out here against Sandbox, as the second ban will be the LeBlanc, trying to protect Dove as much as possible. Remember, Dove is named after this champion, so should be able to get some work done, but wasn't able to in game number 1. Now trying to run it back for game number 2 as 80 carries continue to bite the dust. Root, what are you going to play now? Is it Sivir time? It might be, because there's just not a lot of 80 carries left.
Well,
Caitlyn? Maybe Caitlyn's the next one?
Let's see. I mean, Sivir would make a bit of sense with their team composition. Also, it is historically paired a lot. Now, that is making me think that we could be seeing a hyper carry, but they want to make sure that the stars sort of align for it. But no matter what, it's already off theme with what the Aatrox and Jarvan are trying to do. All Griffin needs to do is stay on theme with their picks, allow the Kai'Sa the backline access, have more of a mid-rangey lineup paired with the Set and the Sejuani. Talia does that very
Yukal.
well.
This is also Yukal's champion as well, absolutely.
Yes. Talia was initially the champion that rose to power to sort of throw the Azir and Victor Empire off kilter in 2016, if you want to remember that meta.
That was back when her Q was a little bit more AoE than it is now, but still, she does function the same way as Hoya. Back to the Lucian once again. Still theoretically some sort of a flex possibility here between...
I think we're going to see a hyper.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm
looking
looking
like
forward to it. I'm hoping
Jinx
that
or something.
Root does do something more interesting.
Cog or Jinx? One time. Kog'Maw or Jinx. Jinx can stand her ground, as can Kog'Maw against Kai'Sa. Vayne is not the hyper I was thinking of. All right, you know what? Griffin wins this draft, Atlas.
All right, well, you're expecting another quick one, as our first series today was very, very fast, and now looking at a possible Griffin 2-0. Space Vayne versus regular Vayne is going to be interesting to see. And we have seen Vayne picked into Kai'Sa a few times. It was certainly something that, people do like to do, but we'll see whether it's going to work out here for Sandbox, because this time, I mean, it is a Vayne that's set up to succeed, right? Because you've got the Devour, you've got the extra safety on top of all your mobility that you already have. But I think the range scenario is a rough one, and all of Griffin's catch potential is just really scary. So we'll have to see whether Sandbox can navigate the laning phase to a point where they can get themselves comfortable and happy. As you may have heard a little sound in the background there, that was my cat jumping down from the windowsill. Don't worry, everything's okay.
Not a big deal. We're working with it. Remote broadcast. Yeah. Everything. Take another last look. I can't speak. Last look at the team composition. Lucian, Sejuani, Talia, Kai'Sa, and Set versus Aatrox, Jarvan, Azir, Vayne, and Sir Thomas Kench. As The team composition for Griffin just has so much more mobility, gears available, different modes, hard engage, and also slipperiness that makes it so that Aatrox and Jarvan don't have a really clear path. Also, why is there a Vayne against all short-range champions with heavy engage? Now, you might think Vayne's very good at shredding through them. These are champions that are very good at killing Vayne.
Well, we'll see whether this is something that Root can outplay. Remember, he's used to having a team on his back. He was a Gen AD carry, much like our good friend Teddy. So he might be able to do it here, and he is on a champion that is certainly known to. But is it going to be our team's Vayne or their team's Vayne? That is the question. I think the Vayne spotting needs to be on point here today to work out who is going to be able to take out game number 2 and bring us to a decider, or finish it very early. As now my cat's invaded the entire commentary station, so if I'm distracted, that is because there is an animal in the way of the stream.
Well, TFT Mobile. The best animal is actually Pengu.
Dududonga.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I don't even know what that means in Korean, but it's amazing, and I want to know so that I can use it in regular speech. I go down to the convenience store and try and order one. I just don't know. As Hoya's having a bit of a dance, we're seeing whether Griffin can turn their stars around, because honestly, things have been going awfully. The bottom of the ladder right now, their beginning to the split was honestly awful. But now, after a decent performance in game number 1 and shades of the old Griffin, this could be their time to turn things around, much like KT did, and escape that relegation zone and increase their footing for the summer season. Remember, I believe Spring isn't worth as much, as well as Root is already having to flash. Viper flashes after him, doesn't get the kill. So no summoner spells available for either bottom lane, but Griffin are still able to stay in the lane.
The thing is that Vayne is recalling immediately at level 1. Doesn't even have enough built up in-game passive gold accumulated in order to get a potion. So, rushing right back down into bot lane, Viper is just going to be so far ahead. Autos the turret, don't know why, actually wasting a lot of time in doing that. Should have just immediately recalled and started running back. He would have been able to purchase boots and then just get back into the lane, and you'll pull wave 3, 4, and 5, and it's really good. Vayne and Tom don't have spells available. Iroh starting things off with that flash, actually clicked backwards, would have been able to initiate one more auto attack. Root still would have lived, but no matter what, the lane state is so favorable, and because Viper actually wasted some time running up to the turret, autoing it and whatnot, I think he had to cancel his recall or end up risking.
Whoa, that's a flash from Iroh, but the Shifting Sands are going to answer it very easily. Iroh giveth, Iroh taketh away, but I like the aggressive playstyle from this young support player for Griffin.
Was a Hex Flash used.
Ah, that's
Couldn't
true.
quite close the distance in mid lane. As Iroh now pathing back down into bottom. We'll see what he... Oh, Dark Harvest. That's the minigame, Atlas.
Mm-hmm.
If you can ever end up proccing it, it amplifies every single other rune that you have for the remainder of the game. So you want to make sure that when you have Omnistone, you're getting those Dark Harvest stacks up as much as you can.
And another Hex Flash from Iroh. Completely trolled by it earlier on. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. But that one we managed to figure out. Second time's the charm, I guess. But Iroh just desperately looking for some of these stacks. He does spot punch. Good knockup is going to come through there as Iroh already down to half health. Tongue Lash, the only other offering of damage, though.
And so Iroh is going to manage to live. This is going to waste a lot of time on the Jarvan. We take a look at everything that's really transpiring here, and Sejuani is actually ahead of Jarvan on camps. Finishing up the left-hand side Scuttle Crab right now. Talia in a fantastic spot in mid lane. Getting the leg up over the Azir. Azir obviously about to come back into mid lane. It is a cannon minion, so Dub does only miss 2 CS, so it is a nice recall timer. Null Magic Mantle as well as a dagger picked up, but Yukal looking to convert this into a dive with Sejuani. Doesn't know about Jarvan. Gonna get the bad news right now, but let's see what they can do.
Yep, does get the flash out immediately from Lonely, who is definitely dead. First blood going over to Yukal on his famous Talia, and punch, nothing he can do whatsoever. Oh, another Hex Flash.
all of the lanes right now for Sandbox are just falling so far behind. You take a look at Lonely. He's now missing Flash against Hoya, and Hoya has the solution. Doesn't have enough gold for Ninja Tabbies up there in top lane. Just has the cloth armor and boots level 1. So Vampiric Scepter, Refillable Potion, Doran's Blade up there for the Lucian. He's going to be in total control of the lane. The other problem with this is that Jarvan is now doing his golems into his wraiths, which means that he's going to be departing from the top side of the map, which means that Aatrox is now going to be alone and isolated with Hoya on that Lucian up in top, who's going to have the freedom to do whatever they want. This is really scary, especially because UCal is getting his reset off right now, so Punch can't look for anything in mid lane either. And now everyone's basically playing with map hacks against Punch on this Jarvan. Sejuani's getting to coast into the mid game for free. Lost Chapter recall for Talia is going to allow her to play an embargo game here against Dove in mid. Griffin are just smashing this early game, even though the gold score is only 1,000 gold. Remember, they have a better team comp.
Yeah. As we check out this replay here from Yukal's perspective, I believe didn't even throw out a seismic shove that he really cared about there. Yeah, didn't even need it. As he just picks up the first blood, that's going to secure that last chapter like you were talking about. Sorry, the lost chapter. Last chapter not in this game. That is a Yuumi ability. But yeah, he is certainly going to be able to have all of the control necessary in this mid lane. Corrupting Potion and some brown bags also on top of it, with a couple of biscuits still chilling there, is now Tarzan. Gonna face check 3 people, but they're not going to be able to take him down. Just uses a ward instead of his face. And Hoya continues to shove towards the top side. And Jarvan just not really being able to be impactful so far this game. Griffin, it feels like they're using the momentum so well.
He's not able to really find anything. It's really difficult to set up ganks in the early stages with who his laners are. You think about it, it's Vayne and Tahm Kench against Set and Kai'Sa. And even though the Set and Kai'Sa might try to make fights happen, well, let's take a look at this. Dove.
Yep, Facebreaker does come in, but Dove uses the Emperor's Divide, gets himself to safety, holds onto his summoner spells. Iroh only throwing out the Ignite in that scenario, still has his regular flash available, and I'll try and keep track of it. As Gorilla finds Tarzan, but I just don't know whether Sandbox actually has anything they can offer, as Punch has to flag and drag his way out. And Iroh, with a Predator, at pretty good timing, he's able to work some things out as Hoya, taking a fair bit of damage here against Lonely, who threw down the World Ender, able to even out that health trade, but that is an R button in trade for R button up towards the top side, but Hoya still has flash.
Yeah, and also Hoya, even though there was a lot of sustained damage there, he's the one with the Vamp Scepter, with the Doran's Blade. He's able to regen a lot of his HP, missing some minions, though, under no pressure.
Nope.
And not even going to actually escort that minion wave in, respecting the fact that they know that Jarvan's pathing back topside. There's the camp reset timers. And even if they didn't see Jarvan explicitly take them, they can know, based on when they last saw him, and just how the game has been played out the last couple of minutes, exactly where he would be going to. So Lucian does recall, picks up Dagger and Bilgewater Cutlass. And once Lucian gets that Blade of the Ruin King, the lane forever changes for quite a while. As you can see, Lonely, he's still stuck in this lane. He doesn't want to recall right now because Lucian has such fast wave clear and there's no teleport available. So this would mean that it converts into turret plates and just extends the advantage for Hoya. He's going to be able to get level 8. Now, the one good thing here is Tier 2 boots plus Umbral Dashes getting back to lane on a Cannon Wave means that he doesn't miss a lot of minions. Only 1 melee right now. Don't even think he's actually going to miss 2. And they're going to convert this pressure into a Herald Capture, and then that should go right into Azir's mid-tier 1 turret.
And we'll see whether Sandbox can actually find a way of dissuading them from this one, because that is certainly the predictable way of playing this particular moment out. Sandbox should understand that that is going to be their idea. What they've decided to do is move their bottom lane up towards topside, but it might be a little bit late as Lonely's already bullied out of this lane. It's a decent knock up there onto Iroh, and you can see Sandbox, Punch, and Gorilla making their way in. But Yukal just playing Gatekeeper, does get knocked up here by Punch. Heal has to be utilized, as there's the Cataclysm onto 4 members. Dove trying to get in there. Emperor's Divide unable to be used, though, as everyone on Griffin gets themselves out of the Cataclysm. And Root is just doing Vayne things. He's down towards the bottom side by himself, just trying to split push, getting himself towards his first couple of items. Blade of the Ruin King, of course, being the first one. We'll see where he goes for the second.
Yeah. This will be interesting to see. Turret plate doesn't end up actually going down in mid. Luden's Echo almost actually picked up by Yukal. He's very close to it. And because of the way that Dove itemized by picking up that Null Magic Mantle, he has stunted his rush into Nashers. As you can see, Lonely is actually checking for Lucian. Not going to find it, and this might be a guillotine.
Yep, the alcove play going to come in here. Lonely, no idea of what's going on. Now just going to try and clear out the minion wave, but Hoya does find all of those autos. Tarzan, he has the ultimate available. He won't have to use it, guys, as Lonely's walking the wrong direction. Gets a fair bit of healing, but honestly, it feels like a matter of time. Face check does have to come in as Hoya's in point-blank range, but it doesn't matter. 2 versus 1, all too easy, and Griffin 2-0 now as far as their scoreline.
And they're going to use this turret plate. I assume top lane Lonely does have teleport available, but it doesn't matter. They're going to take the second turret plate and then summon the Rift Herald. You do this because the Rift Herald does true damage, so you want it to fire off once, not start getting hit by the turret, and then fire off again one more time onto that top tier 2. So Boy is going to shove this in, and they're just so far ahead right now, and this makes me really sad, Alice. And
Why?
The thing that makes me sad is Sandbox willing to pick Aatrox 2 games in a row, and the best Aatrox, potentially even in the world, is actually Summit.
Mm-hmm.
It feels bad man moment.
That is quite sad. I agree. I don't know what's happened to Summit. I assume that there is an explanation there if Sandbox want to give it to us, but unfortunately we haven't really heard why Summit has been taking such a long rest. Maybe just needed a break, sort of Uzi style. You know, Uzi known to take off Spring just so that he can come through and carry Summit with a more well-rested approach. Might be what Sandbox are deciding to do, but honestly, they need a savior as soon as possible. Because right now, losing to the bottom place team in the LCK is not where you want to be sitting. As right now, able to shove out this wave towards the bottom side. The Vayne not too far behind, but Space Vayne certainly winning in that department. A bit of a departure from the Kai'Sa build that we normally see with the AP Kai'Sa. More of the AD variety coming in here this game. Just trying to maximize Yukal's damage, I guess, as we move towards the mid game. Looks like a Super Soaker going to come in for him. And yeah, Essence Reaver on the Kai'Sa this time around. So where he goes with his next items, we'll just have to find out.
Yeah. We shall definitely have to see what is going on as Griffin, they are really far ahead at this stage of the game. Cloud Dragon coming up second. We talk about it very often here on the broadcasts. In most cases, getting it second or first is generally the best because then you do have a very impactful Dragon Soul.
Yep.
So, if you are a Griffin fan, the soul that you're looking for here is probably Infernal, all things considered, because there is a lot of sustained damage, plus you have the true damage coming out of Vayne. So the Mountain doesn't really do a whole bunch in that regard. I mean, it still does a lot, but obviously Infernal just helps you shred right through them.
Well, Sandbox are in position to try and keep this one as a 50-50, but Weaver's Wall is going to deny it entirely. Punch not even wanting to go in with the Flag and Dragon to try and get that 50-50 opportunity, but now Lonely has found Hoya. He's going to get knocked up as Tarzan finds the ultimate. Infernal Rift is down as Hoya's trying to run away. The last lick from Gorilla is going to do it, and Sandbox have destroyed Griffin on their way out of the Dragon Pit. Brilliant stuff, and this may give them an opportunity back into this game.
Yeah, definitely will. 4.5 minutes until the Infernal Dragon comes up next. And Griffin, they had a lot of standing gold on the map right there. And Lucian ended up... he actually flashed in a really bad way that allowed Dove to go over the wall and reissue the re-engage. So, definitely a bit surprising. Just pay attention to this. You can see that Hoya and Tarzan actually waste a lot of crucial time dancing around in the pit, not being at the left-hand side. Lucian could flash south over into the Golem pit, and Tarzan doesn't have flash, can't follow, which would have made everything a lot cleaner for Griffin to disengage here. Now, they're still ahead at this stage of the game. They're still up 2,000 gold, better team composition, all things considered, and Infernal Dragon was the one that was rolled. So,
The next fight is the big one, right?
It is. The next fight is absolutely massive in this game.
Well, Infernal Soul, possibly with 4 stacks of Infernal Drake for Sandbox if they're able to get to it. There is light at the end of this tunnel for the Sandbox squad, but it is still an uphill battle at this stage. You can see how far behind Root is on this Vayne. Still doesn't have his Blade of the Ruin King completed. Essence Reaver is done now for Viper, now looking for his second item. We'll see what that is going to be. I like looking at Ballista builds just because there's so many different options, given the fact that she basically uses everything pretty well, apart from, I guess, tank items. But Hoya does still have the majority of the gold on this map, and he's still a force to be reckoned with as Tarzan looking to take down Shirley here at 15.5 minutes.
Well, Lost Chapter is still actually not complete. We see an Amp Tome picked up.
Interesting.
By Talia, which is a little surprising. Maybe UCal is thinking about going into GLP 800 instead of just completing the Ludens.
I thought Super Soaker might be what he was deciding to head towards. That was my initial thought, but it's interesting. Decided to complete boots before even deciding his first item, as there's the flash for ult trade. Good news for Griffin as the Abyssal Voyage does come in to try and get Tahm Kench available, but no, it's not going to really work out as Shirley is able to deal with that turret very, very well. The culling just destroys the Aatrox. Lonely in transition, unable to do anything, and now he's lonely in the Death Chamber. 2,000.2 gold is going to be the lead for Griffin, and 2 minutes on that next Infernal Drake. It's a huge fight, and it's looking worse and worse for Sandbox.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Luden's Echo is completed now, actually, by UCal. He does have a Amp Tome as well as a Ruby, so we'll have to see if that's Haunting Guise or Oblivion Orb. Obviously, Oblivion Orb super good against the Vayne Aatrox as it currently stands. Other targets do have magic resistance. It's not like magic resistance invalidates it, but there is a minute and a half until the Infernal Dragon, so perhaps actually just getting the orb is a lot better for damage as it currently stands.
Yeah, that sidestep.
Take a look at the replay.
Really nice.
Pay attention to this. Evaporated right out of the air.
And that was blind as well at that stage. We're going to check out the pro view of it as the sidestep is just amazing. And yeah, no, they did have vision because the culling gave a little bit. So able to spot him out and take him down, but now he might be taken down. Nope. Lonely going to have to back away. Root going to turn up, maybe a little bit late. Wanted to try and get that Condemn into the wall. Should be able to do so. Gets it very nicely. Good night, Hoya. Root grabs that kill, and just overextended is the Lucian on the top side. And the Vayne getting the kills is exactly what Sandbox wants.
Yeah, Vayne getting the kill is super big. 30 seconds until the Infernal means that Lucian actually doesn't have a whole lot of time to get there, unless he would elect to use his teleport there. It also helps the Aatrox sort of stabilize, tries to close up the CS deficit as Sandbox there really pushing in mid lane. 2,000 gold lead for Griffin.
Yep.
As it currently stands. Infernal is super important. UCal, I think he wants to just take that blue, but they might TP and Lucian and take a fight.
I think he's out of... Yeah, no, he's going to be taking the blue. He was out of vision entirely. As you could see, Griffin had a lot of control of the vision on that side of the map. Now UCal, his mana bar will be regenning. He does need a lot more of that to come back in. Tarzan clears out vision as well. The Infernal Drake, this fight is going to be so important, and Sandbox trying to jockey for position around this area. Voidseeker doesn't find the target. Lonely in a decent position for a flank as in goes Punch. He's going to start off this fight as Irobe, take him down to about 2/3 health. That is going to be the only reward they're going to be able to reap at this particular stage.
He also did use one of his smite charges, which is something that could be a little bit scary, as he might not have that available to him. They can see UCal looking for a seismic shove. This is really the do or die team fight. We talked about this a couple of moments ago. Gold deficit, about 2,500 in favor of Griffin. Not sure how much standing gold is present, but Sandbox have been on the map for a really long time, so I would actually wager they have more of it sitting in their inventory than Griffin does. Raptor camp taken down. They have such a good angle. I'm actually really surprised they're not just starting the dragon. UCal doesn't even know that there is a control ward over there. He might go and
Yeah, they just haven't
Check
checked
it,
it
no.
for a really long time. Maybe just assuming that they had beforehand, but they haven't. Now Sandbox looking to try and collapse on the two members whose positions they do know, but all of the
And
vision's
Iroh
still there
finds
for
one of the
Griffin.
control wards.
Yeah, we'll find it eventually. There we go. Now should be Griffin able just to turn onto the Infernal Drake. I wonder why they're playing so carefully.
Sir Thomas does end up sending out his tongue. They see Aatrox right now. They are playing so careful. Seems like both of these teams actually understand how crucial this dragon is. And it's not just the stats that's the most important, because if you're Sandbox, you definitely can live with, you know, a couple of members losing some HP inside of a team fight. It's the fact that it brings it to Infernal Soul.
Oh, yeah.
So, lots of posturing. Sandbox does seem to be winning the high ground, but the low ground is usually what is most important here. Viper gonna try to shove out this wave immediately. He's gonna lose some of his HP in doing so. Iroh managed to get a recall off during all of this. So, the standing gold for Sandbox is definitely much greater than that of Griffin right now, I would assume, as Tarzan taking a lot of damage. Iroh looking for a flank, has Electrocute, which is a pretty sick rune to have in a fight like this.
Not a bad one. Tarzan didn't take anything at all, really, just walking into 4 people, but he's not the target that they're wanting to go for on Sandbox's side. And now the Cheetah Recall going to come in for Gorilla, and instantly Tarzan has started off this Drake. You can see Abyssal Voyage is available, so Gorilla can get back here a little bit earlier than you'd otherwise expect, but it looks like Sandbox, they're just going to give this one up, and now Infernal Soul Point over to Griffin for absolutely free.
And, I mean, how didn't you see that coming, Atlas? I mean, 5-head wine glass for sure.
Yeah, I apologize.
Of course that was going to be the inevitable dance.
Yeah, should have known. This River Ram always going to end in an absolute kerfuffle on the Sandbox side, and Griffin were always just going to be able to take them for free. It's not what I was expecting. Absolutely not.
All right, well.
Anticlimaxes aside, though, it is still only 2,500 gold the lead for Griffin. And despite having the Infernal Soul point, there is still 4.5 minutes before the Infernal Soul is actually available. So maybe one more opportunity for Sandbox to find themselves a team fight, but if they lose that one, it's pretty much done and dusted. As Root looking for his Rage Blade, we've got a double pen after the Nash's Tooth done for Dove. We'll see whether he builds his Morellonomicon or whether he's going to move on to another item. Looks like it might be something like a Banshee's Veil as the next one, as that Null Magic Mantle is still sitting there in his back pocket. We'll see where he decides to go. It's just
We should definitely see.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just going to say that it's just a worrying time to be a Sandbox fan, because I just don't know what you're supposed to do as Sandbox at this point. I feel like Griffin are about to scale better than them and have so much more control than them, as there's the Superplex into the backline. Punch in a whole host of trouble, but does flag and drag his way out. Gorilla tanking a lot. There's the Emperor's Divide. Does get the rest of Griffin repositioned, but Viper off into the backside. He's got a wall to try and peel, but no, the Sand Soldiers just rip him in half. And Root's able to grab a double kill off the back end. The flash out from Punch as Hoya tries to get it, but he can't pick up the kill. The Triumph will keep Punch alive, and that is going to be the ace, and Sandbox have turned this game on its head.
Sandbox completely turned that around. Punch able to escape from that trap, and that was a very reckless team fight by Griffin that really just swings the balls back into Sandbox's favor. And take a look at this Cataclysm come out to escape. Hoya wasn't here, and also Lonely with a much better teleport. Yukon failed his flash into the Baron Pit. That's where he wanted to be for all of his damage, and instead, such an awkward angle inside of this team fight, and Lonely eventually got onto him. Hoya also got trapped. Didn't actually use his flash as best as he could have, and so now the gold lead is all but gone. What that means for follow-up team fights, we'll have to see. There's not a lot of standing gold, actually, though, on the map for Sandbox to claim. There's the top tier 1 turret. And the problem is that even still, in a straight-up real team fight where all the members of Griffin are there, they're still favored despite the Baron buff, because not everyone on the side of Sandbox has Baron, I don't believe.
No, I think they all do. I think the death timers were short enough for everyone to be able to pick it up. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Does seem like Tom Kench has it. Azir has it.
Yeah.
And, okay, actually, everyone does have Baron, but you can see they're being very cautious. Kaiser comes in. Holy moly, guacamole.
Good night, Gorilla. He doesn't have flash available, but now Root throws down the ultimate, Condemn into the wall, but maybe this is the Vayne spotting we were looking for. It absolutely is, as the bottom lane have been removed and sentenced to the death chamber as Griffin now have taken back the momentum very swiftly.
Okay. So the Baron turnaround was very short-lived, Atlas.
Yeah. Yeah.
I could tell that you were getting excited, but KT already played.
They did. They won 2-0. So I was being rewarded for being excited. You know?
Exactly.
Look at this Baron power play. Chilling at negative 300.
Minus 300. Yeah. We're actually counting down to the TFT mobile ad.
Dodunga. It is very fun to say. It's just a great, really good stuff. We're going to check this out. Not so great on the Sandbox side. And look at this. Root has in his mind, it is time. It is time to do the Vayne spotting. And it's Vayne's time to shine, you know, like all of our Vaynes in solo queue do decide to do. But it's our team's Vayne. He went from their team's Vayne to our team's Vayne so quickly in those past 7 or so minutes. But he's got a QSS. He's got a fair few items. And Iroh going to get auto-attacked by Punch, but otherwise is going to be absolutely fine. So 30 seconds on this prospective Baron buff. It is still on 3 members of Sandbox. And now they're going to try and deny this Infernal Drake.
Iroh looking for a very deep flank. He also has a cat with him.
Knows that he's been spotted on this ward. This Punch is going to move on over. There's the Abyssal Voyage. Iroh gonna get knocked up, but the Gorilla and Root do have to take the long way around. Cataclysm puts Iroh in the baby cage. He uses his stopwatches. Now Tarzan moving in from the side. Hoya is going to get there, but Iroh already dead. Tarzan down to half health. 4 versus 5, but you can see Sandbox haven't even been softened at all because it's only the support that was there to try and get any initial damage.
And I can't imagine that Tarzan will go for the... Oh, he might. Huh?
What?
Condemned.
Yeah, condemned out of it. That looked very, very strange, but the ward over the wall was enough to give them vision, and Root said, nope, you are not entering this pit whatsoever. Now Sandbox are trekking towards their 4 Infernal Drakes that they want to get to. 47 minutes, guys. Wait for it.
Well, let's just pay attention to what happened here. Iroh looking for a miracle flank. Ended up just getting trapped. Didn't really have a way out. Went for the superplex. Wasn't able to get the haymaker. Even if he did, there was no way to follow up from that angle. And so, really just being a little bit overzealous with the positioning that he was looking for, and ended up getting punished by Sandbox. Now, Lucian is waiting for his 3rd item completion. Talia as well, very close to having it. We look at the levels across the board. Even in top lane, 2 level disparity actually. In the jungle in favor of Punch. 80 carries even, supports actually favoring Gorilla. And so in that department, things are looking pretty good, although Viper did just ding level 15. Vayne actually only 14 and 14.4, 14.5.
Yeah.
So we're now waiting for another Baron Dance and an Infernal Drake.
Well, minute and 20 on the Baron until that one is going to come up. Griffin do have Scuttle Vision on that area, so unable to be cleared by Sandbox, who do have this momentary time of control of the map. You can see all of their control wards towards the top side. They also have one towards the bottom side as well. 5 on the map, exactly what you want. And Dove is going to clear out this top wave. I think that Sandbox do have this brief window where they are just clearly stronger because Viper is still waiting for his Rage Blade, which is going to be 3-item spike. You mentioned the Infinity Edge already from Hoya. Like, there are big item timings to come in for Griffin quite shortly. But they're not there yet, and now is the opportunity for Sandbox to really capitalize.
Yeah, and that's what they're going to need to do, so we shall have to see what is going to end up unfolding here. As it's only... the gold score doesn't really matter that much right now. It mostly just has to do with paying attention to the items coming in Now, Pickaxe and Crit Cloak sitting on Hoya, you have to wonder how much gold is in his inventory, how close is he to the Infinity Edge, because that's a really big item completion.
Oh, yeah.
For the Lucian, and Kaisa now with the new little build going on here, Essence Reaver, Guinsu's Nashers, has been picked up.
Yeah, he does have the Ginsus now, though. So that is one of the item spikes that we were talking about. And we're getting a little bit further away from Sandbox having that sort of clarity moment where the clouds have parted. Is Tarzan going to get missed by that knockup? Punch now out of position, going to get devoured, but that's now going to be on cooldown. He really wants to be able to use that on route, does Gorilla. But going to have to wait for that long cooldown to be back up again. Root will clear out all of this vision where he can find it. As Griffin find themselves some momentary time with Baron Vision. Short-lived though, as Root now back towards this mid lane, clearing things out. Has himself a Zeal, looking for that third item. Whether it be the double lifesteal in Mercurial Scimitar, or just one of the crit-based items built out of his Zeal. See where he goes. I think the Zeal item is going to come in next. Okay, Abyssal Voyage towards the top side. They're looking for Iroh, but they just wanted to be able to clear out the camps.
They didn't actually kill the blue trinket that was at the brush. Iroh not bothering to answer it. Now we're going to have some recalls coming in. Kaisa, let's see what she ends up picking up. Maybe a Fiendish Codex. No, actually, going to get a Crit Cloak. So not going to be going into the AP variation, as Phantom Dancer now complete on Vayne as well. So 80 carries, for the most part, pretty much even in the item inventory. Not sure how far away Azir is from Banshee. Actually has it. So everyone is pretty much even in terms of items in this game right now. And the scary thing about that is that it really comes down to Azir versus Talia, and who can manage to do what. Set also a lot more valuable than the Tahm Kench in a straight-up team fight, but if Griffin tries to get too overeager and hard engage, then Tahm Kench will definitely outshine him and provide a lot more value. Root, I feel like he was trying to solo Baron. I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah, he decides to pull away from that one. Doesn't lose too much of his health bar, as Hoya now potentially out of position, not going to get knocked up by Lonely. Tarzan and Viper are off to the side. Tarzan again avoiding one of these flag and drag knockups. Is Iroh with Phase Rush now armed due to his Omni Stone, but now Griffin, their opportunity for the Infernal Soul. Sandbox grouped as 5 in position. Tarzan wanting to get over this wall, decides to pull the trigger as the culling goes basically into nowhere, but Lonely still getting chunked out. The first kill goes over to Sandbox, and Lonely keeping himself so healthy in this fight. Everett Divide onto 2 on the bottom side as Vayne's picked up the kill. A second one to come down. Now Tarzan will be the third, but it's Dove that steals that one away. An ace again for Sandbox, and they're looking to just run it down mid.
And I think they're just going to be able to end the game. The death timers are way too high.
My goodness.
40 seconds on absolutely everyone. And that's the kind of team fight you don't want to take. Griffin really punted this game away at several points. And you're going to give credit to Sandbox for holding on as long as they did.
That ain't bad at all, but it's not going to be enough.
Die.
And that is dead Nexus turrets. Congratulations to Sandbox. That bounce back was just amazing. They were losing for a game and a half, and then were able to reset that mental and bring us to a match point. Really clean stuff from Sandbox. In the end, it wasn't clean at the beginning, but it was certainly able to get things done in the team fights towards the back end of that game. So congratulations to Sandbox. We'll see whether they can do it again in game number 3.
Well,
now the big question,
really having
a
lot of value there with the Azir inside of that game. We're going to finally get to another TFT mobile ad.
Oh, that's
which
true.
Is another highlight. Right. So, I mean, the other thing that you got to give credit to Sandbox for is that this now gives us 2 more commercial breaks. So those are more TFT mobile ads.
Yeah, Sandbox did it for the people. That's why they lost game 1. That's why, LS, your prediction was ruined. It was just so that we could get more Dodongo.
Exactly. This series is really the death of my predictions here in Week 6.
Yeah, but the uprising of TFT Mobile. 100%. Sure. Let's have a look at this team fight towards the end of the game. The Vayne in position. It felt like, you know, Griffin had found the angle that they wanted, but Viper diving right into the enemy was just not really what she wanted. And she's in the baby cage, had to flash, but Root was there with all the damage.
And we'll see what else ends up happening, as that was a completely clean ace at the final team fight. I gave my vote over to Dove.
Yep.
On the Azir.
Yeah.
He turned around many, many fights. And you have to feel bad if you're Hoya this game. Lonely got put 6 feet under, and it just didn't matter. And the other thing is that Griffin, they were so far ahead in this game. It's so surprising. And it started over 2 really unfortunate timed fights. There was the one at the Tri-Brush where Yukal failed his flash, as well as Hoya messing up mechanically a lot, and that ended up giving Baron over to Sandbox. And this right here, they postured way too long at the Infernal, or leading up to the Infernal. Ended up having a couple of kills going over, and then Iroh, if you recall, got caught out just before the Infernal spawn.
And teamfights aren't really what Griffin wanted to be doing this game, you know? They wanted to be trying to play the Cloak and Dagger using Weaver's Walls to allow them to lock down objectives, which they were able to do in the early game. That's why it looked so one-sided. But then you get these Emperor's Divides that really destroy the 5-on-5 situation that honestly Griffin shouldn't even be trying to find this game. They had to, though, and they felt like they were ahead far enough to be able to guarantee it, but it just wasn't the case. And when a Vayne gets to this point, it is very, very hard, unless she does this, to try and get yourself the victory. This wasn't so good. This is the bad part. Yeah.
Definitely very strong. And that means that we are going to game number 3. This is Iroh getting caught out. Ended up using the suplex forward. Didn't have flash, didn't have any way to follow up on anything. And this was another one of those team fights where things just got very reckless. Iroh didn't even actually land his haymaker anywhere. And everyone was just on a different page inside of this team fight. Dove with a phenomenal Shurima Shuffle, able to do so much inside of this fight. They never gave Talia and the Kaisa what they wanted to achieve inside of these team fights, playing way too reckless.
And I mean, look at that. It was a game that was in Griffin's hands for the entirety, basically. Wasn't until the very end where Sandbox were able to actually take over the gold lead. So really nice from Sandbox, but honestly, it felt more like a Griffin throw this time around. And we'll see whether they can reset and move into game 3 with a clearer mind. Because honestly, these sorts of losses are the ones that hurt the most. And so the big test now, especially for Hoya, who's sort of the newest member of this team, it's really, really hard to reset that. And if he can, that is great news for Griffin. And if Sandbox can win, then they've really changed their fortunes here moving into round 2, which is also good news for them. So there's a lot on the line here for this 3rd game, and we'll see who's going to be able to take it after some Dodonga. You looking forward to it?
I am absolutely
so ready. I hope we get 2. Let's see you after the break.
얘들아 승용보 올려라 머리바로 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타 여기 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키다 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아 21세기 네 전략 이제 전략 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 인더들 잘돼 누나 막아 담아 회전 초밥 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 레디스 새끼 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 라이어가 멋이 도동동작 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 에이 5,6월 서리 가득 찰로 동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 하다 현타 도동동작 TFT 갤럭시 도동동작 유체 뉴 시너지 전설 등장 멋이 패치 우주 도동동작
리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 부동동작.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2020 Spring, where we're up to the deciding match between Griffin and Sandbox. Sandbox somehow managed to win Game 2 after Griffin were ahead for what felt like a game and a half before that stage, and then something went wrong, and they lost.
Something did go wrong. It was a series of a few throws back-to-back, and they never managed to secure their Infernal Dragon, Soul Point, and following that up as well, they just had a couple of botched team fights where they ran right into Sandbox, Vayne, and Azir, and were able to get so much value, as well as just a couple of bots decisions. So at the end of it, a little bit surprising, but we are going to a game number 3, as Sandbox did manage to pull it all the way back, clean ace at the very end, into an immediate Nexus capture.
Yeah.
We'll see what this ends up meaning. Player of the game.
Wow.
Gonna go over to Root.
All right, the Vayne going to pick it up, even after that one Vayne spotting moment. Certainly wasn't the greatest one, but still, he had a good performance and was able to carry a couple of team fights. I thought the Dove was especially good this series, but that's all right. I think that the Vayne was certainly a fun pickup, even if it didn't necessarily win them the game, so I'm okay with it.
Well, did a lot of value here. Remember, this was the fight UCal fail flashed, and so wasn't in the Baron pit with all that safety. So wasn't able to pull anything off, and so that immediately resulted in Sandbox capturing the Baron, as the vote had a lot of different takes, actually.
Wow.
Grandcast had 2 votes for AD carry, as well as 2 in the jungle. We both voted for Dove on the Azir.
I wonder
Observers
whether that means
all
that
voted
they're now
for
laughing
Vayne.
at us for being weird for voting for mid lane, because I actually thought the Dove was super pivotal in the 2 moments that really did allow Sandbox to win the game. But that's fine. I think that Root was also a key part, and a late game Vayne is always a scary thing, but does need to be piloted effectively. Otherwise, things can just fall apart. So not bad at all. We do need to remind you guys that Casterjun doesn't actually cast a vote. The play-by-play on the Korean side doesn't actually vote. It is today it is Owadid, Kunkui, and Dongjun, and Lyra, I believe, are the caster votes. You can see Dongjun and Lyra are right there, but I believe Owadid is in the back or something hanging around, and he's voting as well. And so, you know, we were talking about, you know, Sankei agreeing with us. He doesn't, because he doesn't get a vote. How unfortunate. Anyway, we are here in game number 3, and we'll see whether Sandbox can continue the momentum or whether it is going to be the side selection that's going to reign true here today.
All right, well, let's take a look at what the draft is going to have in store for us. No sort of substitutions happening yet, and honestly, that is really surprising. Lonely has had 2 back-to-back really shaky games. And so having him come in here in game number 3 yet again, a little surprising, but again, we don't have the answer for you guys. No clue what is going on.
Yeah, we
with
don't
Summit.
understand what Summit's deal is at the moment, as currently Ornn is available, guys. And that's interesting. See whether Griffin ban it here. The Callista will then be available as well, but it wasn't something we saw Sandbox necessarily able to make work. So Sejuani is going to be the ban, and we're going for a bit of a trade. Callista is the decision. Wow, okay, that is a lot of priority, as now the Ornn will be locked away.
Well, this is going to be the ornament going over on Griffin, so already right off the bat, you know I'm liking what's going on here for Griffin, but Callista, nothing to scoff at by any means. Tarzan now picking up the Jarvan for himself.
And will that mean that Lonely's decided that he wants to play Callista into the Ornn, knowing that the Ornn was most likely going to be picked? This is an interesting one, because Ornn can be flexed so easily into the mid lane as well. Well, I don't know. Jarvan picked away, and now Aatrox is going to be locked in.
And that is so bizarre, because he's not managed to really do anything meaningful on the Aatrox a couple of games in a row now, and the Aatrox doesn't actually beat Ornn in the event that Hoya would be the one piloting it up there in top lane.
Yeah.
And the way that it stands right now, things are definitely scary. Ornn plus Azir plus Jarvan Really like what's happening right now. Obviously, the Taric ultimate is really good against the Ornn Engage plus the J4, but Azir allows a pivot into a different type of theme for Griffin's team composition, and if they keep dialing back with long-range disengage, using the Jarvan as a mid-rangey kind of champion, then things will be good for them. We go into the second ban phase here. LeBlanc bites the dust. Maybe they're just going to ban away Zoe with the LeBlanc as well.
I think protecting the Azir is a good idea. Remember, in games, yeah, there is the Varus ban. So trying to make sure that the Azir is as safe as possible if Sandbox were going to pick it, but Yukal now able to utilize that himself is going to be great news for Griffin. It means it's sort of basically given them an extra ban and taken one away from Sandbox. As the Kai'Sa is going to be banned, just trying to get rid of what seems like comfort for Viper.
Well, I do question why the Kai'Sa was removed, because I think Griffin probably has a whole different intention for AD carries. And there's still a lot of them that are available, even though we do have the Senna, Aphelios, and now Kai'Sa ban with the Varus. Ezreal obviously still there, but not super ideal down in the bot lane, but does have a lot of value against the current B1 through B3 of Sandbox if he would go into the Iceborne Gauntlet.
Whoa.
And so in this regard, Griffin, let's see what they can end up picking here. Probably should just be the support and then reserve counter pick for the AD carry, and I like what they're doing. They're hovering Yuumi, and this allows them the potential to go into a hyper, sort of like what Sandbox did in game number 2.
Well, we'll see whether Griffin are going to continue down that road. It looks like they do have an interesting idea for what Viper is going to be playing, so stay tuned to see what that is going to be. And now Sandbox need to round out this roster. They can't go towards the Azir again. Dove is going to have to play a new champion here in game number 3 as Gragas taken for Punch. An old favorite for him, definitely. And now Dove, what decision is he going to make here in mid? He can go towards an AD variety, and yeah, Yasuo Gragas is going to be locked away for Sandbox. This is such a mid-game composition, but this one feels more cohesive.
So, Ezreal, Yuumi, and Ornn are really heavily influenced by that Yasuo. So it is really strong for Sandbox. They also managed to make this in a way where Punch is going to be able to deal true damage on that Gragas. But Griffin, if they just go long enough, and if Ezreal gets Iceborne Gauntlet, gets the upgraded Frozen Fist with Ninja Tabi to boot, with all the heals on Yuumi, yeah, the win wall's really, really obnoxious, but Griffin should have ways to play around that and fight it. So, I feel like Griffin, they're coming out ahead. They're going to have the ornaments. They're going to have so much late game scaling. They have so much range repositioning and just overall tools that can really deconstruct Sandbox's team comp. But it's nothing to scoff at either, Atlas. This is definitely a closer draft than what it might appear, but you're absolutely right in the sense that Sandbox basically gets 1 and 2 items. They have a few champions that go a little bit further than that, but then they really do start rapidly decaying, and it becomes the Yasuo show and how much can he actually deny with his wind wall.
Yeah. And it feels like both of these teams, I love games like this personally, because both of these teams have very different ideas on how they want to play out this game. And it's about which team can force their initiative and actually take the victory, right? This is going to be about Griffin trying to slow down the early game, not allowing Sandbox to grab an advantage. And Sandbox just want to try and go as hard as possible, as fast as possible. And they have a composition that can do that so comfortably. It's going to revolve around what Punch can do in this early game. And yes, he's got a lot of agency based on the lanes that he has available to him and the synergy, of course, with the Yasuo. But whether that works in practice is something that we're going to have to find out now.
See how the early game is going to end up playing out. It's definitely very easy for the Jarvan to coordinate with the Ornn and the Azir to set up kills, more so than it is for the Gragas. Gragas' path is going to probably be a lot more streamlined, although once he does get the Predator, he does have quite a lot of approach. Down in the bot lane, can't really expect all that much. We'll have to see how Root and Gorilla can resist against the Ezreal Yuumi. It's definitely a bot lane combo that we were expecting to see a lot more. You can also see Yuumi with the Gathering Storm, not the Scorch, not Sinning.
And also,
in that regard,
they've got 3 exhausts. This is a very interesting composition as far as the summoner spells are concerned. That is, it's going to be a very tired Sandbox in some of these team fights. How you feeling about triple exhaust? LS, you excited about it?
Well, this is going to be very interesting. We've seen G2 do this in LEC. Triple exhaust is really insane against Kalista, Yasuo, and even Aatrox to an extent. It cripples the Kalista. She can't play the game once she gets exhausted. So it is such a powerful spell, and with the Ezreal Yuumi, it's going to be so strong. And Atlas, my stream died.
Oh no.
I'm going to need you to...
Mine's alive. Do you mean your production stream or the Twitch stream? Which one?
The production stream is dead and lagging. I'm back now. Hello.
Hi. Let's. I wonder whether you're going to be ahead, behind. What's going on? Currently, I've got Yukal and Dove in the mid lane. Yukal's about to kill the last 2 minions. There's the last one dead. And now we're top lane. Where are you at?
Well, I am currently at top lane too. I'm 2 minutes and 27 seconds into the game, and
what
I meant is that my live feed from LoL Park ended up dying, not my stream to LoL Park. So I was still going out, but I wasn't getting anything in. So
well, that sounds fun.
Pretty much it.
That means that the stream's okay. We're all going to be all right. And just to follow on from your point, it means that the triple exhaust means that technically now after the buff, I believe now exhaust lasts 3 seconds.
Yes.
So that's 9 seconds of exhaustion onto a Kalista if they are
That would be
able
so
to
funny if they
layer them.
chained it all together.
It would be hilarious.
And then Kalista just sort of stands still.
Are there
Gives
diminishing
up.
returns? I think there might be diminishing returns, so maybe it's not quite 9 seconds. I don't know. That certainly sounds bad.
It does sound really rough. Yukal playing relatively safe, has the Jarvan in close proximity. Everyone knows where Gragas is. Again, Tarzan is actually behind the Gragas in terms of clear right now. Has a lot of first picks coming out here.
Yeah.
On the side of Sandbox.
Understandable that Punch is having another first pick because he hasn't played that many games for Sandbox. It has been the entirety of the first round, I believe, was on fleek. Punch only finally getting his time in the sun. Is on fleek and Summit are doing something there on a holiday, I guess. I don't know. See whether they do come back in coming weeks, but not in this series, as this is the last game. This is the one that Sandbox or Griffin will have to win. Griffin desperate to try and get out of relegation zone, and Sandbox trying to vie for that western side for their opportunity to get on the ship. The ship feels like it's left the port for Griffin, but it hasn't necessarily yet for Sandbox. It will need things to go their way, but otherwise, still an opportunity. They're going to have to really dig deep in this game. And I want to see Lonely actually do something in the laning phase that's going to at least give us an understanding as to why he picked the Aatrox 3 games in a row.
Yeah, and so far right now, he's actually losing to Ornn in the CS department. Ornn does beat Aatrox. And if you're really good at Ornn, it doesn't even matter if the opponent's really good at Aatrox. Ornn just annihilates Aatrox in the game. Generally, all that you have to do is get to the Bramble Vest, and then the lane just ends completely. Aatrox can't really heal anymore, can't really trade against you. Things definitely become bad news bears. Infernal Trains ends up coming out there as a trade. But all that we have to watch is, can Ornn not manage to hemorrhage out in top lane prior to the first recall coming in? Also important to note, Hoya, he has Grasp of the Undying up in top lane, not the Exhaust, and with a lot of squishies on the side of Sandbox, as we assume that Gragas is going to be going for true damage Gragas with Runic Echo, Oblivion Orb, and Sorkpen Boots. He will be not as tanky of a big boy as we would expect out of the Gragas, and as it stands right now, both teams seem to just be playing super safe and stable. Infernal Dragon, first one of the game, super important to both of these teams.
Well, we'll see who's going to be able to take it here as it has spawned. Tarzan spotted on the barrel. Punch throws that one in there. And Dove is now hit level 6. So these body slam ganks are going to be very scary. From Punch. Many knockups as well. Remember, we've got Fate's Call. We've got all the Qs from Lonely. And we've got the Explosive Cask and the Body Slam from Punch. Plus, Dove can set it up for himself. Only Gorilla, without a Fate's Call, is without a knockup and a start of a fight for Dove. So Sandbox will be able to dictate the pace of these engagements as this game goes on. And it's whether Griffin can navigate it effectively as they move towards their late game kingdom with their composition.
We'll have to see what is going to happen here. As first recalls are going to start coming in soon across the board. People are going to have access to more items. Punch might want to try to make a flash body slam happen. Actually gets level 6, leeching off of the XP. That's why he was that far up. Ends up getting the Gragas cask. He does have Predator boots available, but UCal in a really safe position. Not able to get dove onto. And Sandbox, they might just want to start up the Infernal Dragon.
Yeah, they could do it.
Tarzan on the opposite side of the map. This is a nice pickup for them.
And on top of that, you've got Aatrox with vision. So it's not like Tarzan's going to be able to sneak up and kill the Aatrox in a trade for this Drake. This is just going to be a free dragon going over to Sandbox. They managed to get lane control in the mid lane and then just moved it towards this dragon. So despite UCal being ahead in farm, doesn't really matter, because now Sandbox are looking towards Infernal, now Mountain, and then trying to get themselves to a Dragon Soul as early as possible. With these compositions that spike in the mid game, Dragon Soul is just so good to try and establish your advantage. Now Punch looking to protect his control ward, and you can see Tarzan and UCal not feeling strong enough to contend with Punch in the river.
Yeah. So Mountain Dragon coming up second means that we could either have Ocean or Cloud. And if we're a fan of honest gameplay, we would be looking for Cloud Dragon. But Ocean is definitely the most exciting teamfight here.
Yep, there's a teleport. Hoya is going to throw down the Ram. Does land it onto Gorilla, but only gets Punch off to the back end. Lands on Lonely as he teleports forward. Dove is going to go down, though. It's the only death, but still good news for Griffin. Finally, they're on the board.
First Blood going on to the Azir is definitely good news for them. Hoya did have to use his teleport, but not the end of the world by any means. Got Lonely's as well, and he's doing completely fine in the top lane department. Punch, I think he wants to try to sandwich UCal here. Oh!
Oh no,
Whoa.
Misses the flash. Some turtle chains do come in, but there's the party cask come out afterwards. Yep. Let's not rewatch that one.
Oh no, we're absolutely gonna rewatch that one
No,
as UCal took a U-turn.
Oh no.
And Lonely actually, I believe, committed to that a little bit longer than he probably would have liked. He ended up missing a couple of minions, but not the end of the world by any means. Does still get up here for the cannon. No Bramble Vest, actually, picked up by Hoya yet, which is so surprising, given that it has so much value against the Yasuo, against the Callista even, as well as the Aatrox. It's just such a strong item to pick up early. Very surprising, as here UCal does the Shurima shuffle onto Dove. Dove doesn't bother flashing, considers that, okay, you know what, I don't actually have anywhere that I can go here. There's no way for his team to help him out. It's a nice two-man Ornn ultimate to just sort of knock up and stifle the reinforcements trying to come from Sandbox. And as the game currently stands, the gold score is totally even. Sandbox does have an Infernal Dragon bolstering some of their stats, but if you're Griffin, you're feeling pretty good right now. Your Ornn is totally fine. Your Azir is also fine in mid lane. Has a bit of a CS advantage. That first blood on him as well. Things are looking good.
Yeah, you're very happy if you're Griffin right now. But there are still opportunities for Sandbox to try and get themselves back in here. So look for the next fight. Look to see whether the team fight can actually be put together in a way that's going to help Sandbox. Because not having the Yasuo there, the last breath is just so important for their team fight to try and capitalize on the CC landing. Oh, Fate's Call comes in. They look for UCal. They're going to get the knock-up as there's the final chapter. UCal alive for so damn long. Gets all the heals. The Zoomies come in as well. The Taric does keep himself alive. No one dead just yet. That is so many buttons now on cooldown for Sandbox. True Shot Barrage even softening up the rest of this Sandbox squad is now Griffin moving themselves together. Searing Charge does miss. And now the Ornhorn comes forward. The Dazzle not going to find the target. The Cask not doing the work either. Tarzan should be falling, but can Griffin get themselves into a position? Looks like the answer might be no, as you can see the Yuumi trying to get some value as Lonely dives on towards Hoya. It is just the one kill though, as I believe Sandbox were able to lock down the Herald as well.
Yeah, so they end up getting the Herald for themselves. It was picked up by the Taric down there. Definitely a bit of a bloody team fight, and it's happening at a stage of the game where straight-up team fights will favor Sandbox. And the only downside to that, though, is they invest a bit of resources inside of this fight, but Mountain's coming up in 30 seconds. It's really big for Griffin to try to get that. They have a Tank Jarvan, they have an Ornn. So even though it is only one Mountain Dragon, it's still really nice. Hoya, you can see he tries to go in for the knock up there, not able to get it. Tarzan tries to go for a steal, but that was a one-way ticket, as Viper couldn't really do anything. Windwall comes out as well, and it's very problematic. UCal not able to deal damage, and this was just a very disjointed team fight by Griffin without any of their members really being able to enter. Mountain coming up in 3 seconds here. Ornn's not going to be able to join for this one, so this is on the Azir and friends. Now, Azir does have his first core item completed. Yasuo doesn't.
Yeah.
And so all things considered, it's not really that bad of a situation right now. If you are a Griffin fan, they should be able to get the dragon. Ezreal coming back down into bot lane should be able to reestablish some sort of control. Yuumi and Jarvan dancing around the dragon right now. Azir has the prio, moving to the right-hand side.
Yep, Yasuo going to clear out this wave pretty quickly, though, and is going to move into that river as well. Punch in position as they get the Scryer's Bloom and they spot out where Tarzan and Irove were lurking. UCal moving back towards mid lane now as this wave is going to crash once again, and Punch going to soften Tarzan just a little bit there. Misses the second barrel, though. And speaking of missing barrels, he can't be doing that if we're going to be setting up kills for Dove. He needs those knockups to come through exactly the way they want them to. Not able to quite clear this out. Yes, they are. Never mind. Control Ward is going to go down, and Sandbox retain the control of this river now. A back coming in. This is a little bit scary timing. There's 1,000 gold as the lead for Sandbox.
They're just actually going to give over the Mountain Dragon, which is really surprising, all things considered, but they're respecting the Kalista and the Taric control down in the bot lane. And so Ocean coming up next, but things are definitely looking a little bit peculiar. Rift Herald ends up being summoned because they're out of time. They definitely want to crash this into the mid-tier 1 turret of Sandbox. Well, try to get as much value from the plates as they can before they would end up dissipating.
Well.
And
well.
Yeah.
No, sorry, you continue.
No, you go ahead.
No, I was just going to segue off. I just thought you were finished.
Trying to figure out a way to give it back to you.
I mean, it's so hard because we're not sitting next to each other, you know? Normally you can respond to body language and things like that, but it's just I don't know, it's just hard. I'm looking forward to being back in Lol Park, I'm not going to lie to you.
All right, well,
that's okay.
We'll have to see how the coronavirus eventually does get handled.
Yep.
I saw a really scary stat.
Oh, what's that?
Is now the most cases in the world, I believe.
What is? What?
The United States.
Oh, God. That's terrifying.
Yeah, that is scary. It's very sad.
Started a little bit later than us, but I guess catching up is not exactly a great thing. So I hope all of you guys are staying safe over there. Or wherever you are. To be honest, it doesn't matter where you are in the world. It's we are a very connected planet these days. So it feels like everything is relevant. And Root is going to get exhausted. Only one of the exhausts does go down, but that is the ultimate. Now on cooldown for Iroh.
Got the flash out of him.
Yeah, got a flash out of Root though, so still worth.
3 minutes until the Ocean ends up coming up here. Sandbox still just posturing. Ornn 2 levels away from the ornament upgrades, although given that Hoya is just only getting access to CS and nothing else, it's going to be a while until he gets both of the items. He's really close to Sunfire Cape. He should be able to have that one shortly, but Bissell Mass not going to come into later, but once he has it, and he's in the meat of the team fights, it definitely is going to amplify damage for his teammates. Ezreal, Yuumi, Azir, even the Cinder Hulk of Jarvan, all going to be dealing some magic damage.
Yep. And Yuumi does a surprising amount of damage as well, depending on how she builds, of course. Looking over the other side, though, I mean, Dove, he wants to get towards his Infinity Edge, but it looks like it is going to be Steric's Gage second, which is still a good 2-item spike, to be honest, just because you are so much more tanky in that particular scenario. But the 2 items that we were looking for Sandbox are on their way for all of these champions. They want a larger gold advantage than this, moving into the 20-25 minute mark. And I think a fight around this next Ocean Drake is going to be exactly their opportunity to do so, as Prowling Projectile does not find the mark there onto Dove. And he's able to clear waves so fast with this Static Shiv that he's already completed.
Zionist Hourglass is actually going to be the second item for the Gragas, not actually going into the Oblivion Orb, as Ornn's Sunfire Cape has been completed. Azir still just sitting on that Nashor's Tooth with a Sork Pen boot. And the way that the game currently stands right now, they're just endlessly playing ping pong in all of the side lanes. They will have the triple exhaust available in the next team fight, and Root won't have the flash available. And obviously, I'm referring to the Ocean Dragon, as everything else does currently stand. Itemization does sort of favor Sandbox right now in an immediate team fight, but that Iceborne Gauntlet was the... Okay, here we go.
Yep, Tarzan's going to have to get out of there, but there's the final chapter. Tarzan with the Cataclysm into the backline. Great knock-up, and does go golden at the right time, but he's given up for the Ghost. As the Jarvan is taken down now, Sandbox looking to try and push further forward. Shirley available still, and Sandbox are going to try and take this as their prize for grabbing that kill. There's the last breath, lands onto the Ezreal. Nothing he can do, and that's only one person hit by the Emperor's Divide. Oh no, Yukal shorting it completely, and now Hoya having to run away. Gorilla looking to chase after him, but I don't think they mind too much what this Ornn does, but he's still going to teleport to try and get himself out of there. The Ren comes in, punch secures Shirley, and she's going to be put to work in one of these side lanes.
Yeah, and this is a really big victory here for Sandbox. They end up increasing their gold advantage to 2,000. Griffin might be able to just burst down this Ocean Drake. You can see Atrox is already over here, and Tarzan has a bit of a pit stop at Wolves. And so this might mean that Griffin's just going to give this up again entirely.
It's not what you want to be doing. Soul Point is so powerful to control what your opposition is going to do. It just limits your amount of options, because at that point you just have to fight, right? You can choose to fight on this one, but it's much easier to choose to say yes and hold on to at least that choice moving later into the game, where Baron is a tradable option in that scenario. Right now, it's all about this Ocean Drake. And you can see Aatrox hanging around the area. You can see Shirley's going to be able to take down this outer turret in mid lane. And Barrels are just zoning Griffin away from this Dragon Pit. Some backs coming in. It looks like the priority on the Drake isn't necessarily there like we were expecting from Sandbox. But just a reset and a couple of control wards to go into the back pocket of Gorilla so that they can retain control.
And Griffin trying to shove into mid lane. They haven't been able to deal damage to any of the turrets on the side of Sandbox. And so that is where a lot of the standing gold is. When all of those turrets fall, the gold advantage is basically not there.
Yeah.
So it really just comes down to, can Griffin win this team fight? Now, they only have one exhaust available, so there's a lot of advantage. Oh, Griffin does not know that they are on top of a ward right now.
Yeah, this is very scary. And Gorilla can even get thrown in there as well as Punch gets over the wall. They have control vision, so he knows that he's invisible. They didn't see any wards go down, so still, this is a very dark river right here as Tarzan has the Yuumi on top of him. Sun turret falls down, and now Sandbox have started off the Drake, but Tarzan already down to half health, pulled in by the Infernal Chains, and the last chapter does nothing. Lonely still looking for this, but Griffin say, nope, no chance we can fight with a Jarvan at such low health. And now, the Ocean Soul Point is upon us. And Sandbox, they're playing out their composition exactly the way that it wants to be played. Putting their foot down in the mid stage of the game.
And this is exactly what they needed to do. Get all of the early dragons, make sure to have control over them, and they're rolling really good. Ocean Soul is probably the best dragon that they can ever get because they're all about sustain extended fights, especially with that Taric ultimate and all of the stuff that they try to do. So Griffin, Tarzan is honestly the MVP for Sandbox so far in this game because he has constantly just taken the most bizarre cataclysms and engages all around. Definitely looks a bit off in this series, as right there, Ezreal just getting clapped inside of this replay. Screamer Shuffle not going to be able to do anything, and the problem is that with the game accelerating as fast as it is, Ezreal and Azir don't have the damage to just draw out the wind wall super early, and so Yasuo can hold it a lot longer than normal for the key ultimates and key abilities on the side of Griffin, and things just get really rough.
Well, Yumi's day is absolutely destroyed. I mean, the last chapter does nothing. And True Shot Barrage, if she is on top of the Ezreal, it just takes so much damage away from Griffin. So we're talking about timings and Sandbox. If they can utilize that wind wall at exactly the right time, then it is going to be very frightening. Steric's Gauge on its way here for Dove, very close to being completed, but I'm looking at Root's items and I'm feeling nervous for Griffin because Root does have the Runon's Hurricane at a very fast clip. Currently ahead by 30 CS over Viper as well. A little bit less than that after Viper picks up these minions. But Punch clearing out Vision. Gorilla placing Vision himself. And Prowling Projectile will find the Taric, but you can see Griffin are so apprehensive because they've just lost control of this game. Not that they really had any, but I just feel like the door is closing on a Griffin victory here.
Well, 4,000 gold lead here for Sandbox. And as it currently does stand, things are looking very doomed. Death's Dance finally came in for Lonely.
Yep.
As Yasuo about to get his second core completed item, as there is a bit of Build-A-Bear Workshop going on for Punch. He has Fiendish Codex plus Kindle Gem.
Okay. He just wants the cooldown reduction. There we go.
Ah, okay.
Just wants to have as many casks as possible to throw around in this game. Sterix is complete, back to come through from Lonely, sitting on 1,200 gold, so a fair bit there. And just completes the Spectre's Cowl on top of everything else. He's going to have a hell of a lot of healing after he presses his R button. And so far, we don't have the Morellonomicon completed. Yucal will have it relatively soon, and he'll need to use it on the Aatrox, because after Spirit Visage and the Death's Dance and his ult, that's too much healing, actually. This Punch unable to steal away the big Raptor, but honestly right now, Sandbox are very, very pleased. As you can see, things went a little bit wrong in the early game, but otherwise it's pretty linear progression here for Sandbox as the game goes on, and we're close to a 5,000 gold lead for this team, moving into what is going to be the best time for Sandbox to fight. 2 items on everyone, 2.5 on the Aatrox towards the top side. Even Punch is doing a decent job right now, 1, 0, and 2. And I'm glad that Lonely did prove to us, you know, that the Aatrox is an alright pick, because honestly, this game, playing it in the way that they have and playing it around the timings that they have, it's working out.
Yeah, and so right now, I mean, 1 minute until the Ocean does end up coming out. Not sure if Hoya is going to be able to ding level 14 so that he can give over the Frozen Fist upgrade to the Ezreal, which will give him a little bit more damage as well as tankiness for the upcoming team fight.
We often talk about the Frozen Fist being a bad upgrade when we're talking in the case of the Ornn, but for Ezreal, because you get extra mana and that converts into damage, it is a good thing. Sorry, I just need to explain. Now you can continue.
All right. Well, he doesn't really have another choice. There's no other ornament in the game right now. Ocean Dragon, 15 seconds. This is do or die for Griffin. They are in a very unfortunate situation. Ornn did ding 14, and he did find the Ezreal, so they are getting a lot of assistance, actually, at the exact time they need it most.
Well, Tarzan, once again, possibly caught out, but he's going to drag his way to safety. Now things getting dark once again. Control wards available for Sandbox. Lonely in the mid lane, just trying to deal with this minion wave as Hoya not able to find the Searing Charge. And this is Ocean Soul, remember. This has to be fought for on Griffin's side, but they're not going to make it. Ocean Soul now here for the next fight as the final chapter doesn't find Root where he wants him to. The knockup comes forward, and Hoya now going to take a lot of damage, but he wants to be the one tanking. Good knockup there as Gorilla getting taken down low, but he puts on the shades and is able to keep himself alive. And now with this Ocean Soul, I mean, what are they supposed to do? There's the body slam flash as the Cataclysm from Tarzan is not going to help. It's a two-man Empress Divide, but can they actually get past this ridiculous Ocean Soul healing? No one's dead just yet. Oh my god. Sandbox survive and they wipe out Griffin. Only Viper left standing.
And it is a super clean one-sided team fight right there immediately after the Ocean Soul. And Griffin just look absolutely lost in this team fight. And just ultimately in this game, as Ezreal is the only one standing, but Viper not going to be able to do anything for the remainder of this game, as now with Ocean Soul, the Baron buff enhancement, they're going to be able to, at the very least, get an inhibitor. And in all actuality, they definitely should be able to end the game. I think that's all she wrote for this one, Atlas. Sandbox managed to bring it back.
Yeah, and turning it around really, really nicely as well. It feels like both of these teams, they were winning for a game and a half, but Sandbox were winning for the game and a half that mattered, unfortunately for Griffin fans. As, yeah, there was a redemption. Yeah, they did manage to get invincible, which did help them stay alive, but I just don't feel like Sandbox should have been able to all survive in this moment as easily as they did.
Yeah, the Ocean Soul just doing ginormous amounts of healing as here did have the Morellonomicon, but it still is just such a powerful objective, and it's the best one that they could have rolled inside of this game. We see Root inside of this team fight. Well, as it does goes right into the back. Small numbers popping up on his screen as
it's like giving everyone
a really
war mobs.
clean
That's what it feels like.
Yes.
But it works in combat. It's just not great. It's not great if you're the opposition. As Griffin now trying to defend inner turrets, but they're unable to do so on either front. And Root is very healthy. I believe has his Bloodthirster. I think I saw the shield. But now it's just Viper trying to deal with this siege minion. He should be able to, but you can see a back coming in from Yukal. They're giving up on this inner turret. Lonely already getting to work on the inhibitor. The rest of Griffin looking to rotate around to try and challenge. There's two siege minions here as well. It's really scary stuff. The turret finally falls down. Now another minion wave. Conga lines towards the mid inhibitor. And Root's just standing his ground. Not too worried. He's got an Ocean Drake. Easy peasy.
1 minute remaining on the Baron. They should be able to eventually crack and perforate the base of Griffin. Although they're backing off right now, don't have a minion wave in close proximity. Yasuo looks like he's heading actually up to the top lane. And this might go all the way to Elder, which is definitely going to be a bit surprising.
Well, 10,000 gold lead and an Ocean Soul means that Sandbox are in a pretty good position to lock down the Elder Drake. Very staggered at both Elder and Baron as well, so likely that you're going to see one fight around one and then a movement over towards the other, or just the end of the game at that position. True Shot Barrage, going to find a minion wave, but nothing else. And Bloodthirster isn't quite done yet. There's a stopwatch and the makings of a Bloodthirster, but not quite a completion. There's now Tarzan and Viper trying to defend this inhibitor turret. They're not going to be able to. Big damage out from Punch, like you were talking about. Difficult to itemize against the Gragas this game. You can see that it's paying dividends for the Sandbox jungler. One inhibitor down, and now a minute and a half before the Elder Drake. It's feeling pretty textbook here for Sandbox as they move towards a 12,000 gold lead.
Definitely is very strange as Griffin, they don't seem to have any real clear window back into this game. You can see Executioner's Calling picked up on the Ezreal. Lost Chapter picked up on the Yuumi super late into this game, but no one's really going to be dealing any damage anymore. They're all just mostly going to be tickling. Total damage dealt. This also really paints a picture of what really happened this game. There was very key decisive fights that just eventually accrued small but certain advantages for Sandbox over and over and over, as it's very surprising. Yasuo not having done a whole lot. His wind wall, though, very effective. And just the objective control around the dragons proved to be a little bit too much. Now, if this wasn't Ocean Soul, if it was Cloud Soul, I would say that Griffin still could maybe have a chance in this game if it would go another 5-7 minutes. You have all the ornaments start coming in, but I mean, Azir's not even building them.
Yeah.
Neither is Jarvan, so suppose maybe in that regard, it's not really quite working out.
It's going to take a little while. I do want to just point your attention towards the fact that Sandbox have taken overall more damage than Griffin, despite winning basically every fight so far this game. And that just shows that, you know, certain things like the Ocean Drake are really powerful. Not to mention the added healing that they have available to them as Tarzan looking to try and find another opportunity in. I do like the idea of staying on the front foot, but honestly, it feels like there isn't too many opportunities for them to take wins, as Dove now trying to escape this Griffin train heading towards him. Yukal dives on forward, gets the Emperor's Divide, and now the barrel comes into the backside. Now they've turned it into an engagement, but the last chapter comes down. Dove is actually really tanky in this fight, flashes away eventually, as now Lonely finds the knock-up. Hoya not going to get pulled back because he has the Bellows Breath, and now they retain their Phalanx. The re-engage from Tarzan will get the knock-up here onto Punch, who can go golden at a moment's notice, and Lonely dives into that Cataclysm with him. That golden is going to come forward, and Tarzan falls down. The shades get lowered. Everyone is immune to damage, and this looks like the last team fight for Sandbox. They turn things on their head, and honestly, I'm very impressed by how they've done it. Hoya trying to turn this one, but he's going to fall. Viper has to flash, but that is not the direction you want to be going because your base is under fire. And Yukal here, the last bastion of hope with a Yuumi on his side. But cats and birds aren't necessarily the best of friends. There's the knock-up just from a Q, and that's another last breath. As Iroh, no options, and Sandbox will take down the Nexus turrets and win Game 3, taking down the series over Griffin.
They win in very dominating fashion here in game number 3. As Root with a very impressive performance on the Callista, Lonely with a redemption there in game number 3. And all in all, Griffin continue to look very lost so far in the LCK Sandbox. This is their second series in a row that they've managed to bounce back with their new roster that they're fielding.
And I'm trying to work out who to give the MVP to. I think my mind's saying Root here, but part of me wants to give it to Lonely for playing in a matchup that shouldn't necessarily be that easy. He basically Flame Horizoned Hoya on his Aatrox, was having a real good time, and did manage to at least prove why the Aatrox was picked 3 games in a row. But I don't know, man. It's hard because it feels like Griffin, honestly, their hearts weren't in it in game number 3. It feels like they really did tilt after that throw in game 2 and couldn't quite find their mental stability after that.
And I think that mostly what we got to see in game number 3 was just the overall reluctantness, or how reluctant Griffin was to really try to do anything. There were several points that they had stuff aligned in order to try to accomplish something, but were always just really off kilter as a team at several points, and it allowed Sandbox to just run over the early stages in terms of objective control. And even though everything was pretty even in terms of CS and everything across the board, they eventually just kept getting trapped by the inevitable dragons, and then combine that with the fact that Sandbox's team composition is so strong at 1 to 2 items, it made it a really bad news bears, and we never got to see a full-on true team fight until the Ocean Soul fight.
Yeah.
And that was just super lopsided.
And we already stated, right? Like, you can't let it get to that fight because then it's already so projected. Like, you are forced to fight in that moment, and Sandbox have all of the initiative. Absolutely everything. They can dictate the terms for any sort of engagement, and it went exactly as we expected. This was the startup fight. This was actually Dove getting taken down very early on. But from this point, there was nothing good to say about how Griffin navigated this game.
of the Rift Herald fight where Tarzan Leroy Jenkins in over a Rift Herald that doesn't really serve a whole lot of purpose. When you're the team that is trying to go to later items, waiting for champions to pick up their second, third items, etc., you don't need to accelerate by any means. I understand maybe there's a bit of panic and that the Yasuo win wall is really effective against some of these champions. Obviously, the Ornn ultimate feels like maybe Ezreal can't even play, but once you start going into the mid to late transition, your champions start dealing so much damage that one win wall in isolation doesn't really stop you.
Yeah, you've got so many things that have to be win walled, right? And it's got a long cooldown.
Yeah.
So there should theoretically be an opportunity. So I don't know, man. I feel like Sandbox just were the ones playing League of Legends, and Griffin were playing to not lose their game, right? And if you play just not to lose, it's not going to be a good thing. As Root flashing over here certainly did show that they were the ones feeling it here this game.
Greatly reluctant fighters did show themselves up here.
Yeah, they did.
Which is sort of ironic because in game number 2, they had it won if they were greatly reluctant fighters. But a lot of overeagerness caused them to botch it. We're going to have to see who ends up getting the player of the game here in the second series.
I had a difficult time working out who to give it to because it felt like a team performance from Sandbox here.
It did.
I think that Punch had a few errors in the early game that takes him out of the running. I think that, Lonely, he just played as Aatrox again. But I think that Root did play a very good game on this Kalista and was able to really decisively win that team fight around one of the Drakes. I'm not entirely sure which one it was, but I was able to win that team fight by flashing forward aggressively, and that's always good to see. So big damage as well coming out of the Kalista. An understandable MVP if he does pick it up. As 14,000 gold the lead, this was an absolute stomp from Sandbox in Game 3 and just shows that they had the mental fortitude while Griffin's kind of crumbled.
Yeah, they held it together, and it's good news for their team that they were able to bring this series back again with the new roster. Maybe we can ask Ashley if she knows perhaps any reason that Summit and Co are not coming out anymore, because really still does have me scratching my head.
I wonder whether she's got the inside goss. We could talk about
I wonder if she has the inside scoop or if she can maybe find out somehow. Because I know a lot of fans are wondering what is going on in that regard. So perplexing when one of the best players in the entire LCK is on the bench.
Yeah, no, I agree. On fleek as well. I mean, he's been having a great season, but it's been Punch, and he's going to pick up player of the game, actually. They're just going to ignore the party casks in the earlier stages. He was getting his eye in. And then found himself some body slam flashes, things like that, which were able to get him the player of the game. I don't mind this too much, but they weren't really clear carries in this game. The people that were able to really take control, it was instead just Sandbox playing better as a team and Griffin kind of falling apart.
Yeah, exactly what happened. So we'll have to hear from them in the winner's interview. And then obviously the series that we're going to have coming up next it's a real bang.
Oh yeah, this is the big one.
We have T1 versus Dragon X for the final series of the night, and that one's going to be really exciting.
And
especially because...
Remember as well, LS, this is really important information. Both of these teams lost to Hanwha Life. T1 did it very early on, and Dragon X did it just a couple of days ago, or yesterday. It was very recently. Yeah. So coming in on very equal footing, I guess, moving into this match. I'm also really excited about it. Teddy versus Deft is always a really great matchup, and BDD is not playing. I apologize. Chovy versus Faker is a huge one in the mid lane as well. So I'm also very, very excited for DRX versus T1, but we still need to hear from Sandbox about their victory. And I'm actually really interested to hear about how they were able to establish their mental afterwards. So let's throw it over to G-Sun for some translation.
So let's hear from Punch Fruit, the POG from Sandbox Gaming. It's your first winning streak up the split. How are you feeling? To be honest, we only did losing streak, but this is our first time to pick 2 wins in a row, so I can't really kind of feel this.
되게 좋은 것 같아.
So I'm just really happy. It's so good. And the surprise pocket pick, Vayne. What was the intention in that pick? We were all surprised. Is that a viable pick right now?
원래
Well,
베인 할 생각은 없었는데.
that was not the original plan. We didn't really plan it, but they had Sejuani, you said, so many tank champions.
베인 각이다 싶어서.
So we thought that this is a perfect angle for Vayne, so we kind of locked it in during the pick and ban. And Punch, you kind of subbed in, and then Sandbox is now back on a great momentum. So what was the reason why that Sandbox started letting you play the game as a starting jungler?
생각엔 좀
Well, I think
연패를 하고 있는 와중에
well during the losing streak, the biggest mistake was that we didn't really have a good teamwork or synergy. So by subbing in me, I think we kind of improved our performance in terms of as a team.
아니요 딱히 그렇다기보다
But
그냥 다 같이 잘해서 그런 거 같아요.
it's not that just like I am the most experienced, one of the most experienced players subbing in. It's just all the 5 players as a whole are doing a great job. And also, tell us more about the Yasuo Gragas comp in game number 3. Was that prepared in advance?
사실 뭐 미리
Well,
이렇게
not like
준비를
we kind of
했다기보다
prepared
그
in
상황에서
early
사업회의에서 미드
our
정글을
hand.
같이 뽑아야 되는 상황이었는데
We had the situation where we had to kind of both bucket mid and jungle, so we had to go with the champion picks that had good feelings, that gave us good feelings. Then was that because of the enemy comp, or was
딱히
is
그렇다기보다
it not the
그냥
story?
후보지 중에서 그냥
Well,
가장
not
게임을 이길 수
we
있을
were
것
not
같은
that we were
거를
thinking
조합을
or
짜가지고
regarding the opponent comp. It was rather just yet some options left, and Yasuo and Gragas was one of those. Then what was your impression about
근데
3
그게
exhaust?
또 이런 말 했었거든요. 상대가 탈진을
But
3개
we-
들었잖아요. 그 3개를
As we saw them,
맞아서 한 명한테 다 먹을 수
like
있는
taking 3 exhausts, but we never
좀
saw them like there. We actually thought that there will be a very low possibility of like putting 3 exhausts at the same time. Well, having that kind of teamwork is really hard, so we had to think it that way. Then what is your strong point like compared to on split? What kind of difference do you have? I mean,
장경이 형도 워낙 잘해서
Onflick is also a
틀난
great
점 같고
player,
운이
so
좋았던
there's nothing that I really outshine him. We all just are good junglers. What about Rude? I mean, we really want to hear more about the disconnection issue happened.
원래 평소에 이런 적이
I
한
mean,
번도
this never
없었거든요.
happened before.
갑자기
But
끊겨서
suddenly we just all lost the connection, so we were like, what's going on? And we were all flustered. So
솔직히 조금
honestly,
당황했는데
we kind of
또
was a little bit surprised and
옆에 같이 이제
flustered.
얘기하다 보니까 다시 괜찮았어요.
But staying all together with my teammates kind of helped out. So lastly, Sandbox, how are you guys gonna prepare for the remaining matches in round 2?
앞으로 남은 경기
We'll
웬만하면 다 이겨가지고
we'll
플레이오프까지
do our
바라볼
best
수
to win
있도록
all the
열심히
remaining
하겠습니다.
series to make it to the playoffs.
네, 저도 일단 뭐
Same.
당장에 내일 모레 있는
Well, we have
꼭 이겨서
APK
얻는 거
series
탈출하고
in
싶고요.
2 days, so
네.
we really want to win this
남은
and get out of
상대도
the relegation
강한
zone.
상대지만
And
다
also,
한번
well, the remaining
이겨서
opponents are really
플레이오프
strong,
가지고
but I want to take them down and make it to the playoffs. So this will be the end of the interview with Punch,
감사합니다.
Root from Sandbox Gaming, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for your interview translation. It is a little bit difficult because I can't hear Ji-sun in our incoming info, and I can only hear it on the stream, which is a little bit delayed, so it's really hard to pick it all back up again. That's my excuse for being a little bit delayed on my pickup. However, Sandbox have moved themselves to 6th place, and Hanwha Life, after being 6th at the beginning of the day, are now in 8th.
Yes, and I mean the thing about it that is so good is that Hanwha Life, I mean, they're now in a 3-way tie. I mean, Danwon Gaming 3-way tie with Sandbox as well, but Sandbox getting the leg up in the point system was really big for them. So things are definitely getting a bit spicy in the middle of the pack, and KT has managed to separate themselves from the rest. And
They're going to the ship, man.
They are absolutely, positively going to the ship as Griffin continued to just, I don't even know.
No,
it's like gravity is just influencing them.
Certainly is. They just
to a whole different world. They are getting sucked on by a black hole.
Yeah, I don't know. Not about that life. They want to stay on land. No ships for them, as they are pretty much locked in the bottom at the moment. They're going to have some crazy turnaround to get things done for them. And that's enough about those two teams, because we've got a huge match coming up after this. DRX versus T1. Can T1 continue their momentum? Are Dragon X just boom after their match against Hanwha Life? We have absolutely no idea, but we'll have to find out after the break.
We're absolutely going to have to find out after the break, Atlas, as I'm looking forward to this match.
Oh, yeah.
This is one of the climaxes of round 2, and I don't think there's a much better time for it to be happening, because both of these teams are neck and neck for second place.
And do you know what we're going to need? We're going to need about 30 minutes of Dodongas.
We are.
In order to get us ready and hyped enough for T1 versus Dragon X. So, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you stay tuned. Plenty of TFT ads incoming, and we'll see you afterwards for DRX versus T1.
네, 시청자 여러분 안녕하십니까. LCK 롤분 토론의 진행을 맡은 단석희입니다. 신년 특집에 이어서 1라운드 결상 특집을 함께해 주실 토론자 4분을 모셨는데요. 먼저 강팀 미래당의 강팀준님 나와주셨습니다.
안녕하십니까. 강팀이 미래당. 우리에게 필요한 건 강팀. 강팀준입니다.
네, 감사합니다. 자, 그리고 정글당의 국수엠 변호사 쓰레기 클템님 나와주셨습니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 정글러요. 영원하라. 정글이 최고다. 근본 정글 필템 이현우입니다.
솔랭에서
맨날
탐만하신다고 얘기를 들었습니다. 자, 그리고 신발 산당의 비선 실세 빅돌님 나와주셨습니다.
LCK 올해는 다르다를 보여줘야 합니다. 신발 선당의 빅돌입니다.
밋밋하네요.
네, 이제 넘어가죠.
네. 자, 그리고 수염 자란당의 탑신봉자 강키님 나와주셨습니다.
안녕하세요. 자란당 강키입니다. 탑이 미래다. 탑신이 미래다. 탑신봉자 화이팅!
오늘 면도는 하고 오신 거죠?
뭐야? 금방 잘한 겁니다.
아, 잘한다. 네, 수염 잘한다고요.
누구보다 빠르게.
네.
남들과는
다르게.
벌써 1라운드, 스프링의 1라운드가 이제 마무리가 됐습니다. 시청자 입장에서 매번 챙겨봤고 한 게임도 놓치지 않았습니다. 정말 재미있는 경기.
진짜로요? 어떤 경기가 제일
또 있었지만
아니 본인 게임 하면서 그냥 대충
틀어놓고 그냥.
칼바람 하면서.
그래서 멘트 몇 개 기억해서 본 척은 또 하시더라고요.
경민
왜?
1대1 들어와. 탑 잘한다며. 내가 너보다 잘해.
나 1대1 하네.
빨리 들어오라고. 나 일단 아트록스 할게.
아트록스 해라. 마린씨 할게.
럼블 한다고? 오케이.
아니 마린씨 한다니까.
생각해 럼블이잖아.
아니야 마린씨 한다니까. 오버히트.
아 뭐해?
왜?
대충 하지마.
대충이라니. 한 대? 두 대. 끝. 왜 그랬어?
아 봐준 거야.
왜 그랬어?
아 전멸도 있어. 봐준 거야.
너 이길 수 있다고 생각하냐? 꿀려면 먹고 왔지 너.
탑라이너들은 원래 꿀려면 먹어.
야 꿀려면. 야뭐 탑라이너들은 원래 꿀려면 먹어 이러고.
아 라인 탑라이너는 원래 꿀려면 저 중요해.
야 봐주려고 했는데 안 봐줄게.
아 다시 해. 1렙부터.
안해.
1렙부터 다시 해.
안해. 콤보 연습하러 갈게.
얘들아, 시우가 싸우자고 콜하면 그냥 그 순간에 뺄 생각하지 말고 무조건 싸움 콜만 봐.
얘들아 싸움콜은 나다. 막판 이기자.
이기자, 화이팅!
화이팅!
가자, 세트 출동!
끊었어. 일로 와봐. 나이스. 렌터. 렌터 마려고. 괜찮고. 앞에부터 잘하면부터. 보내 맞아. 기다려봐. 하나 오리 맞아. 나 조직에 있거든. 이거 봐줄 수 있어. 맞아. 죽여. 야, 살려줘. 너무 좋아. 그리핀 너무 좋아. 파이퍼.
승용부 올려라. 뭐이봐요. 에이, TFT 모바일 부동동자 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동자. 에이, TFT 모바일 부동동자 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동자. 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타. 여기 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키다. 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아. 21세기 네 전략 이래 전략 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 인더들 자 이제 누나 막간 담아 회전 초밥 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 레디 셋 에이 TFT 모바일 부동동자 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동자. 에이 TFT 모바일 부동동자 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동자. 라이어가 멋이 부동동자. 에이 TFT 모바일 부동동자. 에이 온유월 서리 가득 찰노동자 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동자. 하다 현타 부동동자. TFT 갤럭시 부동동자. 유체 뉴 시너지 전설등장 멋이 팬츠 우주 부동동자. 리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 부동동자. Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Cleats on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion and I just want the reign. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is
You're
win.
looking at a CHAMP. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, RIP, ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you don't wanna
You
be.
looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2020. I'm Atlas. I am joined, hopefully, by LS. Although we are not in the same studio, we are still equally excited for T1 versus DRX. This is the big one. This is the one you've all been waiting for. And now we get to figure out whether it was a hiccup for Dragon X against Hanwha Life Esports or whether they're actually one of the big dogs and they can play at the top of the table.
Yeah, and I mean, this is gonna be the premier match to conclude this night, and I'm glad to be here with you.
I'm glad to be here with you
for
too.
this one, as this is probably not going to have a lot of lull state moments, though.
Nope.
So
not in a DRX game. That's just not how
a lot
that
of
goes.
action.
I'm hoping so. I feel like DRX, I don't know what happened in their final game against Hanwha Life. That was them winning. That was Carrier's Pike being amazing. And then it was a loss somehow. And I think a lot of that had to do with Senna and Tom Kench being pretty gross. And we'll see whether that's just going to be banned this time around.
Well, drafts are going to be really important between these two teams, especially if Dragon X ends up having both aggressive lanes with better scaling. I would just imagine that that's lights out, but both of these teams neck and neck right now for second place. If T1 wins, they're really making it pretty difficult probably to ever lose that spot.
Yeah.
As these are the two teams vying for it. So let's see some of the points of the match here. Chase of the Soul #1, battle of the top teams in the West. T1 won. And round 2 versus Dragon X 0-1 in round 2. Not totally sure exactly what.
That just means in the head-to-head, it was
Okay.
T1 that was able to take the victory. Dragon X unable to. They really need to even out the head-to-head Head-to-head super important in this sort of double round robin that we have on our hands here for the regular season. So DRX will need to, if they want to be able to challenge T1 for that position. Kana Elim versus Doran Pioshik. And we'll see whether Elim is going to be able to perform once again. I mean, he was exciting to watch. I miss Cuz, I'm not going to lie to you. But Elim, pretty good performance. Elim?
Alice. Elim. Don't fall victim like I did. It's actually
really?
his name.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's Elim. Yeah.
Oh,
which is
right, in
a first.
Korean.
I've never seen that name.
Neither have I. That's a newie.
Yeah, that is definitely new. I'm wondering what the origin of it is or what the meaning could be.
Yeah.
But yeah, his name is Che Elim.
That's cool.
So,
all right.
Yeah, it's his first name.
Shout out to his parents for being creative when they came to naming their child. But Kana and Elim up against Doran and Pioshik is a really exciting matchup. And I want to see Pioshik on his Kindred, for goodness sake. Because he is named after Kindred and she got buffed. So,
yes.
Let's pray that does happen. Having a look at some of the team stats. First tower, very good for Dragon X because they do like to go hard and fast in the early game. But the win rates on the side of T1 are just better. They just feel more stable.
Yeah, and I mean, win rate with First Blood, 81.8%. First Blood percentage, however, 44% of the time. They're 8th in the league, but Dragon X very, very low.
Even worse,
actually, in the league, which is so surprising given how aggressive they are. But I guess their over-aggression probably ends up costing them.
Well, it means
in
that
more
all of their
than not.
lanes are pushing, so the enemy jungler can get a gank in the early game. But when that happens, the other lanes know that the jungle is there, and they start shoving even more, right? So it doesn't take them off their trajectory as much as you might expect from a lot of these other teams when that first blood does go down. But as we were talking about, Elim is in the roster. It is not going to be Cuz this time, as Kana towards the top side, Faker, Teddy, and Effort, the players that you all know and love here for the T1 roster. And we'll see whether the top side is going to continue augmenting them in a positive fashion as we move into round 2 ever deeper. Doran, Pioshik, Chovy, Deft, and Carrier will be your DRX lineup. And I'm looking to see more from Doran. I think that he had a terrible performance in their first game back on in round 2. And I want to see him bounce back. And I don't want to see any of that tilt that we saw in their first series.
No, I don't want to see that either. Deft is going to be a main focal point here. He's going up against Teddy down in the bot lane. This is one of the most exciting bot lane matchups. But we have Chovy and Faker colliding in mid. I think they're the two best mid laners currently in the LCK.
It depends which one we get in the mid lane for DRX.
Right. We don't have footage of the inside of the Dragon X facility right now, at least not here in the English broadcast. So Choki might have invaded Chovy's share again, and if that ends up being the case,
we got to bring him back to
be a
Lol
pretty
Park.
easy T1 win.
We have to bring him back to Lol Park because we need to make sure that it is Chovy sitting in that chair. All right, this is something that will not stand. We need to have a guaranteed Chovy in the mid lane. But this is not going to be the key matchup. It is going to be Doran versus Kana. We're looking towards the top side. Kana has had a great time back in round 2, and his isolated deaths is very, very low. My goodness. Only 7 so far for the whole first round and their first game of round 2. That is very impressive.
Yes, and take a look at the general here.
Oh,
first
my
place
God.
in a couple of stats, but where he's not first place, Deft is at gold at 15. Deft is pretty consistently ahead, and I think a lot of that comes from he's always pushing, always getting turret plates, always has a CS lead over his opponents. Average level 6 time.
That's an L, not an R, by the way, guys. It's average, not lever 6. It's level 6. That's when they hit level 6.
It's not Sandbox.
Yeah.
Okay. All of them left the game earlier today.
They left with a win, though. Yeah.
Yep. CS percentage, 15 to 30 minutes. And I'm not totally sure what it's trying to say there, but let's get into the pick ban.
Confusing stats aside, let's just get into the pick ban. This is what you guys want. We don't need any TFT ads anymore because this is exactly what we're here for. T1 starting on the blue side will ban away the Zoe, and Dragon X on the red side, wondering what they're going to answer with. Dragon X don't like banning Aphelios because they like giving it to Deft, but they drafted or they banned in their final game against Hanwha to a point where they were able to get an Aphelios, but what they gave up was far more than what they gained. And we'll see whether that's going to bite them once again.
All right, well, T1 starting off with a Zoe and an Olaf ban. Dragon X now with the Aphelios. They're probably going to ban away the Kalista and then the Senna, I would assume. Or they might just actually go with the Kalista set. I suppose that would be a different variation. It would mean that Ornn is potentially on the table, and this is why Red side is a little bit scary at the initial ban phase.
Yeah.
Where things can definitely get a bit dicey.
Well, as you can see, Senna is taken away. Dragon X don't want any of that ever again. That was certainly the bane of their existence in their first match of round 2. Now T1, their final ban. Is it going to be that ever-looming Ornn blue side ban? Hopefully not. 2 seconds now to go. T1 really thinking about this one, and the Varus is taken away. Of course, a key pick for Deft down there towards the bottom side, but this priority on the Varus has been very high so far today.
Well, Varus getting taken away is a bit surprising. This does mean that Ezreal is still on the table, as is Kalista.
Our
See what
two
Dragon X is
best
going to elect
Ezreal
for.
players
This is
are in this game too.
Yeah, this is the very dicey ban here, as it's not going to be Set or Kalista or Ornn.
Oh my
Alice.
god.
It is going to be the Azir.
So Dragon X get 2 of them. I don't know where they're going to put them, as T1 are thinking about taking away Yuumi instead. This would almost force Dragon X to go for something like the Olaf for Pyosik, because if Yuumi was picked up. But no, it's going to be the Kalista priority. Teddy, a phenomenal Kalista player. Deft as well. I mean, I feel like we do have the Kalista Ezreal gods in this game, and I have a feeling that Deft is going to jump on the Ez. But what else do they get? And do they lock in the Ornn here in the first round? I think it'd be just a no-brainer to take that one away. And they are going to do so. I feel like Ornn is so powerful because it forces your opposition to play a certain way, right? Because they have to understand that they need to win by 25 minutes. It's not where DRX are going. The set has been locked away here. And now Pyosik, what is he going to pick up? If Ornn goes through to the second round on blue side, I'm going to lose my mind. But he's not. Well, maybe not. I hope not.
Looking like it might be Set and Ornn on the side of Dragon X, and this is already off to a much different start than one would expect. Dragon X generally is the one taking the sinful team compositions that really want to come online at 1 and 2 items. It's not like they're entirely opposed to scaling, but this is definitely dialing it into a much different direction. The Ornn obviously has flex potency, mid and top set, mid, top, and support. As T1 now hovering the turret.
I like Set into Taric though, because you can take someone out of the Cosmic Radiance while it's being armed. You know, you can see who has it on them, see who's the Bastion, and see where Taric is, and then separate someone from that, and then just burst them down. Could be an opportunity for Dragon X to try and fight back against the very powerful Kalista Taric. It did lose in our last series, but I believe 5-2 now for Kalista Taric so far in the LCK for Spring. Helen gonna jump towards... Oh no, Faker just gonna lock away his LeBlanc, and this has gotten spicy so quickly. Faker's LeBlanc in the first round blind into DRX.
And they get it for Faker. And this is gonna definitely be interesting. How is Dragon X going to respond? There's still LeBlanc counters that do exist, and if there is going to be a player that can take one of those counter picks and probably win the laning phase, it would definitely be Chovy.
I love Deft's
but
Caitlyn
we'll have to
being
see
picked
what
up
else
here.
is going on.
A lot of extra power in the lane and a lot of range to try and counteract Kalista, something that Deft has been known for a very long time. Remember, Set and Ornn can both be the solo laners right now, but you could have Ornn flex to support, Set flex to support. We don't necessarily know everything about what Dragon X are doing right here. And we do know that CV Max is a wizard when it comes to the draft phase, for better or for worse. And we'll have to see what he has up his sleeve as
I'm imagining
stand away first.
That a mage support will probably just come in to really complement the Caitlyn and try to keep the Kalista and the Taric suffocated during laning phase, and the way that it stands right now, they can definitely get a priority jungler on R4 and then counterpick mage support on R5. And if they do that, things are definitely looking a little bit scary for T1, as Ornn can be pivoted into mid, build Abyssal Mask first, and LeBlanc can never move him in a million years, and Faker will have a pretty tall ask on him in this game on the LeBlanc, because Kalista and Taric would be under a lot of siege.
Yeah. The last ban to come through here for T1, I'd actually love to see Gragas from Pyosik, because I feel like magic damage will be very important for DRX so far. If these are solo lanes and marksmen, then you don't have a whole lot of magic damage so far, apart from Ornn doing magic damage, but it's not exactly enough. As Morgana is banned away, taking that option from Carrier also means that Deft doesn't have the black shield to be able to play super far up. This would be a pivot, though. Braum is not what I was expecting.
Not what I'm expecting either. You know that you're up against the Taric.
Wow.
The Braum is definitely very bizarre. Now, obviously, if he ends up clipping Kalista, then things can definitely get a little interesting, but you know that T1 is very susceptible in the early laning phase. I'm sure the collective probably also wondering what the Braum is doing on R4, but it does reserve jungle counterpick, and I guess Karthus is available, but they already have a Taric.
Well, it has to be a magic damage jungler, right? Or a mid laner in Ornn jungle or something.
You're absolutely looking for a magic damage jungle, and Karthus is really good against Trundle, but the Cosmic Radiance is already there, which makes it a little bit scary. The other thing is that Ornn doesn't get prio against the LeBlanc until generally post-first recall, depending on how LeBlanc wants to play the lane out. So, interesting there. Set does have a favorable matchup up in top lane against Aatrox, but maybe they are just going to Gragas.
I think Gragas is sort of the LCK choice, but I don't know whether I like it more than the Karthus. It will give them a lot of peel potential, a lot of engage potential. I mean, everyone apart from Deft can start a fight right now. It's pretty insane. Also, what the Braum does is gives Dragon X a very strong level 1 as well. And we know that DRX, they don't like to slow down, even when they're making their way out of the base. So this is sort of what we were assuming Dragon X were going to do. The Gragas was picked up a little bit later than I was expecting. I thought it was going to be a R4 pickup, but the Braum is really throwing me through a loop. If that was a Karma, if it was a lot of different choices on the bottom side, any sort of mage support would be strong, but we'll have to trust in DRX and CV Max as to what they can get done here. I don't know. I just feel like there isn't the amount of projectiles that the Unbreakable can actually be useful against.
There's not a lot that it's going for, which is the most scary thing. Now, Caitlyn traps are really strong against this team that T1 has drafted. Aatrox, Trundle, LeBlanc, Kalista, and Taric. It has an enormous power spike at 1 and 2 items. From that point forward, though, DRX do start outscaling. All of the members will get very tanky. They will get very durable. Caitlyn is a monster once she starts going to 4, 5, and 6 items, and she does have the leg up in bot lane. Now, fortunately, because Set's favored against Aatrox and has dual effectiveness with Ninja Tabbies early on against the Trundle and the Aatrox, he's probably able to be on an island, which means Pyosik can protect the Ornn, protect bot lane, and a lot of the effort is on Deft. I'm going to give DRX... Well, I'm thinking DRX is going to win this game. I'm giving them the draft edge.
And they have Hail of Blades Caitlyn, which is exactly what we're looking for. Think about the early trades for the Caitlyn that are already pretty difficult to deal with given her obnoxious range. She's going to be shooting way faster now as well. So it's now 3 bullets for the price of 1 is what it sort of feels like. And we'll see whether they can utilize that. Think about how fast they're going to get stunned as well. This is exactly why Hail of Blades is very strong if you're in a lane with the Braum, because if that Winter's Bite lands, someone's getting stunned. That's just how it is. So really cool adaptation from DRX, and this is something that they've obviously been putting to work in the Scrim Lab.
Well, Alice, I am looking forward to see if you continue to curse me here in the predictions. You're sort of like kryptonite to Superman here.
Hey, not in the first series. First series, you were 100%. A-OK. Second series, 0%. Awful. So now,
Listen,
I guess it's supposed to come back.
I have an official stat for you.
Oh, what's that?
Okay. Out of 832 LCK games, I have 106 correct predictions.
That's more than half.
Thank you for that math.
Yeah,
I am
welcome.
just above 80%.
Damn.
And
that's
that means
more than
that if
half.
Dragon X lose here, I'm going to blame you.
All right, fair enough. It might be Dragon X's fault, but I'm happy to take it. As Faker is on his LeBlanc, he doesn't do a lot of losing on this particular champion. If you're a T1 fan, despite the fact that we do give the draft edge over to DRX, there are a lot of champions that these players have a hell of a lot of mastery on. Faker's LeBlanc being one of them, Teddy on the very strong bottom lane, and of course his Kalista. Remember, there is a Kalista skin for a T1 player, and it's not Teddy, but it still shows that he can wear his colors whilst playing this champion. Canna losing out on the trades up here on the top side, which is what we're expecting. This very curious Aatrox into set pickup is one thing that we haven't yet understood as far as the LCK drafting tendencies are concerned.
Well, let's take a look at what it's going to end up managing to do. Interesting that Gragas actually has the water walking, as I don't feel like he spends actually all that much time inside of the river.
Yeah.
And it's not like, I mean, yes, he does want to secure dragon control, because with the Caitlyn, and if he is hovering around the right-hand side, he does have a lot of potential to get a lot going. And I mean, he's covering Doran right now, who's doing a really good job up here in top lane, has a nice CS advantage. LM coming in here and stealing away. Oh, no.
Oh no, Pyoshik's used all of his buttons already, and Elim's on top of him. The red buff is working. Doran hasn't moved down yet, as the pings are coming forward, but it might be just too little too late. Good slow, as his barrel does come back off cooldown, but Elim really giving it to Pyoshik early on in this game. Now, two very young junglers in this match, and so far Elim is certainly coming out ahead. And yeah, Teddy's pretty good at Kalista, by the way. Remember, this guy used to play for Jin, right? And he's still got that win rate.
Yes. Teddy is basically the Kalista in Korea. He was playing her when no one else was at certain points. And, I mean, along with his Lucian, it was very scary at a certain point. So,
yeah,
seeing his win rate there, and as you mentioned, he used to play on Jin, that is an impressive statistic.
Yep. His Draven was also a notable one, if you guys remember, as he's able to weave that pierce, certainly demonstrating his mastery there. I like it. As Deft has taken a little bit of poke, and so far you can see there's a bit of an advantage for T1, as Deft has to use the net actually to try and get himself out of this one. Good double peacemaker, but T1 still winning this trade. Teddy playing so aggressively. And they have just so much push potential because Teddy can play aggressively and he has effort to keep him healthy afterwards.
And the two beefy boys here shoving in mid lane together.
Yep.
As
good face breaker there from Doran.
Probably going to end up getting, I assume, a Catalyst into an Egerton Cloak for the Abyssal Mask as the first purchase. Mountain Dragon's super important for DRX to try to capture, because it's so valuable in the later stage sustain fights against the Kalista, also considering LeBlanc's an assassin, and there will be champions building magic resistance against her as well, so helps out ever so slightly. It's not the most impactful Drake when you take it at the very beginning. You basically get like 2 or 3 armor and maybe 1 magic resistance.
But they have 3 tanks, so actually the scaling potential of it is quite high.
Yes.
Not too bad at all. So yeah, on top of all of the other things, that is also another advantage. So DRX, we'll see whether they do put on that, put on the pressure to try and grab that one as quickly as possible. Predator now activated, as Pyoshik did go back home. But he's moving towards top side. Not actually prioritizing that Drake at all, as they do get vision on it. They're not looking to take it anytime soon.
Well, in 2020 spring, everyone is undefeated here, except for Kana.
Effort's had a pretty
so
good
that's why
run
they
on
picked
it,
these champions. so they can bring Kana across the finish line.
Yeah. As this is the first Caitlyn for Deft so far this season, but I assure you guys, he is very much a Caitlyn player. But here we've got a fight. The Superplex is going to bring Kana underneath the turret, and it's going to finish off the Aatrox so comfortably. Really nice first blood to go over to DRX. That stat now going to be increased as the Dragon has been started in full vision of DRX, but because the top side of the map is where the jungler is, there's not going to be any contest. So T1 will be able to trade their top laner for this Mountain Drake.
Getting that Mountain, let's take a look at it. Kalista, 44 armor, 31 MR.
Yeah.
And she got 2 MR.
Nice. No, and got 7 armor, not bad.
It's all right. Wait, how is it?
Doran missed everything and then just got completely bodied. Okay. Going to let him out is Kana. Now going to pull the minion wave, as you can see, just trying to get himself a little bit of a freeze up here towards the top side. Shout out to our boy LS. Enjoys a bit of that freeze action. As Doran throws the back down, grabs himself his Ninja Tabi, and we'll have a look at this one yet again. Really nice stuff from Doran. Just runs up to Kana, then gets stunned, but it doesn't matter. He's got a flash, and the Haymaker finishes it off. Easy as you like.
And so the set going Blade of the Ruined King as the first item. We've talked about that. This is patch 10.5. Gets a lot of value as the item was buffed.
Yep.
And Kana already off to a bit of a rough start here in this game, but not the end of the world by any means. Second Dragon Infernal is going to be really important, and Teddy and Effort just doing a fantastic job. And this is one of the reasons that we're seeing inside of the laning phase that the Braum is a bit peculiar, because with a mage support or like a Karma, which is a mage support, Caitlyn's able to do so much in the early stages of the lane, and instead it's been Teddy constantly on the aggressive, constantly shoving in death,
and
down
also
in bot lane. And
I just want to add to that. I want to add to that point because it's not even going to get better before it gets way worse for DRX, because Teddy hits a 2-item power spike. Deft hits like a 4-item power spike. They're going to have to wait so long before this Caitlyn is able to get through a trough and then be that powerhouse. The early game was where Caitlyn's able to abuse that range advantage. And they just couldn't do it this game. Potential
fight brewing here in River. Set as a beautiful angle.
Well, the on comes down as well. Great 4-man stun though, and the on not going to be able to be returned. And Ellen down very, very low. There's a superplex into the backline as Doran finds a facebreaker onto a couple of members. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but it looks like Doran shouldn't be able to make his way out. Doesn't have the Haymaker available just yet, as Kana cannot catch back up. Deft takes down Faker, though, who led them on their merry way topside, and in the end, Dragon X do win out the team fight.
They win out the team fight, and what I really want to highlight is that was without an Ornn ultimate, because they did a fantastic job at stopping that. If Chovy got the second activation off, this could have maybe just been an ace. As you take a look, Effort flashing in to get the stun. Chovy didn't have an ability to get that part 2 off. Beautiful Gragas ultimate by Pioshik, and watch the superplex by Doran on the south as Faker. I mean, he went super far in to get that kill, but Deft managing to actually trap him up, and then the headshot comes in to bring him down. So in the end, Dragon X end up winning out, and they also went out on follow-up tempo after this, as Doran doing phenomenal on this set here in this game. Nice face breaker right there.
Yeah, I liked it. Cleared out all the minions very nicely, but damn, I feel like these team fights are different to the ones that we've seen throughout the rest of the day, because these two teams know exactly how much this is worth, and everyone's giving it their all. Really, really cool stuff to see out of these guys, and it is by no means over. 600 gold, now the lead for Dragon X. They do have a leg up in the early game, but as mid-game comes around, they get another spike on the side of T1, and that's where things get scary for DRX.
Yes, and the other thing about this is Gragas' camps on the right-hand side are up. Pioshik probably going to want to path over there after getting the Scuttle Crab, and Infernal is super, super important. It'll end up outscaling the Mountain in the later stages of the game, if they can end up getting it.
Yeah, there's the barrel. Pushes Faker against the wall, but a little bit off to different sides of the page are the Dragon X members. At least Pioshik landed the ability. I mean, shoutouts for that. That's cool.
Well,
yeah, Doran took some free damage. That happened too.
They wasted a lot of time, though. Kana ended up crashing an entire wave in top lane that Doran ended up missing. They didn't even have the Ornn ultimate available. I'm really not sure what they were trying to do right there. Doran's actually behind now in experience in top, and if Aatrox ends up getting a turret plate or something, it's going to really help to mitigate the kills that DRX has. They're only up 400 gold right now. They do have the better scaling team composition, but that doesn't really matter so early on in the game. LeBlanc going to have Luden's Echo soon. Blade of the Rune King going to be completed here for Kalista soon. But Infinity Edge, Def's not too far away from it.
Yeah, he's getting quite close. Did go for the recall, did manage to pick up that BF sword like you're talking about, but is heading back towards bottom lane. So it looks like Shelly, once again, going to be given up on by both teams. Not wanting to throw their lives away for that, as the second Drake is going to be the big pickup. We'll see whether it's Earth, Wind, and Fire or whether the Ocean is going to come forward. Certainly the much more coveted Drake for any team, to be perfectly honest.
Deft has to be a little cautious here. Effort doesn't have Flash available, but LM does have the Trundle Pillar.
Yep.
That's going to actually get zoned out of some of the CS Teddy. Threatening Fate's Call before Braum comes back in. And the only reason that Teddy's not freezing right now, despite having the jungler in close proximity, is because Infernal Dragon is up. And this is a really good timing, actually. Aatrox is ahead on on-field combat stats than the set if an immediate teamfight would break out. I like that Aatrox is running straight up mid. He can pivot to the right-hand side rather than blow his... Never mind. Rather than blow his teleport to get to the dragon.
Well, he had the option for a while, and now DRX are going to move up towards that dragon like you were talking about. DRX still with a slight advantage, and Doran does manage to go back, picks himself up his Kindle Gem, and another Ruby Crystal. It's just a cheeky Vampiric Scepter, not actually turned into anything. This is yeah, you're talking about your Build-A-Bear workshop. This is probably the most impressive one we've seen so far. As he's making a lot of different things right now. A multitasker is Mr. Set.
Well, this will definitely be very interesting. It looks like he's building Black Cleaver on the set. And we talked about that very often on the LCK broadcast. So,
yeah,
generally for a champion that wants to deal true damage, doesn't make a whole lot of sense, especially not when you have so many magic damage teammates and you don't get that many stacks applied to multiple members inside of a team fight. So even though there is the Caitlyn, it is a bit peculiar.
Well, they do manage to find it, but the Fate's Call does come in here from Teddy. Cosmic Radiance, Arms, but the teleports come forward as well. Doran going to get knocked up, but not going to take too much more. Both teams disengage, but now the awkward situation of do we turret or do we Drake is going to be the question for DRX. And T1 are in position to try and collapse because you've got Faker moving down from that mid lane. Infernal Drake has been started, and it looks like T1 do not want to fight for this one, despite the fact that it's resetting very annoyingly on DRX. Never mind, though. It is taken down, and one Drake apiece for both of these teams.
And so the Infernal Dragon goes the way for them, and we have a spicy dragon
yeah,
Atlas.
This is an exciting one, guys. This is what we needed for this matchup.
It's going to be really good as Chovy is still just continuing to farm it out, almost has the Abyssal Mask ready for him. And again, this is the Ornn nerf patch, so it needs to level 13.
Yep.
Gragas looks like he's actually going for the Oblivion Orb, and I really don't mind that because none of the members on the side of T1 are likely to build any sort of magic resistance, as T1 is funneling on to Shirley, but in doing so, you notice they're going to lose all these minions down in bot lane. So, wave for Herald, the gold is completely neutralized, but in terms of the XP department, Caitlyn's going to get a ton of solo gold, and they're going to use this Rift Herald, but there's no turret plate. So, unless T1 get more than just the top turret for this in terms of value, they're clumping, sharing a lot of XP, losing some gold. It's a win for Dragon X.
Yeah, and you can see Chovy just moving back to the mid lane. He's going to answer that wave that's pushed forward. They're not too worried about this top lane outer turret going down, and it's an eco turret up here, as you like to say, Mr. LS. If they are to take down the inner turret,
if they get the second one, It's really good.
Yeah, second charge, very strong. And they have 5 members up here to try and do it. Teleport to come forward. Chovy wants to answer. Deft is on the bottom side. He wants to just take down the turret while the rest of DRX are able to disengage. So they invest the teleport to deny the global gold and to make sure Deft can get past any sort of trough in this early to mid-game stage. And he'll have Infinity Edge on this back.
Well, that is a very big Caitlyn. And the other thing about this is the wave bounces back into bottom for Dragon X. So gold score very, very close. We are literally neck and neck here. 200 gold separation.
Yep. We do have Teddy still with a CS advantage, which is crazy. I mean, that was waves and waves that were missed as Deft was pushing and they were moving towards the top side. And you can see it's not because of a sacrifice of anybody else. Very, very close is Doran and Canna, and Faker is ahead by 13 CS over Chovy. So really nice stuff from T1 to make sure that they can just suck up all of the resources on this map as much as they can. Haven't been winning fights just yet, but we're getting to the moment where things get scary for DRX. Because you can see Teddy building towards item number 2 when that Hurricane comes in. We all remember the Callista metas. They're happening right now. But that item is so pivotal.
Well, Black Cleaver almost complete for Aatrox. We'll see if he can actually get it before the next fight. Set as well.
Yeah, having an entire item might be good for Doran. Yeah. He's got lots of bits of them, though, right now. That's about it.
Just the Vampiric Scepter on the set is definitely peculiar.
Yeah. It's like he built it as a laning item. It's like that could have been a cult, you know?
Could have been a Bramble Vest, even,
yeah.
Which insane value against Callista Trundle and Aatrox.
And he went Executioner's Calling instead of the Bramble Vest option as well. It means that he's probably looking to be more of like a split push damage style set, I guess. I don't really know. I don't quite understand the thought process on that choice when it comes to just delivering the Grievous wounds. But hey, each to their own. It's fine.
Well, so far as it stands, Gragas probably going to be able to recall soon into Sork Penetration Boots. That'll give him the 33 Magic Pen against a lot of targets that have no MR right now. Tarek, the only one having built any magic resistance items.
Yeah.
As Kana immediately just shoving back out the wave. And he's going to recall himself. He's going to pick up the Black Cleaver. Set has the Black Cleaver as well. And so now Set's on-field combat stats are going to be a little bit more valuable inside of the team fight.
Yep. 30% CDR completed for Aatrox, though. A big pass back for him. But you're right. I think DRX feeling a bit better there as Faker. Ooh, taking a bit of damage as the ace in the hole, but effort just soaks that one up thanks to Guardian. It'll be fine.
The good thing about this... Oh, Faker. Taking a little bit more damage than he would like, but he does still have 2 corrupting potions, so this isn't the end of the world by any means.
Yeah, and he does like to play with our hearts a little bit, does Faker, and he's got effort there on the Tarek, able to auto-attack and therefore able to heal a lot, as he was
right
the
now,
Bastion.
inside of this team fight, though, Dragon X, I would say, have the slight edge. They also have the low ground, which is a lot more valuable than the high ground in League of Legends.
Yeah, we know that. Thank you, Ewan McGregor. He taught us that one.
They're shoving out mid lane. Here is the Scuttle Crab. That's also going to be over them. Now, the Caitlyn traps are what gets really scary inside of the river. They can really restrict and control all of the just approach from T1. You can look at them. Baker trying to go for a steal, not able to get it. Dragon X. 2 dragons away from Ocean Soul.
Headshots coming in everywhere. There's the Ornhorn, like you were talking about. Cosmic Radiance will deny it, but unable to actually re-engage with that ultimate available. So a stalemate is called. And DRX back to the mid lane, just calmly farming. 500 gold.
I mean, that's exactly what they want to do. There's no neutral objective up anymore. And so because of that, Warren is going to coast to level 13. He's going to get both of his ornaments. Obsidian Cleaver is going to come in for the set shortly thereafter. Probably going to be Zanya's Hourglass for Gragas next. Although, if this is a game to go Rabadon's Death Cap or something on the Gragas, this would be it.
Oh, hell yeah.
Because no one can build any magic resistance. So definitely gets very scary before the Cosmic Radiance can even come in. Caitlyn is going to coast up 2 or 3 items for free because T1, there's no way to siege. How does Kalista, Taric, LeBlanc, Trundle, Aatrox actually push the mid-tier 1, mid-tier 2, top-tier 2, or anything of that nature? They can't. So they're stuck constantly playing ping pong with side lanes. We saw Afrika fall victim to this yesterday where teams' reluctance to freeze and demand that the opponents come to them when they have a team composition that spikes at 1 and 2 items. Here we go, ready? Aatrox is going to do it. He's going to ping pong it right back into set. And then he's going to wonder why he's not achieving anything.
Well, he achieved a whole bunch of dead minions. So he did achieve something. It's just whether it's good is the real question. Underneath the turret, I guess the Braum is sort of showing why he's valuable. Because counter siege is something Braum definitely can do. Like, he can protect turrets very well, able to stop damage with the Unbreakable. It's not exactly the greatest solution, but certainly can help out. And the Caitlyn traps are going to be very, very strong as well. Counter engage and peel from a Braum, also very strong. So I'm starting to understand why Keria has opted in for this particular pick. But I still think Karma would have been better. So that's fine.
Well, Swiftness was also picked up, by the way, for the Braum. He's going to be going Stone Plate first item, so no Knight's Vow or anything of that nature.
Yep.
Chovy has dinged 13, so he is getting all of those stats now.
And every time he dings, it's going to be meaningful because we've got Obsidian Cleaver. We've also got the Molten Edge, which is the most important one. The fact that a Caitlyn can get, 6.5 items is really frightening because Caitlyn's ability to scale with just raw stats is very high considering her range. Her ability to do consistent damage is very high.
You could even call it 7 or 8 items if she ends up selling her boots and then has the ornament upgrade plus the elixir.
Oh, yeah.
It's one of those really scary situations. And take a look at Faker. He's itemizing Zanya's Hourglass second because he's going to need some sort of utility to try to do smoke and mirror gameplay. But the problem is that's not a lot of raw damage. And for champions that build lots of HP, they're going to be tanky. They're going to eventually start picking up magic resistance and things of that nature. Things start to get rough for LeBlanc. And it is Faker, so there's probably still going to be some sort of a way to find a crack in DRX's armor. But things are definitely getting more and more grim for T1 as DRX endlessly playing ping pong, and that's all that they have to do. They have no onus to do anything in this game.
It's like they're playing ping pong, but the scores are really wonky. It's like whenever DRX returns the ball, it's a point. Whereas T1 actually have to win the point in order to actually score in this particular game, but Dragon X don't. They just need to send it back and make T1 make a decision. And that's the danger of these Ornn compositions. That's why he's so powerful in the draft phase, is because he just plays the mind games very well. We're talking about Faker's LeBlanc being the mind game type champion, and while yes, that's true, having that mind game be played in how the game of League of Legends is actually going to be put into effect is a very different story, and Ornn does really make that happen.
There's the first ornament being given over, Molten Edge for the Caitlyn. That puts her basically almost 3 items.
Yeah.
In terms of power right now, and Kalista not falling too far behind though. Teddy doing a really good job in the CS department, and really there's not a lot going on in this game. It's an endless game of ping pong. T1 might try to Hail Mary a Baron using the Kalista to try to get something of value, but you can definitely see that their comp has already peaked, and now it's going to be on them to mechanically somehow outplay Dragon X. And this is something they've done actually many times.
Yeah.
T1 has been on the losing end of drafts very often in Spring 2020, but still just managed to mechanically deconstruct the opponent. And here it is, the Baron.
Yep, they're going for the Hail Mary. Vision is going to be there. Faker connects the chains to Keria, and there's the disengage. T1 not feeling like it's their time to take this fight. They do get the Predator out of Pyoshik, but otherwise DRX just move themselves back to the mid lane. They stay as a unit, and T1 trying their best to find an avenue into this fight. They clear out the minion wave, only a bit of damage onto that turret, but the Ocean Drake is live, and Soul Point will be able to go over to DRX if they're able to lock that one down. One worth fighting for here for T1.
Well, DRX now posturing right now. Chovy not going to be able to... Okay, that's a lot of damage.
Infernal Chains are broken. The Unbreakable keeps Doran alive, gets a big shield from the Haymaker, but still will have to teleport into the next fight. Good chain from Faker. Locks down Chovy for a moment, but he's very tanky. The one Ocean Drake they have might actually be important here.
Warren is, I mean, he's feeding himself.
Oh yeah, Honeyfood's pretty cool.
As Stubble Crab, Pioshek doesn't want to use the body slam or anything and just have it get taken away. As he's finally going to do it after he realizes that Kana and LM go back onto the left-hand side. That is a very valuable mini-neutral objective to have during this team fight. And again, this is the problem. How does T1 perforate the phalanx of Dragon X?
Well, Facebreaker comes in. There's the ultimate out as well, but they can't take down the Tarek before Teddy gets in range.
It's a win, though.
Yeah.
For T1.
Fate's call utilized, but yeah, that's all. Doran without flash now, nor ultimate.
And that is a nice little victory for them. You can see Kana has already started up the Ocean Dragon, so they're really trying to force the agenda. You have to pay attention to effort right here. Faker has a really good angle playing on the left-hand side. There's going to be a wide concave. Def putting out a lot of damage early on. DRX, okay, they've already lost the dragon, so they can basically just say to themselves, okay, it's not the end of the... Ooh, nice timing on the body slam.
Yep, wait.
But DRX, they can wait. Chovy's going to hit 15. That'll give over another half item to the set. Give him the Obsidian Cleaver. And just let the Caitlyn get to her third official core item and then look to take a team fight. It is definitely a bit unfortunate for DRX, but T1 managed to outdance them inside of the river, and Kana starting up the dragon was a really good call by him. Chovy finally does ding 15, though.
Yeah, Obsidian Cleaver now available for Doran if they want to give it to him. That's the next remaining one as Faker sneaks into this brush. Pioshek not necessarily in one-shot territory, but he is going to be going back. Oh no, don't be opening the shop, my friend. There's the chains that land. Pioshek able to get out of the shop, but will keep himself alive with his stopwatch, but he's broken that now. A big cooldown that Faker was able to get for free.
A really interesting attempt there by Faker, but he's trying to make the most out of the situation that he is in right now. Chovy knows about where he is right now. And the thing is that LeBlanc's next item probably has to just be a Void Staff. Very surprised, actually. Pioshek went for a Morello, and it will have a lot of effectiveness against the Aatrox ceiling, the Trundle Subjugate, as well as Trundle's passive.
And Callista double
on
lifesteal.
Callista and the Taric. So if there's anyone that needs to get it right now at this point in the game, rather than slowing down Def's build, even though he does have Rune on Hurricane, he can pick up Executioners, it's really good to just have it on the Gragas cast.
Yeah, Def probably wanting to build a BF sword item after this Hurricane. So now we'll be able to do that, most likely. Bramble Vest came in for Chovy, so he has some heal deny as well as Faker popping on over, finds himself carrier, but Stand Behind Me is going to be there to help him against Pioshek. And T1 just eliminating vision. They move themselves further forward. And their zone of control is actually much higher than DRX's at the moment, despite the gold being slightly in favor of this Dragon X squad. Oh, Teddy's exhausted. They're trying to go for this fight, but interrupted. Knockup does come forward. There's the Ornhorn, lands onto Faker. They try and turn it instead onto him. Cosmic Radiance was just ignored as Chovy does end up taking down the clone, but Faker survives. No one going to be falling in this engage.
And this is the problem. How does T1 engage onto DRX? And with the items that Faker has gone, it looks like he's actually going Rabadon's Death Cap next, which means that he is very far away from completing that item. Deft is just immortal, protected by all his big briefy bros, and I mean, Tanner from high school on set.
And you can see Doran, he's walking around, he's got a pretty cool cape on right now as well. As you can see, Dead Man's Plate completed. He's got himself a stopwatch. Feels like DRX are pretty team fight ready right now as the Obsidian Cleaver was donated over. Chovy just in the middle of the lane deciding to give that one up. Looks like Pioshek going to be building towards his stopwatch, he's on his Hourglass next, which is another ornament. We'll see where Carrier is going to be going, but so far DRX has a lot of extra money on top of the fact that they have a slight gold lead as far as stats are concerned. So T1, they are still racing against the clock at this stage of the game.
Well, minute and a half until the next Ocean Dragon's coming up. Now again, this isn't the end of the game. We're still very far away from an Ocean Soul, but we are very deep into the K-Round.
Oh yeah, this is uber K-Round. This is just jockeying for position over and over. It doesn't feel the same as the others. It's not like an agreement of I clear this wave, you clear that. It's both teams looking for a way in. And you can see it. You can see every time they're wiggling their way forward and back. It's, do I have an angle? Do I have an angle?
Was picked up by Chovy. I do think that is really good itemization, as he is going to be one of the frontliners, so it really does stifle some of the effectiveness of T1's team composition. Would like to see him pick up probably a Knight's Vow next, just to make Caitlyn that much more durable and free.
Yep.
And then round it out with a Locket of the Iron Solari, but we'll end up seeing what he goes for. Last Whisper now picked up on Deft. QSS picked up on the Callista. Tarek still trying to get to his redemption. They're going to be very far away from it, and that's because this game has not had a lot of kills.
We got to talk about something real quick. So you can see that Teddy is ahead by 60 CS. That's not because Deft hasn't been farming well. Deft's ahead of the clock. It's just that Teddy's 70 CS ahead of the clock. He's been hoovering. It's absurd. Well, now once again, Soul Point is on the table. The River Ram has been unleashed onto the map, and all cooldowns available for everyone other than that exhaust and the heal on the supports, respectively. There's the on-horn, though, as it is going to be secured. So DRX locked down the Drake, but the on-horn was just going to be a disengage tool, and DRX just moved back.
Oh, they gotta be a little careful. They know about LM and Kana. And finally, T1 does raise the mid-tier 1 turret. It's actually so hard for them to get it, but because DRX had to take the long way around back to mid lane, now T1, they're in a situation where they're gonna eventually have to decide game-ending teamfight at Baron or game-ending teamfight at Ocean Soul. And even if they win that teamfight, they don't necessarily win the game. They're gonna have to win 2 or 3 major decisive team fights to win. Really tall order on Faker to come up with something. It's very scary right now.
Yeah, T1 are hungry, you can see, though. They are moving as 5, and they are trying to catch DRX in a position that they're not expecting them. But unfortunately, DRX just aren't putting their foot out of position in a way most other teams here in the LCK would in this game.
Yeah. Right now, everyone's just going to keep posturing. Koshik probably going to end up getting the Zhonya's Paradox soon, as I would assume that would be his next item. It is an ornament as well. Not sure what Braum is going to end up getting. Maybe Locked to the Iron Solari. No, it actually seems like he picks up the magic resistance, electing instead for what I assume is going to be Banshee's Veil. And Deft probably going to end up picking up Mortal Reminder on his recall, I would assume. Locket of the Iron Solari would probably be a good item for Carrier to pick up.
Yeah, it looks like they're just trying to get as much heal denial as possible, and like you say, the Mortal Reminder now completed. But that's 4 items. This is Deft out of the trough. He's not there anymore. This is certainly a very high-powered AD carry. Not as high-powered as Teddy, because Teddy's just... He's got himself a 700 gold bounty. He's maxed out his bounty as a 0-0-1 Callista in a game where T1 and DRX have shared 4 kills so far. But it's funny, it doesn't feel like we've had lull states in this game. We've had fighting. We just had no dying.
Yeah. And both teams taking it very cautiously. And you have to give credit to T1 and DRX both. I mean, T1 trying to make something... Well, I mean, they could have been freezing side lanes, but they have not been doing that. Faker, it looks like he's slow pushing the top wave. Doesn't just want to send it back immediately, but... Death Cap almost completed for him. Lord Dominic's was completed on the Callista instead of the Mortal Reminder, which was already built on Deft.
Yeah, I like Lord Dominic's here against the big beefy boys.
Straight up Thornmail.
Oh my god.
On Chovy.
Okay, fair enough.
And for not a lot of magic resistance on the enemy team, that actually will help him deal a bit more damage.
And also, if he's in close proximity, the Abyssal Mask is also going to be buffed by that one. And plus the Sunfire Cape. My god, what a genius. It all works with one another.
It all just makes sense. The synergy, it's all coming together.
All he needed was Sork Pen Boots as well. And that it would have been absolutely genius. Think about the reduction.
Beautiful.
Oh, just stunning stuff.
True damage Ornn.
That's what we're talking about. Love
Never seen it. Yeah, exactly.
I used to try and build true damage Sejuani all the time, but that was back when she was a very different champion. Mid lane Sejuani, those were the days. Enough reminiscing, though. We've got a fight for vision here as we move the River Ram topside. Some untapped ground to start this battle, potentially. But so far, I mean, everything is just staying the same. It's not changing very much whatsoever. The 500 gold lead or so has switched to the favor of T1. But honestly, that doesn't matter at all right now because there's ornaments on the map. And that means the DRX still have more stats.
Have you considered maybe talking about something not pertaining to the game state in order to induce a team fight?
Ooh, I could. All
right.
I just recently went on a trip to Jeju Island.
How was that?
It was quite nice.
Is it warmer there?
It is a bit warmer there, yeah. It was very humid on the last day. Very humid. We've got a bit of an engagement.
It's working, it's working. Keep going.
Yeah, no, I'm just going to start talking about this because Everett's getting taken down very low. Faker looking for an opportunity, dives onto Chovy, but instantly he's exhausted. They were waiting for him. They knew he was coming. As Def chunked down to about half health, but was able to dish out about that much to the T1 support. However, he does have sustain inbuilt. And now Teddy playing very far up and aggressively. He's champing at the bit. He really wants to get a team fight started. He jumps onto Carrier. Ren does a bit of damage there as the Dazzle isn't able to connect. And once again, it is just a dance.
Carrier is missing a lot of HP, though, for this fight. Doran now also going to take quite a bit, and they should have this confirmed.
Yep, this is
with
Ocean
Ren.
Soul, but there's just so much damage. Exactly. Carrier's going to move on in there. But now both teams with Soul Point available. The Infernal Chains do go wide. Maybe that is a sign of some nerves here for some of the young players on T1's side. As DRX trying to zone T1 away from their outer turret. They're going to be able to do so as Deft moves on in, grabs that one for DRX. And once again, no fights. That's a great pillar, but it doesn't do anything. And Doran, he takes a bit of damage there from Teddy, but otherwise, nothing. Man, why is this so intense, but nothing's happened?
Welcome to the LCK. Literally can't kill.
Yeah, well, I mean, literally can't kill, but like most of the time that's because they're doing nothing. These are two teams trying to do stuff and then nothing happening, you know? It's different.
Well, it's brought to you by Timeout 1. And definitely resists action. So, we got a beautiful game here on our hands.
Yeah. Yeah, I think making the acronym for DRX is a tough one, so I appreciate your attempt there. Very, very nicely done. This is like, what is it, xylophones? I don't know, man.
I'm not totally sure.
Oh, Teddy, he's a pretty happy boy right here. He's got his 4 items, he's got his QSS, feeling very comfortable, but the thing is he can't hit Chovy, because otherwise he doesn't get that double lifesteal healing effectiveness that he really wants. As now T1 have started off the Baron. DRX a little bit late on the pickup as Carrier moves on over. They do get the bad news. It's now Pyoshik. He's thrown down his Predator, T1, and moving out of the way. And they haven't gone off the Baron just yet. Elim is still there. As now DRX decide to pull the trigger. The Ornhorn comes back. They do get the knockdown as there's the Fate's Call, but the Gragas just explodes. I'm not even sure how. He died so fast. The Taric is going to fall, but now that's only a 1-for-1 as DRX is being collapsed on. This is the fight that T1 wanted as Chovy is so incredibly low. The set falls down. Deft is still alive though as Faker. He's wandering around. He's not able to get there. Oh my goodness, the ace in the hole was so damn close, and somehow we don't have a decisive fight. We don't have an ace, but T1 moved back to the Baron.
Want to move back to the Baron. Aatrox has to be really careful. They have teleport on Doran and Chovy, but Deft is dead!
What is he doing there? It's just insane. The Infernal Chain's pulling back, and yeah, he explodes. A double kill for Teddy, and an overreach for DRX when they just straight up couldn't be there. Oh, disaster for the Dragon X camp when they were playing the Do-Si-Do so beautifully, and then it all just went wrong.
They were playing it really well, and then just look at this Ornn ultimate. It was a one-man aimed at Kalista initially, and then sent the opposite way. And Teddy just doing so much inside of this team fight, never gets held down by anyone. Kept trying to do everything that he could to deal damage to come back into life. Pyoshik trying to hang on the best that he could, ended up blowing his flash.
Well, that's a Baron up T1, and this is going to be Inhibitor going down very, very quickly. 2.5 minutes still left on this Baron, and it feels like T1 have just blown this wide open. just shows, I mean, DRX, if they had been able to get the first Drake, if they had been able to get the most recent Drake, or anything like that, I mean, when you've got 6 Drakes that have been taken and you had Soul Point, oh, so dangerous. If we check out this fight, Faker just eliminates Pyoshik before he could do anything.
Yeah, Pyoshik was not a factor inside of this fight, and Def did not have the kind of free deal that he should. Watch as he turns his attention onto Faker, and he can't get back into the fight at all, as he's worried about just getting locked up by Kana. He eventually ends up dying thereafter. Now, however, Baron is alive on T1, but the game is still going to come down to Soul Point. The gold score is virtually negligible, Atlas. We're at 43 minutes.
Yeah.
In live game timer. So elixirs are coming out, full builds are nearing completion, ornaments. I would say that DRX is still favored in the Ocean Soul fight, but T1 has outdanced them 3 times in a row now.
And now you've also
However,
got
Caitlyn,
super
she has
minions moving up the
Bloodthirster
middle.
now.
Yeah. We'll see whether that is going to make the difference here for DRX and for Deft, because this is a Caitlyn that is very, very strong at this stage of the game, and Teddy won't get stronger than this unless he can sell his boots, but boots are more important for a Callista, so that is not likely. Deft might be able to fit in that extra item into that final slot, as now Faker looking to try and lock down Pyoshik once again. Feels like one of the last remaining targets here available for Faker. As Carrier also showing that he is another one of those targets. Basically 4 versus 5 right here as Chovy has to flash to get out of the way of Kana, as Elim down to about half health, but he is a Trundle, so isn't one of the champions susceptible to being chunked. He's going to get a whole lot of that health back.
Oh man, it just might be T1 getting Ocean Soul, and if they get that,
oh god,
we've
DRX
seen what
aren't
it's
even gonna
done.
fight for it.
Yeah, they're not going to fight for it. Chovy just panicking a little bit too much. He went for that collision into the wall to try to get a knock-up. He overextended, and Teddy chased him right over the wall, ended up having to blow his flash, and T1 are probably just going to walk away with this game now.
Yeah, it feels like the snowball has started to roll too fast for DRX to even grab. As they're now waiting underneath their inhibitor turret bottom side. I think DRX have one last team fight in them before this game gets decided. But I don't know whether it's going to go their way, as Faker's poking his head in once again, and he makes LeBlanc look like far more of a scaling champion than she has any right to be honest. As the game goes on, I feel like Faker just gets stronger instead of the champion that he's playing. Chovy doesn't get that knock up. He was expecting Faker to dive over that wall, but doesn't choose that moment. Faker comes in there, but not able to find too much meaningful damage onto Def. Speaking of meaningful damage, I mean, the inhibitor turret bottom lane is basically doing nothing. It's Facebreaker onto Faker. Not bad there from Doran.
Looks like the top turret is actually going to be able to fix itself with the minion wave.
Yep.
And so the only out still existing in this game would be if DRX can somehow get the Infernal Dragon, or some sort of a miracle team fight with Caitlyn just getting complete free damage. So
yeah,
DRX, they're definitely not favored in any team fight from here forward. They do have insane amounts of Grievous wounds on basically all of their champions, but Ocean Soul is so strong right now, Atlas. 1.5 minutes until the Baron ends up coming up, and maybe we're going to have a full game of ornaments, which is not something we normally get to see in Orn games.
Yeah, exactly. Carrier. What's he going to be able to pick up next? Looks like Locket of the Iron Solari will be coming in. So you're right. That should get there. This Chovy is level 18, ready to dish that one out to his support whenever it is available. Carrier still quite a ways from that one. Needs to go back to base, as well as the Baron is going to be available in 1 minute and 10 seconds approximately. And that will be the fight that DRX will need to win. They'll need to win that. They'll need to get themselves an Elder Drake, and they'll need to really open up this map and wait for their inhibitor to respawn as well. They've got 20 seconds before that one comes back up again. So for the Baron fight, they won't have those super minions moving on in. And I believe they've already killed the last super minion wave that was coming out. So 10 seconds now, and they don't have to deal with those supers. So some respite perhaps, but it's just been T1 winning all of the remaining team fights. Deft has only damage items right now, by the way.
Yeah, ended up selling his item, and so that will help neutralized some of the gap between T1 and DRX now because of that Ocean Soul. But, I mean, also, Atrox has Spirit Visage. So he's getting the amplified increased heal on an Ocean Soul heal in addition to Death's Dance and Atrox passive. Absolutely bonkers.
Also, Teddy sold his Hurricane so that he doesn't accidentally hit Chovy. I love it. It's fantastic. Because he gets accidental grievous wounds. It's not what you want. As DRX move towards the Baron. But T1, they're looking to move towards the base. And DRX going for the Hail Mary. Looks like T1 want the team fight instead of to put them into an awkward position. Faker dashing on over. Kanna looking for the flank. Finds a knock up onto Doran. But the fight hasn't started just yet. Big crit onto Effort as the ultimate flies
all on
onto
Def.
Faker. Yeah, exactly right. Def is this team right now.
They have 2 smites.
They have moved them away from the Baron as well. As T1 will have to come in. There's the Cosmic Radiance, but the Ornhorn gets thrown back. It's the Baron that goes over to DRX, but can they win the fight is the question. T1 have them where they want them, but Doran has a very big shield, unable to stand up to Teddy's damage as Chovy is the next option. He goes golden. Deft is still at full health, but he can't get towards his
Look at
front line
Kanna!
whatsoever. Kanna is zoning everyone away. And now DRX are just trying to get back to base where they can. Backs are being channeled, but the vision is going to be that big body slam. Def just auto-attack something, for goodness sake. 5 members converging on the Caitlyn. The autos are coming down. Faker dives onto Def and explodes him. It's a double kill for the Kalista. Make that one a triple. And T1 will win game 1.
If this sequence of events isn't a breathing, living example of Ocean Soul's power, I don't know what is, Atlas. Because that dragon just carried T1 to victory in this team fight. It basically said everyone will not die. And I have no idea. They had they're immortal.
Yeah, I think
with
so.
the dragon, DRX falls in what should have been a really good fight positioning for them. They've even got the Baron. They had the 2 smites. They were able to secure it, but it just didn't matter. T1, yet again, this isn't the first time to Split they've done this. They've managed to outdance at very key points their opponents in the face of a compositional deficit.
And they also just make decisions
really clutch
better.
times.
They make decisions better than their opponents in high-pressure, late-game situations. Time and time again, they start a Baron fight and they force their opposition to move into their trap. And it happened so many times that game that it looked like it was getting more and more intense, and that felt like it was more and more the T1 wheelhouse. When really, based on the compositions, it should have been all about DRX moving into that moment. But it just felt like T1 were able to create all of this space for Teddy to just bounce around and wreak havoc. And Deft was zoned almost solely by Faker. Multiple late-game team fights in a row. Just insane.
Yeah, and the scary thing is that was a very favorable early and mid-game for DRX with the exact kind of a compositional edge that they would want. And if they can't win with that in game number 1, now T1 is going to be on the red side, have the counter picks available. Things are probably getting pretty scary as we're going to head into game number 2. They started off pretty nice, getting Doran advantages up on top, and I think he did a really good job on the set. They also managed to win this team fight at the Rift Herald, despite not having the Ornn ultimate inside of the highlights.
Yeah. That's okay. Also, we need to give a shout out to Faker in the way that he was able to wield the LeBlanc outside of a situation where LeBlanc should have been powerful, if that makes sense. He was still able to be effective when there were so many tanks, when Deft was so safe, but just wasn't the case. As look at Teddy just bouncing around this fight. The Fate Skull was perfect. The Cosmic Radiance arming right at the end there. And when you've got an AD carry that's able to reposition so effectively and also do it so exquisitely as Teddy can, it's a joy to watch, but also so frustrating if you're a DRX fan.
Absolutely. As this was a very good game for T1, and it probably helps them feel good.
Yeah.
As well. So the mental fortitude going into game number 2 probably going to be really solid for T1. Is take a look at all of the healing. Just look at the little green numbers on everyone. Kanna just doesn't. Look at his HP. And this is through Grievous wounds.
Oh, God, yeah. Yeah. Ocean Drake's
So
pretty good.
that is a 6.5 item, 7 item Caitlyn.
Yeah, I don't know,
matter.
And look, this,
Yeah,
this
nice
fight,
dragon.
that should have been very dead members of T1, but instead it was just not anyone able to really do anything against them. Everyone survives. Teddy
What do you
had
think the
more
name of
health
that Ocean Soul
afterwards
is?
than he did. Beg your pardon?
What do you think the name of that Ocean Soul is, if it had a name?
Jabba the Hutt.
Really?
Yeah, it's just big and disgusting.
I would call it 200.
Years. Look at how much damage Def did. It didn't matter. Didn't matter. Just the team fighting from T1 was way too good in the late game. And we were expecting it. We thought Faker might be copping his first loss on this LeBlanc for the season, but no. 100% win rate still as T1 plow through game number 1 and look on to game number 2. It is a best of 3 though, guys, and DRX can theoretically still bounce back.
Well, we'll see what they have in store for game number 2. DRX, they do have members that can tilt.
Oh, yeah.
And is Chovy still going to be here in game number 2? Because I saw Choki appearing towards the end of that game.
Well, we'll have to find out after some potential TFT mobile ads. We'll see you after the break.
얘들아 승용보 올려라 마지막으로 헤이 TFT 모바일 부동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 헤이 TFT 모바일 부동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타 여기 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키다 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아 21세기 네 전략 이래 전략 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 인더들 자 이제 누나 막간 따마 회전 초밥 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 레디 셋 에이 TFT 모바일 부동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 에이 TFT 모바일 부동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 라이어가 멋이 부동동작 에이 TFT 모바일 부동동작 에이 온유월 서리 가득 찰롯동작 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 하다 현타 부동동작 TFT 갤럭시 부동동작 유체 뉴 시너지 전설등장 멋이 팬츠 우주 부동동작 리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 부동동작
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Spring LCK 2020, where T1 are 1-0 over DRX. It was such a grueling game, but in the end, T1 were just better at team fighting.
I mean, they deconstructed DRX at so many different points inside of the game. Teddy, phenomenal laning phase against Deft as well, but if you're a DRX fan, you can't probably be feeling too helpful coming into game number 2. They had everything go their way early and mid-game. They had so many things lined up for them to succeed, even getting edges early on, too, when, honestly, I don't think anyone expected them to.
Yeah.
But T1 out-muscling them. They've done this several times this split. So now on red side, I mean, I would just imagine they're going to find themselves with an edge.
Well, we'll see what they're going to be able to do. I think that Teddy shouldn't be playing Kalista. If you're DRX, don't let him do that. He hasn't died yet on the champion so far this season. He's only played a couple of times, but you can see exactly why teams do not let him get his hands on that pickup. It is just ridiculous. He's very, very strong. So we talk about Kalista as being this mid-game monster, but when it's Teddy, she's just an all-game monster. So just don't let that happen. He's going to be able to pick up the player of the game, obviously. Kill participation, 100%. Damage, close to 40%. Damage per minute, very high, and he didn't die again. So, yeah, he's pretty good.
Well, he's phenomenal in all of these team fights. All of his pops around. He was living in another world this game with his gameplay. As Faker, also no slouch in this game. Faker managed to do quite a lot at really key points.
Also navigating a very difficult LeBlanc game as well, like you're talking about.
Yeah. No, this was a nightmare LeBlanc game to try to play. There's basically no opening for him to do anything. There's no split push possibility or anything like that. It's so hard, as the votes are 6 and 9, actually.
Okay.
3 of the Korean cast agreed with us that Teddy.
Well, I mean, I thought that Teddy was sort of the obvious choice. I think Faker's LeBlanc is always player of the game worthy, so maybe we're a little bit biased because we see it. Whenever we see it, we know what to expect, and so our expectations are too high. But I still think that Teddy played the hell out of that game, as well as being able to stay ahead in farm over a Caitlyn throughout the entirety, right? Like, that Caitlyn should have been able to take control of a laning phase, and it's Death's Caitlyn as well. Like, this is not an easy opponent for Teddy to get over, but he was. And now DRX move over to the blue side and do need to bring us to 3 games if they want a chance of evening out the head-to-head with T1.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see what they're going to ban on blue side.
I think Kalista might be a good choice. What do you think?
Kalista, I mean, they could also pick it.
That's true. Deft is a very good Kalista.
Completely fine.
Fun fact, Deft started his Kalista career over in the LPL, and he was pretty bad, to be honest. Wasn't a great Kalista player. And then it got to 2015 MSI, and he was probably one of the best in the world. And he's continued to be pretty strong on the pickup. Don't know whether he could perform like Teddy did in game number 1, but we'll have to find out. As DRX with their second ban opportunity, we'll see what they decide to take away as Varus. Taken away on the blue side too, okay.
Oh, T1 now. Will they ban the Aphelios or the Kalista?
Feels like DRX also want to get themselves a Kalista pickup, as Aphelios is taken away. Deft, of course, a very powerful Aphelios player. And what will it be? Maybe Ornn ban on blue, just to make sure that they can take the Kalista without suffering a loss. Might be an opportunity.
Or even potentially take the Senna.
Yeah,
they
true.
do ban the Kalista, maybe valuing the Ornn much higher.
Or valuing the Senna much higher. Interesting.
Well, we will have to see.
Well, Senna's going to be
Ornn
banned,
is
so
open.
Ornn first pick is an opportunity.
And, okay, well.
Not gonna happen. Ah, yes, of course. And I mean, Draven is actually a worthy hover here to remind DRX that, you know, picking a more scaling bottom lane is something that T1 do have tools to destroy in early stages. But I guess the Senna not going to be there or anything like that, as Ornn understandably locked away as first pick. Ornn Jarvan probably going to be the textbook choice.
Yeah. Let's see if it is Ornn Jarvan or if it's going to be something else. I mean, they could pick up Ezreal here if they really want to. Teddy obviously no stranger to it, but Ornn getting prioritized is very nice to see by T1. Able to be flexed into both avenues. The Kais is really interesting. Dissuades the opponent from picking Ezreal. Are they blinding Cassio?
Okay. That's Cassiopeia. Okay. Maybe.
So Cassio
mistake.
is really, really good if the opponent picks short-range melee champions, lots of champions that have a heavy reliance on engaging, right? She tends to become sort of like Settle the Wreckage or something like that, if you're a Magic the Gathering fan, as DRX, I mean, they just picked Olaf into Cassio, and she's completely happy with that. Yuumi, if she's latching onto melee champions, Cassiopeia is happy with that as well, as now Trundle coming in as a vacuum answer to the Olaf, and things are really falling apart for DRX pretty quickly. They just saw the Cassiopeia and the Ornn, and they just went B2, B3, Olaf, Yuumi, and I can't wrap my head around it, Atlas, so you try to make sense of it.
All right, well, I understand DRX sort of picking for themselves, right? Without considering their opposition. They're like, we want to get the Olaf Yuumi. Is it available? Yes. Okay, let's take it. Ezreal banned is understandable. Ezreal Yuumi, very, very strong. It might be Ezreal Lucian taken away, but the Caitlyn also another opportunity. Volibear taken off the board, just trying to get rid of some of the answers to the Yuumi. See what the next choice is from DRX, just to try and thin that champion pool. As T1, think about the AD carry that they do want to take off the board that will be paired with the Yuumi here. MF, another one that can work relatively well, but also Teddy can pick an AD carry. So theoretically, they've got 3 bans against Deft. Deft Sivir, probably one of his most famous picks, with his extraordinary pentakill around the Baron buff during, I believe, 2015 LPL.
This is so interesting. The LeBlanc gets banned away as if they're actually thinking that Cassio could end up in the bot lane.
Well, I mean,
but that would be so much magic damage. It makes no sense. Imagine a LeBlanc and a Cassiopeia against a team stacking magic resist. They would have a really bad time. So DRX actually should have invited in LeBlanc, all things considered. I mean, Trundle, he even deals magic damage with Subjugate.
Yeah, true.
So just a very peculiar draft here. T1 locks in the Nautilus really good against some of the champions on DRX, because all you have to do right now is protect Cassiopeia, and she will light up the stage. DRX, they're picking another short range, hard engaged champion into it, and I'm scratching my head here, Atlas. Xayah now being hovered.
Even more short range.
T1 has counter pick now available. They could just pick a hyper carry, 80 carry here, or a hyper 80 carry. Something like Jinx is even completely fine in a spot like this. And will we see something like Jinx, or like even Tristana has a lot of value against some of the champions on the side of DRX? Instead, they're hovering the Lucian. We mentioned last game, Teddy, very big fan of Kalista Lucian when no one else was.
Very, very good at the champion. Not exactly the flavor of champion that you were looking for as far as hyper carry, but will be able to dominate a laning phase very, very well, especially against the Xayah Yuumi in the early stage of the game. Xayah takes 3 items to really get online, as we know. And Chovy taking away Faker's Nico. Faker, sort of the player that does still play Nico. Here in the LCK, Chovy jumping on that bandwagon most definitely. And it might have been something that T1 were looking to try and pair with one another if they wanted to just double down on all of that magic damage.
Ooh, that's a pivot. Teddy might be piloting the Cassiopeia
Yeah, and this is what we were
They moved
sort of
that-
half weirdly expecting.
Did they just move it after 20 seconds?
Remember, it's done as a response to what the players do, right? So we're a little bit
Right.
laggy as far as what our production does, as far as putting the right pictures up. So it will be Teddy on the Casio. And we had an inkling that this might be happening, but it is going to be Lucian into the Nico. And Faker going to have a whole lot of lane control in the early game. I actually really like mid lane Lucian for just all-out aggression in the early stage of the game.
This will be really interesting. T1, obviously, with a massive draft win. You have Ornn. He's going to be able to give over ornaments in the later stages of the game. Cassiopeia goes all the way. Lucian really effective against the short range. And just the reliance to stick on the side of Dragon X. They pivot him into mid lane against the Nico. So we'll see what Dragon X can manage to do with it. Obviously, Nico going to be going Glacial. We'll have Twin Shadows. We'll have GLP 800. That can add some sticking power, but in a straight-up teamfight, the raw DPS from Lucian and Cassiopeia is just so high, and Xayah can't really get close-quarter combat with any of these champions.
No. She does have the added safety of the Featherstorm, of course, but I don't know whether that is going to be enough to get it over the line or even make it feel like a pick that is worth the spot, right? Because Caitlyn was still there and would have been able to provide more pressure in the early stage against the short range of T1's comp and bottom lane. And he just played it, you know? And it's pretty good. But we'll see exactly what does happen.
Well, so far at the very start of the game, we're just going to have a very defensive opening by both of these parties. And double corrupting potion here in mid lane. Faker 7-1 on the Lucian.
Damn.
Honestly, I mean, how is it not 8-0, Atlas? Come on.
Yeah, that's true. If I was
Bit of a
LS, I
letdown.
wouldn't be impressed. That's how that goes.
Only 7-1. Anyways.
Please stop. Please stop. Is Deft looking
Teddy and
very
Effort.
pretty in his skin? I mean, it's a very pretty skin, so that's good. We've got that.
That is true. These skins are quite nice. You can make sure to pick these up in the shop if you do want it. Cassiopeia with the Conqueror, Presence of Mind, Taste of Blood, and Ravenous on her as well. And one of the reasons that Cassiopeia fell out of popularity in top, mid, and AD, unless your name is Fnatic Nemesis, is mostly because she had the nerf via the Presence of Mind, and then a lot of other people think that she's really difficult to find spots in, and that is kind of true. She is a red side champion because she comes in as a response to a team composition that attacks and tries to all-in you, and then just her control offered through Miasma, as well as her ultimate, it just wipes the board with everything that it tries, and then her mobility, her scaling. It's a perfect champion against raw aggression. So T1 picked her early. They have option to pivot her mid or bot, and then Dragon X just strapped into her and say, here, just take the game.
Well, we'll have to see what happens actually on the Rift here, as so far DRX are laning relatively well. We're checking out some of the runes here. Glacial Augment obviously is going to be the choice onto Chovy, as Canna gets his face broken and then Haymade, but otherwise he's all right. And Elam moving up towards the top side of the map is going to be clearing out vision as he goes. It's a full clear from Pyoshik, as he will find his Krug camp and then maybe go for a cheeky little recall or look for a Rift Scuttler of his own as one spawn towards the bottom side, as you can see. As Elam will be able to take down this top side Rift Scuttle, as Doran now finds himself on the wrong side of the map, walking towards Elam here. No extra movement speed as Elam moves on back. We're going to be fine.
Well, let's see how everything is going here. First pick for Chovy on the Nico here in the mid lane. And really, I feel like for a region that is so stubborn to change up their picks and adapt to new things, Nico's buffs left much to still be desired in the most recent patch. So it's so confusing to me that we've seen her actually quite a few times now.
We got a lot
here
of players
in the
that really
LCK.
like her. I think that might be it. You know, Faker
Yeah.
was very good on the Nico while she was meta, but then she sort of got nerfed and was moved out of favor. And maybe it's just that LCK players really like what the Nico does for a team composition. Don't know. I share your, you know, befuddlement. A bit of a cheeky recall. Yeah, for effort.
All right, well. Kana up here in top lane is just probably trying to get this recall off, and that means it's a really good timing by Pyoshik. We'll see how greedy Kana might be. Actually, not greedy at all, just waiting for the pillar. Oh, no.
Ooh.
Oh, actually, it looks like he's just building.
Yeah.
Not going for a recall, and maybe he feels like he can't go for a recall because you can see that Doran is threatening a freeze. And if Kana would recall TP onto the minion wave, that's actually even worse if he would end up dying. So his lane state is in a really rough position, and he's dead.
Yep, there's the flash facebreaker, and I believe if Pyoshik lands one undertow, it's going to be lights out. And now Kana's just trying not to give away any assists. As the flash comes in, Pyoshik not going to be able to find it, and Kana ran them around the Rosie and will be able to get out just fine. Okay. That was unexpected.
Alice.
Yeah.
He didn't know.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Well.
That has to be one of the most tilting things in the world.
That's bad
I don't know why I find it so funny. But now Kana is the one that's actually winning top lane with the freeze on his side of the map. And what a nightmare situation for Doran after having done such a good job to set that up. And I don't even think Kana was expecting to get out there, to be completely frank with you.
No, he was just trying to deny an assist. That's what it felt like. But nope, he just flashes the wall and he's fine. All right, well, I mean, these things happen. And let's see whether DRX can bounce back from it. As you see, Teddy, 10 CS advantage there as Faker diving onto Chovy just a little. But the Nico will be just fine, continues to farm very effectively. This Kana's actually ahead in experience right now against Doran. Oh dear.
In Faker in mid lane, he has the Berserker Greaves as his first item. Seeker's Arm Guard obviously for the Nico in order to have a lot of value against the Trundle and the Lucian. And they're just basically going even for the most part. T1 did get themselves the Mountain Dragon. That's really nice for the Trundle, Nautilus, and the Ornn.
Yeah, high value Drake for them. Next is an Ocean, a possibility for the Infernal Soul or the Cloud Soul. That is
I actually
one
don't
hell of
even
a coin
mind
flip.
Cloud Soul in this game for T1.
Oh yeah,
Not
for T1
for-
is actually pretty good.
Yeah, not for the ultimate CDR, but for the fact that the mobility is so valuable against everything DRX is trying to achieve inside of the team fights. DRX has such a reliance on sticking onto T1 and making sure that they can hold them down, get all their damage out, and Cassiopeia and Lucian, all they're trying to do is dance around and constantly rain down damage. So as it stands right now, I mean, Trundle, he's just continuing to farm. Olaf can't really do anything at this point. Pyoshik, I mean, he's going to come over to the right-hand side, but there's no kill.
We might need to give that ward a name coming up pretty soon because it survived for quite a while. We'll see. Keep it in the back of your mind. As Chovy clears out the mid lane once again, but Faker has gone into the darkness. Pyoshik wanders over the Rift Scuttle Vision to start up Shelly right here. You can see Ornn moving on down. This is dangerous for Pyoshik.
This is really scary. It's happening at a very bizarre timing where they do have all of their members, but T1 is here as well. Chovy has to flash away. This can get really scary.
Well, Yornhorn comes down. We're looking for it. Good knock up onto Death, taken down very low. There's the Pop Blossom Chovy, just in the middle of nowhere, unable to do anything as the culling rains down onto the Xayah. There is nothing DRX can do in this fight. One kill down as Faker is taken out. Carrier probably going to fall too, though, and that's a double kill for Teddy. He is on form here today. 3-1 is going to be the kill score.
It's going to be 3-1. And Chovy did skirt on over. He picked up the Rift Herald for himself. He's going to have a couple of minutes to use that, but I mean, getting advantages while being the scaling team is the opposite of what is good for DRX. LM also gets to level 7, has a level advantage over the Trundle, or over the Olaf, which is very surprising. Take a look at this team fight again. Now remember, they just got the flash out in mid lane, and so Teddy joining the fray. Faker goes right over the wall. Says he's not interested in that Pop Blossom. He pops Depth instead. Doran does manage to get onto Faker, and that was a really good job by him. Faker didn't really have anywhere to move, so the Haymaker ends up finishing him off, and that cat really,
so
really,
sad.
you know?
It's not what you want. Don't do that. Don't kill the cat.
Yeah.
You alienate your viewers. It's not okay. It's like, what was that Will Smith movie? I Am Legend? They made the fundamental mistake.
The dog?
Oh, God. Hate that movie. Oh, hate it so much.
I actually like the movie, but
Yeah,
there's
I know.
definitely a lot
That
of sad
moment
parts.
lost, like, the whole movie's gone for me after that. I liked it otherwise. Really liked the premise. Super cool. Hate the movie. Terrible. Awful movie. Don't watch it. Anyway, Dragon X continue to try and pull their way back into this game and in this series. Remember, this is match point for T1 and means that they basically secure second place with a win here.
Yes. I mean, it's kind of unfathomable to assume that they would lose any more games that would allow Dragon X to catch up, because we assume that both of these teams are basically going to win against everyone that isn't the top 3.
Yeah.
Like, they're only capable of really beating each other is what the perception is right now as it stands. So this is a very big victory for T1 if they do manage to get it.
Well, there's the Pop Blossom. Should be kind of falling down with stun, so couldn't actually push the Ornn back. Sorry, the Goat back. And Ornn is going to fall. But you can see Ellen just taking the Ocean Drake. Next is going to be Cloud. So if it was Infernal, then maybe there is a world where DRX just gets 4 Infernal Drakes and is able to turn this game. But now, with the Drakes being largely favoring T1 as far as the Soul is concerned, it's really bad news for DRX. Doran scaling up is good. T1 will be able to get more plates here towards the bottom side and try and answer this. And the gold is slightly in favor of DRX as the dust settles.
Well, Cloud Soul is going to be the one of the game. We mentioned earlier, don't really mind it all that much. Blade of the Ruin King on Doran this time around, which is a little surprising. He's still probably going to build the Black Cleaver.
Yeah, it's what he wanted to do last game, I think, but just didn't. He sold his Vampiric Scepter in the end.
Yeah, it was very bizarre. And then the Black Cleaver is also a little bit questionable. Olaf obviously is going to get it himself, deals true damage. Take a look at the replay of Kana just dying, but I don't know what is with the lack of Trinity Force in LCK sets. It is definitely peculiar. Also,
Doran.
Current state of this game. Okay.
Oh, there's the flash ultimate to come forward as Epic goes golden immediately, but Haymaker just puts him in the ground instantly. 3-3 now the kill score as things even up. And DRX, they're not out of it just yet. Looks like they're finding their stride here as we move towards the mid game.
Kana going to be able to get at least 2 turret plates. Now, the thing is that blasting cone is available, so Kana's just going to strut himself down.
Okay, wants to find himself the fight. Facebreaker comes down, and the Blade of the Ruin King plus Conqueror is a lot of healing. As Pyoshik, he's moving on up as well. Remember, there's no turret here. Kana is almost definitely dead. As the Zoomies move in, Pyoshik is going to be so sticky on this Olaf. And they want to give Doran another... No, they're giving it over to Pyoshik. Yeah, throws the axe in the end, gets the kill.
Why would you give it to Olaf?
I don't know. I guess they want to try and get behind the Olaf with the
Play
Yuumi.
devil's advocate for me. Why give it to the Olaf?
Because Olaf is empowered with the composition that DRX have. If you're talking about the Yuumi. Olaf, very strong, turns him into a theoretical carry. That's what I'm thinking.
Thank you for that, Atlas.
What do you think? It's stupid?
I'm not thinking anything, but I am thinking that Doran is about to get a top tier 2 economic turret. So that's going to be really nice. That's normally not a turret that you get gold.
볼게.
Oh, very bright screen.
Yeah.
As
노플.
not on the snow flash, not on the snow flash. And also really interesting, again, we saw the chat box in that replay, and Kyria types out all of the champion names in Korean rather than just writing like a role, which is really interesting.
Very interesting.
Bit different. Normally don't see that too much.
And you can actually ping champions as well. So interesting that he's done that. Might be able to ask them that question if we get in contact with the Korean broadcast. Not entirely sure. As Teddy moves over a DRX ward. But Cloud Drake in a minute and a half, and it's gonna feel really bad for DRX because I feel like they have to deny Cloud Drakes even though they don't necessarily want to stack them. It will be something that's good. I mean, having Ragnarok up over and over again, Pop Blossom's really good, and of course Featherstorm is another one, but it's not going to give the same value as it gives T1 in each team fight if you're talking about the Cloud Soul, which T1 are 2 Drakes closer to.
Well, as it does currently stand, T1 moving back into mid lane. Cassiopeia is not really at her superpower breakpoint yet, where she just starts becoming a menace. And obviously she goes all the way to 6 items.
Yeah.
I mean, Atlas, I want to ask you something. If you think, looking at DRX's team composition, what boots do you think Teddy should get this game?
I would say none. Because if you don't have feet, I just don't see a reason for the old boots. You know?
You passed.
Thanks,
You
man.
definitely did. Not sure if Valdez would have passed that one.
Well, I mean, but okay. Jokic gonna try and start a fight here as the final chapter does come in. Teddy gonna go down relatively low, but look at how durable he is. My God, there's the ultimate into the backline. Death grabs one of the kills, and he's pretty untouched in the backline. Chobi grabs one off to the side as well. But you can see Teddy still at full health. Faker at full health, and Canna a brick wall in the front line. It's 2 for 2 in the end, but T1, they still want more. Deft doesn't have ult available anymore, but the Zoomies are going to be there. Carrier tanking up exactly the damage that he needed to. As Chovy moves on back in, Teddy taking some damage. Pop Blossom, sorry, not Pop Blossom, the Blooming Burst coming down there, but DRX have deterred T1 from moving back towards the Drake pit.
And all the healing given out by Yuumi.
And teleport
has
back from
actually
Doran.
managed to make it so that T1 is going to lose this Cloud Dragon, which is really sad. They could have just turned immediately around and got the dragon after winning the initial victory.
Oh, looks like they might be able to. Yeah.
Okay. It's going to go the way of T1.
Not enough damage as Deft stayed in the mid lane.
Yeah, Deft stayed in the mid lane for reasons unknown, as he was just trying to push that in. Now, Deft might be a little bit frustrated. He still doesn't even have his first core item yet at this team fight. Now, he did just complete an Essence Reaver. Has the call in his pocket as well. We take a look at the replay. This is Teddy. Pay attention to his mouth.
야 빨리지 말리지 마 지금 들어가자
Saying, let's go, let's go, let's go. Nico to ult. Zion to ult.
이거 초식이 있나? 자야노구
Nico has stopwatch?
좀만 봐줘 아미 욕먹어 갈래?
Said Nico had something. I think that the word that they used was the Korean word for stopwatch.
Aha.
Yes.
It sounded a little bit like that. I did know the word for watch. But I'm certainly not up there with the amount of Korean knowledge that you have, so I will defer to you. As Faker up towards the top side has Elam in his back pocket. So it's not going to be Doran being collapsed on just yet, as he's going to back away. Effort moving down the river here as well, and T1 have regained control. It's not necessarily showing in the gold score just yet, but that feeling of inevitability is really starting to sink in for T1.
Yeah, Ornn is gonna probably be able to get level 13, I would assume. By the next team fight, he has 3.5 minutes to do it. If he ends up doing that, he will get the Sunfire Cape upgrade as well as the Infernal Mask on himself. Blade of the Ruin King gonna be able to be upgraded level 14 into Might of the Ruin King.
Yep.
Cassiopeia, super good. position inside of this game as well. Has the Seraph's Embrace. Looks like a bit of Build-A-Bear on Teddy. No pun intended. As Oblivion Orb, Seeker's Arm Guard, Fiendish Codex, and Blasting Wand. So he can either go into Zanya's, or he can go into Morello, or he can go into Banshee's Veil.
Or
like
anything else, you know,
adventure.
he's got a blasting one. You can build basically it's straight into Leandri's from here. No worries. Let's go. But he's got a lot of money in comparison to his opposition. So Teddy, despite what he does, he's still going to be very, very strong. And still just somehow finds minions that other players don't know exist, I think. Don't know how that works, but he's 211 CS and far ahead of Deft at this point in time. Does show that elsewhere on the map, things are going a little bit better than they did in game number 1 for DRX. You can see mid lane Chovy has been farming very, very well, finding that side lane farm. You can see it taking down the Krug camp right here, just farming up against Canna. Canna will clear out this minion wave very quickly and donate that over to the Nico, who will once again just have another free wave. And Deft is in the mid lane, parking himself there, trying to catch up to Teddy, which is very hard for anyone.
Well, game is in a bit of a lull state right now. We're mostly just going to have ping pong with the waves. Black Cleaver completed by Lucian, second. So not going to actually be going into the crit Lucian off the Blade of the Ruin King. And honestly, there is only magic damage on his team, which is really surprising, especially given that there's no tanks really on the side of DRX. So a bit peculiar.
One of the stranger Black Cleaver pickups.
Yes.
As you can get 20% CDR from the Essence Reaver as well. But he probably will.
Morello was picked up by Cassio. So she will be able to reduce a lot of the healing in this upcoming team fight. There is the Yuumi, she has the Athenes. And, I mean, Set even has Blade of the Ruin King, so that plus passive plus Conquer, I guess. There is some value of it, and it's probably the... Oh, actually, gets Zanya's Hourglass, too, so he's just completing everything, Atlas.
Yeah, he's a big boy. A very big boy. Has almost maximized his bounty yet again. Here in game number 2, 4-0-0 is pretty good for the Cassiopeia. I have a feeling it might be a relatively lonely POG interview if the game continues going the way it is going. The Shape Splitter out for Chovy just to try and scout the area. Get some vision over. And DRX now need to deny this Cloud Soul because that is the value of these Cloud Drakes, honestly.
Well, let's take a look at what is going to end up happening, as this is Cloud Soul, and if they get it, the added mobility and how much value it's going to provide to the Cassiopeia and the Lucian and the Trundle too.
Yeah.
Can't really be understated. It's going to be super good. T1 though, pushing mid lane. DRX looking like they just want to shove it down. Now, if they take a lot of damage from the Cloud Dragon, things could be bad. Chovy is just actually joining his team.
Yeah, he's trying to get into flanking position as the Ornhorn comes back and knocks Deft up into the air as the Cloud Soul is going to be denied by DRX. And now the Facebreaker onto 3 members. Gigantic damage with the Haymaker as well. Doran owning this fight at the beginning. Deft takes down Teddy, a huge pickup there, and keeps himself alive, trying to kite Elim where he can. Chovy just keeping everyone at bay, but Deft falls down, and this might be the end of DRX. Effort in trouble. Faker also trying to run away. Pioshik somehow still alive in amongst 3 people, but eventually will fall down. Chovy at full health, has a little cat in a book with him, but in the end, it is just going to be that denial of the Cloud Drake that DRX walk away with.
They deny the Cloud Dragon, and it's not like it's a super valuable dragon for them. None of them are using their ultimates off cooldown. Let's take a look at this again. The pillar comes out. Doran going in onto Ornn. Superplex, well, gets knocked up, superplexes, and gets canceled by Kana with the Bellows Breath. Really nice smite by Pioshik, but a beautiful face breaker right there on the set, and everyone was just getting in on the action. It was feeding season at that little nook and cranny there at the entrance to blue, as you can see Deft on the top right-hand side. Now watch this attempted outplay by Pioshik. After Kana flashes the wall, the control ward and the smite over in order to get a large amount of HP that Kana probably was not expecting. ended up working out. T1 now trying to burst out. Never mind.
Yeah, the Baron's just dead.
Yeah, Baron's just dead. Thank you, Alice.
Would have been good to understand how that situation arrived, but I think it was T1 just making another decisive choice here on the map. And they do this. They're the ones that test the waters. And that time, instead of having to peel, they were just able to keep on the Drake. Keep on the Baron and take that one down. And now T1 with a huge advantage. So, I do want to talk about Deft picking up the 1,000 gold from Teddy. That is a good news story for DRX fans. It has himself his Infinity Edge that he didn't have in the last fight, as well as moving towards his third item, which is oh so important. Faker will take down this outer turret topside, but there might be a hope for DRX.
The thing is that DRX had the dream draft spot and game state in the last game and still got outmuscled by T1. This time, T1 is the one with all the advantages and the better draft. They're continuing to coast forward in this game, and
yeah,
T1's really scary when they get draft edges. That is, it's a nice thing to end up seeing, and the ornaments are starting to come in now. Kana, only level 14, probably about to ding 15 soon, and we'll have to see if he upgrades to Might of the Ruined King or Obsidian Cleaver on the Lucian, but there's just so much value and power inside of T1's comp, and so even if they don't do anything with this Baron, they removed it from the map, they got the XP, they got all the extra added gold, and it almost converts into when Cloud Dragon ends up coming up, so not the end of the world if they don't end the game with it.
Yeah, they're able to just control the map with it, right? And being able to make the map smaller and smaller for DRX as we count down the timer to the Cloud Drake and the inevitable, or it feels inevitable, Cloud Soul coming in as Doran finds Blade of the Ruined King onto Canna. No bit of damage there, but does have to move away in the end. Teddy gets rid of those minions. This is not, it doesn't feel like a siege Baron. And of course T1 doesn't siege necessarily very well because of their short range. But they're going to try. Here, bottom side. 4 members waiting under the turret here on DRX's side, and we're getting a demonstration as to how it can be a little bit difficult, especially without the Lucian, as the wave clear is pretty decent for DRX.
Well, Cloud Soul is, or Soul Point is going to be available again in just 1 minute. Chovy almost has his third item completed. On to Nico here in mid lane. Not really getting super insane value is DRX at this point in the game, and this is where it does feel bad, where they're not really waiting for anything major. Olaf's the same champion, Set's going to be the same champion in the next team fight as well. He has the Blade of the Ruined King, has Black Saber. What is he going to get next? Another 150 HP or something? It doesn't change anything. It's not a major break point. Olaf going to do the same thing, and so even though Chovy now completed to Zanya's Hourglass, he had the stopwatch before. He's basically the same champion. So they're going to do this song and a dance one more time. And for such an insane setup that they had last time, the insane Facebreaker, the really good Pop Blossom, things just didn't work out. But T1 is a lot stronger this time around. Obsidian Cleaver now upgraded on the Lucian. Essence Reaver as well. Needlessly Large Rod, as well as an Amp Tome on the Cassiopeia.
Not to mention positional advantage as well.
Yeah.
His Faker underneath his outer turret, which is still alive. And now Teddy's just started off this Cloud Drake. DRX, no idea that that's even happening. They do, actually, no, they know. They just can't find a way in as now Cloud Soul is thrown out. Koshik already down to so little health. Before he's even done anything, there's the ult into the backline, but Doran immediately just evaporates Deft, doing a fair bit of damage, but now everyone dives on top of him. There's the Feather Storm. He's able to keep himself alive for the moment as Chovy now getting chased down by Faker, and it's Deft and Carrier versus the world. Blade Caller comes in, but it's T1 able to follow them to the ends of the earth. Chovy still getting hunted by a very angry Faker. And despite the fact that, you know, their carries are still alive theoretically, DRX don't have anything to do right now.
Nope. As they are charging towards the middle inhibitor. Now, Doran and Koshik will both come up, and the HP on the T1 members are very low. Just gonna raise the middle inhibitor turret. Faker crashed in the bot wave. They're gonna reset one more time, get more item completions, and probably some elixirs as well, I would imagine. Faker gonna pick up the red buff on the Lucian. They have the Cloud Soul. the next team fight is going to be so lopsided, just like the one that we just witnessed. And the only change in items is Set now has a stone plate. So
it might help. It might help. Who knows?
He might live a little bit longer.
Kyoshi just gets chunked and he's doing nothing.
Doing absolutely nothing. Now, Doran, he gets a beautiful ultimate in. Nico with the Pop Blossom. They don't have any damage. Their champions are so much worse. And I'm thinking to myself as I'm watching this nice team comp, as there's nothing that they can do. They're at an item deficit. They're at level deficits. Also, I mean, there is a Mountain Dragon, for what it's worth, over on T1. And we are getting really late in the game, so even base resistances are really high. So a little bit of a kick there. Ornn and Trundle obviously getting a lot of value out of that. Nautilus as well. And now we're just waiting for the Baron to come up, and DRX is going to try to make one last stand, and it'll be just that, the last stand.
Well, Deft, I think, has his third item. He has an elixir as well. So he knows how important this next team fight is, but I just don't know whether he's got enough in the tank to be able to lock that one down. You can see Scuttle Vision there for DRX, so at least they've got that available to them as Faker. Seen by the spooky ghosts, but they're just not that spooky. These are like Mario spooky ghosts instead of like horror movie spooky ghosts, you know? They might be called Boo, but they're not scary, they're adorable. Now, DRX clear out the mid lane and look to try and clear some of T1's vision as well. 5,000 gold isn't huge, but when you factor in the ornaments, it's much bigger than you would otherwise think. It's a worry of a situation here for DRX, who are desperate to try and hold on to their position in this series.
This is a little feels bad. We see that Rabadon's death cap is actually being built on Teddy, so a little unfortunate that he upgraded his ornament. But you can understand why he did it at the time that he did do it, so definitely has value as well against the Set, Olaf, and the Xayah.
Yep, get
but
power
Rabadon's
as soon as
Death Crown,
possible.
Yeah, one of the best items that you can upgrade as Ornn. Knight's Vow on the Trundle, I love it as an item. Just makes it so much harder for the carries to end up going down, and here we go.
Yep, that's the Rabadon's Death Cap completed as the Stone Plate can be activated by Doran. Haymaker is in, but he just dies on the Miasma. Final chapter is out, but that's just a very dead top laner and not a lot for DRX to show for it.
Gonna move over to the Baron immediately. There's no way for DRX to contest this.
They're not even going to try. Deft is bottom lane.
What?
Deft is bottom lane, so there's no contesting it.
Okay. Deft is just trying to farm as much resources as he possibly can. And we're just waiting for the game-ending push. The only way for DRX to win this game,
tell me,
is if it somehow goes to Elder. Olaf flashes the wall, wins the smite fight, and then a 5-man Elder Dragon execution with a bot wave in good proximity to just run up bot lane and end.
All right. Well, we'll see whether that can happen. Don't know. I mean, I think if that happens, right, you're correct. The likelihood is probably very low, as there's the dredge line. It's going to land, but it's onto the Olaf, not necessarily the priority target. Or is it? As Faker almost melts him, as Doran in the backline does absolutely nothing. He can't really affect this game anymore, as Chovy trying to offer the CC, trying to offer the damage, but he just can't. DRX, there's just nothing left in the tank of this composition. As the final chapter is exactly that for DRX in this series. It will be the 2-0 for T1, and just like round one, they'll be able to topple Dragon X and do so in style.
And a very convincing game number 2 victory here by T1. As, I mean, in game number 2, they were the ones exiting the draft phase with the edges. They never really let the game slip away from them. It was a very bizarre R2 Cassiopeia, but it didn't matter. DRX walked right into it, apparently. So, ended up being really greatly utilized. They had the pivot option down in bottom. They could have sent Lucian AD or Cassiopeia AD. And that's a really scary thing. Teddy showing that he's willing to play mages down there in bot lane. Deft couldn't do anything this game, and anytime Deft and Chovy can't really get the ball rolling, it's really hard for DRX to do anything.
Yeah, it feels like the older members of the team, the players that hold the team together, need to be able to prop up these young mechanical gods Because otherwise, it feels like they have all of this skill, but nowhere to really direct it without having someone in the lead to really show them where to go. And that was really put into harsh relief here in this series because T1 were just making the better calls throughout the late game.
Well, that was it for the matches today. And what a climactic ending between these two powerhouse teams.
It's
ended up being a 2-0.
Yeah.
It was. Well, I mean, you did curse me.
I apologize.
I won't let it down.
You did nail the first game. You nailed the first match.
I nailed the first set, but you really... I don't know why you did this to me, Alice.
I apologize.
My percent now dropped to 79.85.
Oh, God. I took him below the 80%. I mean, you got it right for the last game. You nailed the last game. There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that silver lining.
Yeah, it might save you for a little bit. Plus, you've always got next week. Like, who knows?
Okay, well,
we can pull it back.
You got tomorrow and Sunday.
Yeah, we got some time. As we can see some of the replays here, T1 just piloting their composition so beautifully. It felt like DRX just didn't have any opportunities to really do anything here this game. It was just after that first team fight was such a blowout, felt like DRX just forgot what they were supposed to do. They had a couple of picks here in the mid game, and maybe some of us dared to believe, but in the end, just wasn't to be the case.
So I ended up giving my MVP vote to Teddy yet again.
Yeah, me too.
Cassiopeia pick was just phenomenal, as well as his piloting of it was also so good with the miasmas and the stone gazes. It was just really, really nice to see. Maybe he won't get the double pog. I can see an argument for Faker being able to get it as well.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
No, I think Teddy definitely deserves it for this game.
Yeah. Get a little bit tricky. Now, this is the funniest fight in the world. So the Bellows Breath cancel onto the set. He's just jumping through the air, doing the aerobatics there as they managed to steal away the Cloud Soul here. But if you can't win this team fight, what more can you possibly want as DRX? It's a three-man... Well, some of the people are in stasis, but it's still an ideal world. Every one of your champions were able to be on top of T1s. Their champions are just better.
Yeah. And honestly, it felt like one of those things where DRX had a certain amount of ammunition, and then it's all over, and if they haven't killed T1, they lose the fight. Because T1 are just inherently stronger and have more sustain and more sticking power in these team fights. And that is certainly the case. Doran played his heart out this game. I think that if DRX were to win, Doran deserved the MVP for this performance, but it just wasn't enough in the end. And after a few extra items came through for T1, there was just no way that Doran's engagers could actually achieve anything, even though you could see how they could be effective in a different scenario.
Well, this was the final endgame team fight here. DRX not quite able to do anything, and with this win, T1 probably really solidify themselves as second place, but Genji and T1 now still really close, neck and neck. For the first place slot, can T1 manage to keep winning and hope that Genji falters once somewhere down the line to potentially just reclench it?
Yeah, well, like, the thing that's really hard for T1 fans is that they dropped those two weird matches to both the Afrika Freaks and Hanwha Life Esports. Hanwha at the very beginning of the season and towards the end of round one, in fact, the last game of round one, to Afrika, and they may really come back to bite them if Genji continues on their tear, because it looks like Genji's level of consistency is just higher than T1's at this current stage. So it's a little bit frustrating because that particular matchup is certainly what we're expecting for the spring final. But as far as the regular season, it's looking like Genji has it on lockdown. But anything can happen as we move further forward.
Well, we're going to see who gets the player of the game. And it is going to be Teddy. Yet again, the general.
He's just
can't quite give him the name the Emperor. That actually is reserved for another T1 Hall of Famer, Slayer's Boxer.
Oh, wow, that's a blast from the past there, of course. Probably one of the best Terrans to ever exist in StarCraft 1, absolutely. Still
some
plays.
consider him the father of esports. So
I mean, that's
I mean
Flash.
that's a pretty
gotta
big title too.
That's got to be Flash. Come on. What? The father of esports?
Flash is God.
Oh,
that's
right.
a different
Okay, he's
nickname.
on a different level.
Yeah, they're different.
Okay. Well, that is a good point. And Boxer was also one of the most fun players to watch. But we should be talking about League of Legends right here as T1 just stomped down onto DRX. And they just, at this point, had absolutely nothing that they could do. It's a little bit disappointing. But that's okay. DRX still with an opportunity to run the playoffs gauntlet, of course. But after this, and after their most recent loss to Humble Life Esports, it is a difficult thing to expect out of this squad. 7 out of 9 of the votes did go towards Teddy. A couple for Faker, as LS mentioned, of course. You thought that the old Faker deserved a little bit of a mention, and that's exactly what he got as far as the MVP vote was concerned.
Thank you very much, guys.
And this is going to be just Teddy, so let's throw it over to Ji-sun for some training.
Doing a solo POG interview. Teddy taking down DRX with 2-2-0 score. Today, my teammates were performing so well, so I did nothing. But we still got the win. Especially with the 2-2-0 score, I'm extra happy. So yeah, DRX series was really close, but this time around, it was very one-sided. What was the point of today's match? We had the better edge of the draft and also performed better. So I want to ask something detailed about game number 1. The game was really extended. So what kind of thought T1 had about that game? Did you guys think that the game was winnable, or you guys were leading, or you guys were behind? So we had Callisto Tarek, so we were really strong in the late game. And also Faker on LeBlanc, I had the faith that he will put a lot of pressure onto the opponent. So we basically thought that we were in a leading position. Yeah, I mean, you guys opened all the OP cards, like Sat or very reliable ones, but still, you guys won. Was that part of the plan? Well, after before the Void Staff or the Last Whisper, the game was that easy. But after we had the penetration items to kind of go for the fight against the MR, and also the armor, we were in a very winnable situation. But also, when you look at the draft, it was so obvious that you guys were going for a very late game comp. However, the Baron try was really decisive. So who made that decision? We want to find out who made that call. I don't really remember that situation. So there was this fight at the Baron where you dodged the War Note and took down everyone. Well, Baron called, we 5 all make decision together. But as a maybe Faker, then let's move to game number 2. Cassiopeia, we were a little bit unsure about that. We even thought that this could be a misclick, actually. Well, anyways, you guys took Cassiopeia. So, in game number 2, so what was the intention behind the champion? Was it really a mistake? Well, I actually originally wanted to play Kaisa. So, what was the full story? Tell us. Whose idea was that? However, our coaching staff, head coach and coach, told me Cassiopeia will be better, so I just followed them. I guess Teddy, try not to open too much information during the interview. Was that a mind game, like hovering up the Kaisa?
충분히.
I mean, like, we had to think of some of the flex pick and flex situations, so.
진실에 대한 느낌이 좀 왔어요.
그렇군요. 네. 자, 하지만 그 이후에 와, 솔직히 이 카시는 정말 놀라운 플레이를
You had an amazing performance in that champion in game number 2. So, how sure were you guys, or at what point of the game you guys were sure that you got the game?
사실 제가
Well,
1S 하기 전부터 그냥 이 게임
Even before I had the first death, I was pretty sure that we are gonna walk away with a win. But after that first death, I was like, oh yeah, maybe I have to perform even better. Because we thought that there was no other opponent or enemy to kind of approach to Cassiopeia, so we were quite sure. So was that, like, were you really sure that you are gonna survive throughout the team fight?
원래는 안 죽어야 맞는데 제가
I mean, I shouldn't die,
플래시 맞고 죽은 했다가
but
좀 취했어가지고 다음번에
there was a really bad team fight where I got engaged with the flash combo.
저희가 뽑은 POG는
So, Teddy is the POG from LCK, but who is the T1 MVP of today's series? The one who gets the champion belt.
이거 T1 이거 들고 있잖아요. 페이커 들고 있었던 거. 벨트. 뭐 딱 무슨 그거.
또 오늘
Today,
좀 그래도 첫 판도
game number 1 was really long. Game 2 was a little bit going back and forth, but we were able to trust Faker another damage to carry. So, Faker will be the T1 MVP. Is that confirmed?
모르겠어요 아직. 저희가
I'm not sure.
줘야 되는 거라.
We still have to like vote all together. But me myself, I voted for Faker.
저쪽에서 페이커가 이렇게 들고 인터뷰 보는 것 같습니다. 자, 오늘 정말 중요한 일전.
So today was a very important and significant day to kind of chase Genji on the first place. And you guys were popping off throughout the series. So any last message for your fans? Well, this is an online tournament right now, so I'm not really used to it, but we are doing our best, and be careful of the coronavirus, and also thank you for supporting us. This will be the solo interview with Teddy, and I'm going to pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for the translation, and welcome back, guys, to the caster still screen, where hopefully this is the last time you will see this particular image of me. I understand that it's terrifying, but thank you for bearing with us. And LS, thank you for the first 3 days of round 2. Got a bit of a special guest coming in tomorrow so that you can take a bit of time off. What are you going to do on your time off? You're just going to watch some LCK?
I'm going to watch some LCK, LEC, and then LCS.
Damn,
Atlas, come on.
You are
I gotta
so
co-stream well, except for LCK. I don't co-stream LCK, but I co-stream all the other ones.
Damn. I'm very impressed. I know it's hard to impress you, but it is maybe a little bit easier to impress me, but still take the compliment. As T1 move up to 9-2, still one game behind Gen G. That loss is, of course, T1. You have to remember that, but it's going to be really hard for T1 to catch them, even if they're able to beat Gen G once again in this second round robin. It won't actually matter because they've suffered losses to both Hummerlife and Afrika Freaks. So still crazier things can happen, and Gen G can fall into one of their other matchups in round 2, but it is looking like pretty smooth sailing for them moving towards the finals, as they will be facing off against Afrika tomorrow in our second match. Diamond Gaming versus APK is the first, and Griffin versus Dragon X is our final match of the night.
So, Dragon X is probably going to be able to get back on a winning streak with the final match. I think that everyone would think that they are massively the heavy favorites going into that series, but also because of stylistically how both of the teams tend to play. Afrika versus Gen G is going to be really exciting. Can Afrika try to upset Gen G in that matchup, who are sitting in a pretty comfortable first place? APK versus DWG, I don't want to count them out, Atlas. I actually think APK could beat them.
Yeah, I mean, we've counted out APK as well before, to our detriment. So look, I'm just open to any possibility for that particular matchup, and we'll just hope that the games are going to surprise us. But tomorrow certainly does have some wild cards in the works. In fact, every single one of these games is going to be really interesting to track because DRX versus Griffin is a huge one. It's CV Max versus Griffin. It is Chovy versus his former teammates. It's now a Griffin that doesn't have Sword towards the top side, so maybe Doran's not going to be running off trying to kill Sword instead of trying to win a team fight, things like that. Like, there might be differences as we move into that final match. So another really exciting day of LCK, another long day, hopefully, packed with as many TFT mobile ads as possible, as well as some pretty slick League of Legends.
I hope that we get another one coming up here soon. I'm not really sure, but I hope for it. I will see you, Atlas, next week.
Yes, you will. And we're going to be filming some Pog State as well before we get back into the LCK action as per usual. But thank you so much, guys, for watching. I'll be back tomorrow with a special guest for more LCK as we move to the second last day of the week. We'll see you then.
And I am ready to take it on. Told me to be myself and never feel alone. You're all that I want, all that I need. So it's ever in the dark.